Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to this lesson. Well, I'll start by saying this is an optional lecture. Its purpose is to teach you how to install a local server on your computer. So if you already know what a local server is, you already work with it, if you already know how to install one, you can skip this lesson with no problems. Firstly, why do you need a local server? A lot of people ask me this question. Well, the common practice in the web development world is that you have separate environments for production and development. The production environment will be where the work will be public, which in the case of web development will be a hosting server, for example. Whatever the scenario is, I think it's always better to develop our solutions locally and only after it's ready, send everything out to a production server, where your application will be available to everyone. There are some reasons for this, such as saving hosting bandwidth, avoiding unnecessary use of server memory resources, etc. If you don't have to worry about it, it's okay. Another reason is that it's better to fail in a development environment than in a production environment. Imagine if you install a plugin or make an update that breaks your website. If you do this on the production server, it's done. You have to make up lost ground and as soon as possible. But if this happens on a local server, you have time to analyze any kind of error that may have occurred. So that's what we're going to do in this course. Let's initially install our local server, then WordPress on top of it, and at the end of the course, I'll teach you how to send the whole project to a remote web server of your choice. So let's get started. There are several choices for installing a local server. Basically, you need not only the server, which in our case will be Apache, but you also need some applications to manage your database and the PHP language library itself. Some more advanced users install all of these features separately, but there's no need for that, as we can install a package that can manage the Apache server, the MySQL database, and PHP. In this lesson, you'll be using one of these packages called XAMPP. Some people also pronounce it XAMPP. So let's head over to the XAMPP website, which is at www.apachefriends.org. And here on the homepage, we see this information saying that XAMPP is the most popular PHP development environment. With it, we can easily install the Apache server with MariaDB, which is equivalent to MySQL, and PHP itself. This is exactly what we need. One of the advantages of XAMPP is that it is multi-platform. You can install it on any operating system. As I'm using a Mac, I'm going to download the Mac version. But if you use Windows, for example, you'll see that the steps for installing are not that different. By the way, in my opinion, the configuration of the XAMPP environment in Windows is even easier. But let's go ahead. For this lesson, I'm not going to download the default VM installer. I don't know why, but the VM virtual machine version is not working on my computer. So I just download the regular installer. I'm gonna click here and choose another version. Now scroll down to see all options for Mac. If you use another OS, you could also choose another version here on this page. Now I can choose between the PHP versions. As I want to use PHP 7, I can choose one of these options here. In my case, I'm not going to download the file again, as I have done this previously. I'm going to access my downloads folder, double-click the installation file, double-click the application icon, and click on Open. Enter my password, and I'll just proceed with the installation process. Next, next, next. I can uncheck this checkbox here. Next, next. And now the installation begins. Now from here, I can already launch the application or open it later if I want to. I'm gonna uncheck this option here and click on Finish. Now I can go ahead and fire up XAMPP. Enter my password again. And here I have the application main screen. Here I can choose to start and stop all the servers. For example, the Apache web server or the MySQL database server. I can even start all at once by clicking on this button. And here I can also configure the Apache server or MySQL, but this will be useful if you have a problem or if you want to do some more advanced configuration. By the way, in the next lesson, which is an article lecture, you'll learn how to make one of these settings. For now, we have our fully functional development environment. To check if everything is really working, let's start all of the servers here at once. Go ahead and click this button, Start All. And let's go back to our browser and type in here localhost/dashboard. If you can't see this screen, it means that the installation is working. If you're not seeing it, first check if the Apache server has started. It has to be green and with the running status. You can also check if there is an error message under the application log. If there are any errors, you see them here, and you can have an idea of what is happening. Okay, to access the database manager, just go to localhost/PHP MyAdmin. And you see the screen here. This is where you'll be creating your database to install WordPress, for example. Okay, one more information before we leave for the next lesson. All the projects we create on our local server by default will have to be created inside the XAMPP htdocs folder. To find it, you can open your file manager, Applications, XAMPP, htdocs. In Windows, this directory is in C, XAMPP, htdocs. For our project, for example, we'll be creating a folder called WP. Later on, all your other projects can also be created here with different names, of course. In order to access your project, you just type in the browser the word localhost followed by the name of the created directory. For example, localhost/WP. Great, but you understand that better in practice in the next lessons. I hope you find this lesson useful and see you in the next lesson. Until then. Hello guys! In today's lesson, I'm going to explain to you how to install WordPress, especially for those of you who still don't know how to do that. Unfortunately, the information available on the internet is very vague. For example, the vast majority of tutorials don't explain to you the best practices for installing WordPress on both your local server and your web server. So in this lesson, I'm going to make a point of explaining what, in my opinion, are those best practices, things that I always do to install my WordPress in the best possible way. So let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is visit the WordPress website, which is on wordpress.org. So let's go ahead and click Download WordPress. And then click this nice blue button here and save the file onto my computer. Okay, this is WordPress 4.8.2. Maybe when you're doing this exercise of installing WordPress, you'll see another version, since WordPress is always releasing updates. No problem at all. Let's go ahead and open up Finder and look for the file we've just downloaded. Right click, copy this file, and I want to paste it on my local web server folder. In my case, this folder is on my Documents folder and it's called htdocs. A parenthesis here. If you don't know how to change the XAMPP htdocs directory, just take a look at the document I've included on the previous lesson. That document explains exactly how to do that for those of you, of course, who are interested. By the way, let's check if Apache and MySQL servers are running. Otherwise, it will be impossible to install WordPress, okay? To do that, I'll just open my XAMPP control panel, Manager OS X, head over to Manage Servers, and start all servers at once. Now I want to unzip this file inside the folder that I'm going to create next. The name of that folder will be WP, okay? But of course, yours don't need to have the same name as mine. You can choose another one. Now we need to paste the zipped file here and unzip it right here. When it's finished, we will eventually come up with a folder called WordPress. But that's not what we want, okay? Since I don't want to install WordPress inside this folder. So what I'm going to do, jump into my WordPress folder, select everything, copy those files and move everything. Command Option V in the root of this WP folder. And of course, if you're using Windows, you have to cut and paste. Then I'm going to delete this WordPress folder here since I don't need it anymore as well, and it's now empty. So this is the default installation of WordPress, and these are the installation files. Okay, once we have all the installation files ready, what I'm going to do now? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is something that WordPress will ask me straight away, a database. So I need to create a database for the WordPress installation to take place. That's very important, and it's actually the great advantage of having a WordPress site rather than just a simple HTML site. You have all the structure created by an entire community, a structure on which the WordPress team keeps working to ensure that it has all the security you need to build your website, your theme, your plugins, and you'll be using this platform that has been around for years. So let's go ahead and access our PHP MyAdmin. Just type in localhost/PHP MyAdmin. And the steps I'm going to explain can be used for both a local server and for a remote web server, since all of the steps will not be very different at all, unless for a couple of things. For example, you have another web address to access your remote web server, a different password, maybe the name of your server will change, it won't be localhost. That is, maybe you will receive another server name from your hosting company, and of course your username and password will also be different. But for the default installation of a local server, the user is normally root and the password is empty. I'll just click on Database and choose a name for my database here. And the name of it will be WP_learn_WP. Go ahead and click here to create it. And you'll notice that the new database is now showing here on this sidebar. And it's ready for me to use it. And now I want to open a new tab on my web browser, and I can write the following. Localhost/WP, which is the folder located on the htdocs directory, remember, where all the files of the WordPress installations are. I hit enter, and it will open for me the homepage of my WordPress installation. This is a welcome message. And before you continue on, we need to know in advance the value of the fields below. The name of the database we have already created, the username of that database, which in our case is root, the password, which is empty, the server name, which is localhost, and the table prefix. Unfortunately, this little detail of the database prefix is what many tutorials on the internet don't teach at all. We need to change this prefix when we install WordPress, okay? This is very important because it's not used having a website inside the WordPress platform, however secure it is, if you don't do your part. Don't you agree with me? Our first task then will be to change the prefix of the WordPress tables. So let's do it now. Go ahead and click Let's Go. We type in here the name of our database. As you know, the username of our database is root, the password is empty, and since we are using a local server, the name of the database server is localhost. If you are on a remote web server, check this information first with your hosting company. Generally, when you sign up for shared hosting services, this information is sent to your email. And now you're going to change the database prefix, which is very important in terms of security, as I told you. But you might be asking, why it's so important? Well, because by default, WordPress comes with the prefix WP. But everyone knows that. Even the bad guys, even hackers know that. So if you keep the prefix as WP, you'll certainly lend a hand to site invaders. So let's change it here. Now it's not WP anymore. Let's call it, for example, WP CRS, which is far better than just WP. You can choose, of course, whatever prefix you want. It doesn't have to be the same as mine. OK. Click Submit. Click Install. Now let's move for the final steps of the installation process. I'll go ahead and type in the name of our website. It will be, let me think, just learn WP, I think I do. Here in username, I recommend that you don't use names such as admin, WP, test, or some other weaker options. You can choose, for example, your name, a stronger name, one that you remember easily, okay? For example, I'll choose my name. But again, you can use whatever name you want. For the password, I recommend that you accept this password here, or choose a very strong password, especially in the case that you're installing WordPress on a remote web server, for security reasons, of course. In my case, as I am in a local server, I will just type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to make things easier. Even because it will be just a local installation. But what is important is that when you work in a production environment inside a remote server, you always change the admin password. Don't use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay? This is only to make my work easier during this course. As I've chosen a very weak password, WordPress will ask me to confirm the use of a weak password. Here's for my email. And I can click here to prevent search engines from indexing this site because I'm just creating the site yet. So I don't want search engines like Google to index that site, at least not now. And finally, I will install WordPress here and we should be good to go. And here we are. WordPress is just installed. If I click here, login, enter my username and my password, I will jump into the WordPress dashboard. By default, you see that if I head over to Appearance Themes, WordPress comes with some native themes installed. The name of them are always related to the year the theme was created. So for example, 2016, 2017. What you are going to learn in this course is to stop depending on these WordPress native themes. We will learn to create our own theme and be able to customize it throughout the course. Understood? So that's what I had to explain to you in this lesson. I hope you feel like you learned something new today. And I'll be back in the next lesson. We'll begin to understand how a WordPress theme works on the inside. So I see you in the next lesson. Until then, and happy coding! Hello everyone, welcome to another lesson. So in this lesson we are going to talk about the anatomy of a WordPress theme. We will understand how a WordPress theme is made up, what files, directories, and what are the rules that you have to follow. Despite the fact that this lesson has a lot of theory, I highly recommend that you follow it until the end, okay? It's very important. But before you continue on, you must already have WordPress installed. If you're not ready yet, please take a look at the previous lesson, okay? For this course, I will be using Sublime Text 3 as my primary IDE, my integrated development environment. But of course, you can use whatever IDE you prefer, the one with which you feel most at ease. To begin this lesson, I'll be showing you how the directory structure of a WordPress theme looks like. You remember that we installed WordPress in a folder called WP. So if you follow that structure, we have 3 folders at the root of the installation. This one here, WP admin, WP content, and WP includes. We also have several other files that are also part of the WordPress environment, but forget about them now because we'll be talking about them later on this course. So where are all of the WordPress themes? Well, themes can be found inside the WP content folder, and if you open that folder, there's another one called themes. Inside WP content, we also have the plugins folder and other important WordPress folders too. But let's stick with the themes folder for now. If you open this folder, we'll see that WordPress already comes with at least 3 themes installed, and they are always related to the year in which they were produced. And the last one here will be the 2017 theme, because I'm creating this course in 2017. Well, let's go ahead and open up this folder. Inside, look, there is a new folder structure. We have a folder for the CSS files, and this one here can be used for including our personal functions if you want to do that, a folder for files in JavaScript format, and other files here as well. And I think you may be wondering, but Marcelo, there are so many files and so many folders. Do I need to create all of these files and all of these folders if I want a custom WordPress theme? Well, not exactly. In fact, in theory, a WordPress theme that really works only needs 2 files, the index.php and the style.css file. But calm down, we'll better understand how these files work during our course. We're just starting. But just to be clear since the beginning, index.php is the entry point of our theme, and style.css is responsible for telling WordPress what is the name of the theme, the author of the theme, the description of the theme, but we'll see all that in the next lessons, okay? Of course, if you build a theme with just these 2 files, it will be too humble, and we don't want that. Let's imagine that you want the content of a contact page, which shows up when you click on the menu link corresponding to it. We want that page to be different from the content of your home page, for example. If your theme has only the index.php file, your contact page will be identical to the home page. Surely that's not what we want, is it? Of course not. That's why we have these other files here. Each one of them will specialize in a part of the WordPress site. For example, the single.php file will help us create the single view of a single post. On the other hand, the page.php file is used to open a static page, which is different from a post, which WordPress understands as having, say, a more dynamic content than a static page. And there are yet several other files that we'll get to know during the course. Another important file is the one called screenshot.png. This file is just a cropped image of our theme that represents the theme when we are within the admin area. So here in the admin area, if I head over to Appearance and click on Themes, we see that for every theme there is an image, and those images come from a file called screenshot.png. Okay, one interesting thing that you'll notice is that theme files such as index.php already serve as study materials to us. You can better understand how a theme works if you just open them up and begin reading their documentation. For example, here we have the index.php file, which is part of the 2017 theme. In this file itself, you already have a description of what it is. As you see here, it says that it is the main template file, the main theme file. It is the entry point of our WordPress site. It is one of the files required for you to build a theme, the other one being the style.css, as I explained to you previously. For each of the native WordPress theme files, you'll have this kind of documentation. In fact, it's a good practice if you start creating your files this way, offering all of the documentation of your theme as you create it. However, we will not do that because time is a little short for this course. Let's go ahead and choose another file. For example, page.php. The documentation here says that it is the template for displaying pages with static content. And the single.php is the template used to show all the single posts and also attachments of our site. But what happens when you visit, for example, a post or a static WordPress page? By the way, if you don't know what is a static page, a good example of what this page looks like would be the default example page of the WordPress installation. Just go ahead and open it and you'll see what I mean. What happens when we visit one of these contents is that a mechanism that WordPress calls the theme hierarchy comes into action. To explain how this works, I'm going to use this image here that was created by the WP Tuts Plus website. It explains very well, in my view, how this mechanism works. In addition, it also explains to us how the anatomy of a WordPress theme is. This is, say, an anatomical model of a WordPress theme. Look, in this anatomical model and also hierarchical, the main part will always be the index.php file. As I explained earlier, it is the main theme file. It will always be used to show the content of a page in situations where we don't need any specific template, or when WordPress doesn't know which page templates to use. This file is what we call a fallback. Now, if at some point we need to present a page with a specific look to the site visitor, we will no longer use the index.php template. At that point, we are going to go down a bit in the hierarchy and use another page template, which is inside another file. Let's give an example, and that's one thing that happens all the time within WordPress. Say a visitor enters your site through a poorly formatted link. In these situations, most sites show a page known as a 404 page to the visitor, which is a classic error page. If your theme has a file called 404.php, you can create a totally different look for that file. But if your theme doesn't have a file called 404.php, WordPress will obey the theme's hierarchy and show the contents of the index.php file instead. I mean, WordPress will be using the fallback file instead of a 404.php file. We can apply the same reasoning model to the other files. For example, the single.php file is the file for viewing single posts. If your theme has this file, and I always recommend you to have one, every time you click a link in a post, you view the page according to the design of the single.php file, following all the HTML tags and PHP functions inside that file. Considering this image as the anatomical template of a WordPress theme, we could say that these files about which I just spoke are here in the central part of the page, okay? They will be part of what we call the WordPress loop, and each template has its own loop inside it, but we'll be explaining it better in other classes. In addition to the loop region, which is here in the middle of the page for this drawing, but you can move it any other area of the site according to your design, we have two structures that repeat on all pages and are generated by two files. Up here, the content that comes from the header.php file, and here below, the content of the footer.php file. Optionally, our site can also have what is called a sidebar. And that's what makes the WordPress theme beautiful. It can be very dynamic with all these possibilities. That is, you can even create a theme using just the index.php file, but WordPress gives you all these tools to make this theme much richer, much better. We can see all of this in the theme layout that we'll be building in this course. Here from the top, where we see this little red bar, up to the menu area, we have our header. The contents of this entire area is coming from the header.php file. The dynamic part, in which we will have the template files and their loops, will extend from this slide here to the map. So we are going to include all of the dynamic content of the website, the content that is not static, in that big area here. And to complete the design, we'll have our footer at the end, whose content will come from a template part called footer.php. Also, for some pages, we'll have a sidebar. In our case, for the home page, the sidebar will be positioned on the left side. But not now. We'll see all that in our next lesson, okay? I promise you that in the next lesson we will stop theory and we'll begin practicing a lot, okay? Until then, and I will catch you guys on my next video. Hey guys, in this lesson we'll talk about the two basic files for creating a WordPress theme, index.php and style.css. In today's lesson, finally, we are going to start creating themes. In the next two lessons, you'll be able to create your first theme ever. Just imagine that. You will be able to access the WordPress dashboard, see your theme there, and activate it. That sounds great, doesn't it? So let's get started. The first thing we are going to do is create the folder structure of the theme. As you know, my WordPress is installed in the WP folder, and inside that folder we have WP content and then the themes folder, which is where all of the themes must be created. So inside this folder, I want to create a new one, and I will name it Learn WP. Inside this new folder, I want to create the two files that are very important to the theme. First we have index.php and then style.css. Another thing I already told you is that we have to identify this theme within the WordPress admin area. So if you jump into the dashboard and head over to the appearance menu, themes, you see all the themes that we have already installed in WordPress. We have the WordPress native themes here and also our Learn WP. Notice that this new theme was included in the list based on the folder we just created. But there is nothing that can be used to recognize this particular theme, unlike the other themes that are easily identifiable. To solve this problem, we have to create an image file, and it must be called screenshot, okay? And the extension in turn should be PNG. To start with, I have already created screenshot.png for you, okay? which is the same file that I will make available for you to download with the course. But anyway, it's not that difficult to create that file. With any image editing software, even a free one, you can easily create it. But you should be asking yourself, is there any rule to be followed if you want to create a file? Well, first, the file must have the PNG extension. But Marcelo, can you use JPEG instead? Yes, you can, but it's not recommended by WordPress itself. If you read their documentation, you see that the guys only recommend a file with the PNG extension. So, what can you do? And Marcelo, what can you say about the dimensions of that file? It's 1200 by 900 pixels, despite the fact that the image will show with that dimension in the admin area only in certain situations. So the recommendation is to have an image with 1200 by 900 pixels, okay? So let's go ahead and grab that file, copy it, and paste it inside the themes folder. Now, if everything works out, when we refresh the WordPress admin, you see the thumbnail of our theme represented by the screenshot.png file. Yeah, great, it's working. Now when we click here to see more information about the theme, you see the image in a much larger size. But soon you realize that there is no additional information about this theme. We only have the folder name here. There is no version information, nor do we have the author's theme name. So how do we make this theme information available in the same way we have for example, the native WordPress themes? Say, if you choose one of the native themes, we have several additional information about it. What is the kind of magic that makes this happen? Well, it's no magic at all. This information will have to be created in our style.css file. That's simple. For this to work, we'll be simply using a CSS comment schema. And those who already know the minimal about CSS also know that the comment in CSS is written like this. At the beginning, we have a /, an asterisk, and at the end of the comment block, again an asterisk and another /. This is how we create a comment which has more than one line in a CSS file. Anything I write here within the space will at first be ignored, but not for WordPress. WordPress will use this area to recognize many informations related to the theme, such as the theme's name, the theme's author, its description, etc. The first thing we are going to type in here is the most basic information of all. What is our theme's name? So let's type in here theme name, and the name of our theme will be Learn WP. You can choose, of course, whatever name you want. You can also type in here the theme's web page, and this information will then appear as a link for us in the dashboard. So let's go ahead and type in theme URI. And what else? The author's name, author. We may also have a link to the author's page, author URI, and that may be the same information used for the theme URI. And what else? A description for the theme, description. Okay, now I want to save this file, and now let's see what we have in the admin area. Okay, nice, we have already the theme's name here. Let's go ahead and click here to see more information about it. Look, the name of the theme again. We don't have the version yet, but in the next lesson we'll take care of it. We got the author's name, and if I mouse over this link, you see the URL to the author. Cool, isn't it? Okay, for now, let's take a short break in this video, And when you come back in the next lesson, I'll show you how to activate the theme using the style sheet we are just creating. Until then, and happy coding! Hello again, and welcome back. In the last lesson, we started creating our first style.css file. In today's lesson, we'll go ahead and activate our first theme in the WordPress admin. So let's begin. Let's go ahead and continue editing the style.css file. This time we'll type in here the themes version, something that we don't have yet. Let's type in here version. Our version will be 1.0 for now, since this is the first version of the theme. But what is for? Let's imagine you send this theme to the WordPress repository and make it available for download. When you, the author, release a new version of the theme, WordPress will be able to recognize that there is a new version available and ask the site owner to update the theme on the dashboard. If you visit the page where WordPress offers the free themes, you'll notice that all the themes that are there follow this rule. So let's open up our browser, and the address is wordpress.org/themes. And here we have a list of many themes. If you click on more info for any of these themes, you see that they all have a screenshot, the theme's update information, the theme's URL, and the description as well. Other things that we can see here are tags. But what are they for? Basically, these tags act as search facilitators. So anyone looking for a theme with certain characteristics can find it easier, since they are all identified by these tags. For example, let's assume you want to download a theme that has a left sidebar, or is either a single page, or is a theme that targets educational websites, or has 2 columns. Anyway, that's what they're for, and we can do that for our theme as well. Let's go back to the editor. We type in here tags, and we start inserting our tags. But not that fast. There are some rules to follow here. If this is a thing you are uploading to the WordPress repository, you should follow the list of tags available on the site we'll be visiting now. By the way, I'll make this link available as an additional information for this lesson, okay? But you can see, if we scroll down a bit, that we have a list of tags a theme can use and the rules the theme needs to fulfill to be allowed to use that tag. So it's not enough just to have a list of tags. For example, if your theme has a tag called full with template, it must be in this format. I mean, it really must have a full with template. It's not enough to just write or create a list of tags out of nothing. So let's go back once again to the editor and write out a list of tags here according to our theme. So 2 columns, left sidebar, custom header, custom menu, custom logo, blog. If you save this file and go back to the admin area, you'll see that this information becomes available. Once we submit this theme to WordPress, if this is your intention of course, the WordPress theme will also receive that information. As you can see, our tags are all here now, and also the version that we just informed. So this is the easiest way to create a theme in WordPress. Look at this, it didn't hurt at all, and we have our first theme created within the WordPress admin area. Isn't that cool? Great, we have our theme ready. Now we can go ahead and activate it and preview it on the home page, also called the front end. But what will happen when we visit the home page? Let's check that out. Well, what a shame. There is nothing. It's completely empty. But why it is empty? The answer is quite simple. You must already imagine what's the matter. is because our index.php file is also empty. Or maybe this file is not working. Okay, we cannot be in doubt. So let's do a little test in our index.php to see if it's really working. Let's then create a basic HTML structure within this file. So a lot of you ask me, how can I do that? I just type this exclamation mark and I have this whole HTML structure. How do I do that? Well, within our Sublime text editor, a fairly easy way to create this structure is to use an extension called Emmet. I'll make available to you the link of a very interesting tutorial that teaches how to install Emmet if you are using Sublime Text. This extension greatly streamlines the life of the web developer, making it easier to write commands. In our case, let's just type an exclamation point or exclamation mark and hit the tab key. Very easy. See the magic? The software auto-completes and prints out the complete HTML5 structure on the screen for us. So what am I going to do here? I'm going to change two informations. I'll be adding just a title to the site and also a new paragraph. Now I want to save that file and go back to the home page. Now you'll notice that the browser is already showing the page title as I informed in the HTML. The content of the paragraph is also shown here, and that confirms that our file, the index.php, is really working, and our theme as well. So we already have our first WordPress theme available within the admin area, activated and easily identifiable. We also have a working index.php file. We then created our first WordPress theme. But of course, we will not stop here. In the next lesson, we will learn how to make the index.php file much more versatile. So I'll wait for you in the next lesson, okay? Until then, and happy coding! Hello guys, welcome to one more lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the 3 basic building blocks of a WordPress theme. We'll see that we need only 3 blocks to build a theme: a header, a dynamic content area, and a footer. This dynamic area at first will be represented by the index.php file, but as you remember, this file is used as a default theme template. We also have different template files used for static pages, for viewing posts, etc. But let's focus first on the index.php file. First, let's open up our layout. You may notice that it contains this region here, a region that is gonna be the same for all pages, which goes from this red bar to the end of the menu. It also has a dynamic content region that goes from the slide to that map. And then there is a footer that is going to be displayed on every page of the theme as well. This dynamic region at the beginning will be entirely created on the index.php file, but when we open a post, we'll make arrangements for WordPress to use a different template file. But first things first. In the last lesson, we created the index.php file, but it was created in a rather elementary way. It has only one paragraph and a title tag, only that. But if you can remember from another lesson, I told you that a home page is very different from a contact page, an about us page, a services page, and so on. That's why we're gonna make this layout more dynamic. In order for this to work, let's split this layout into 3 parts. To begin with, let's create our basic HTML structure. It should be all based on this layout we are seeing here. So let's head over to Sublime Text. Open up index.php. And I'm gonna leave this paragraph here just as a reference for us, okay? Well, let's start off with the body tag. Fortunately, WordPress gives us a very useful function that can be used inside the body tag. It helps us identify which page we are working on within the theme. We can use this artifice to better style our theme. This function is called body_class. And it basically returns the classes related to the page we are viewing. For example, when you visit the home page, it prints out a home class inside the body tag. Hence, we can style a page that has the home class in a different way. But of course, you understand this better as we move along the course, okay? We'll see this in detail. For now, let's start by creating the HTML structure of the site's header. And inside the header, according to our layout, we have a red bar at the top. First, we create a header tag. And inside the tag, we want to create a section that will have the top -bar class. Inside this top bar, we have two other areas. The first one, on the left side, reserved for the social media icons. And another one on the right side that will be named search. Do you see what I'm doing here? So I explain to you. I'm translating that red bar on the layout into HTML. I just called it top bar on the HTML structure. And inside it, I created the structure for these two other areas. On the left side, an area for the social media icons, and on the right side, a search area. As you can see, we are creating for now only the basic markup of the theme. It will be only this to start with. Now, to continue on, let's go ahead and create the menu area still within the header area. Let's call it menu-area. And within this menu, we'll have another section. Let's call it logo, because we'll be placing our logo there. Now we want a nav tag, and its class will be called main-menu. And we'll be inserting our first menu there. And that's all for the header. This whole area we are creating will repeat on every single page, okay? So let's go ahead and create our dynamic area now. Let's call it content-area. Inside this area, we'll have many other areas. According to the layout, we'll have here our main area, which will stay inside a main tag. Inside this main tag, we'll have a section for the slide. And below the slide, we'll have a red bar for the services. And after services, we'll have a central area. Let's call it middle-area. Inside this middle area, we have a sidebar and a news area. Then in the HTML, the sidebar will be inside an aside tag, and we'll have the class of sidebar. And after that, we'll have a new div tag called news. And we'll have one last section for a map. Let's type in here section class map. Now, both the main area and the dynamic area are complete. And now we can create our footer, which finally closes the website. So let's use the footer tag to mark this region. Okay, we have now the index.php file finally ready. But again, I must tell you that if we only have the index.php file created that way, our theme will be pretty simple. So let's do different. Okay, my idea is to break this index.php file into 3 blocks. The first one will contain an area that will be always dynamic. That is, its content will change depending on the page visited. For example, on a home page, this area will look identical to the image you are seeing now. However, on a news page, it won't display this slide, this service area, the map, and other areas too. On the other hand, the other 2 areas from here up and from the footer down will always repeat for every single page. And this will be our 3 building blocks. But we're gonna stop here for now, because in the next lesson we're gonna continue with the explanation showing you how we can split these blocks into 3 different files. One for the header, one for the dynamic part, and a third for the footer. Also in the next lesson, we'll be downloading a pure HTML theme and we'll try to turn it into a WordPress theme using the knowledge we are getting from these lessons. And it's going to be very cool. So until then, and I see you in the next lesson. Bye! Hey, what's going on, guys? In this lesson, we'll go ahead and keep creating our basic building blocks for the WordPress theme. So picking up where we left off in the last lesson, I'm going to start by selecting this region that will become later on the theme header. The selection will have to go from the beginning of the HTML to the end of the header tag. This part of the code is going to be repeated on every page. So let's cut out the selection, save the file, and create a new one. The name of this new file is going to be header.php. Marcelo, does the name of this file have to be header.php? Yep. It must be header.php, and later on you understand why. Now we need to paste everything you just copied in there, and now we have our header that will repeat at the top for all pages of our theme. Let's go back to index.php, and now the next selection will go from the footer tag to the end of the file. Let's select and cut again, and let's create another file called footer.php. And again the question, does it have to be footer? Yes, it must be footer.php. What is left now will correspond to our index.php file, the dynamic part of the theme, okay? Well, what happens if you open the home page right now? So let's flip tabs now and go over to our browser. By the way, for now, until the end of this course, I'll be using Firefox Developer Edition as our main browser. I believe it's a good choice since it's a browser tailored for web developers. So let's give it a try. As you can see, nothing came up. But if we inspect the code, you'll see that we have the HTML structure with the body, the content, the tags. But look, do you remember that we had left a paragraph reserved as a reference to us? Where is that paragraph? Another thing, I told you that the body class function would load some classes inside the body tag. Hey Marcelo, I think it didn't work, you may say. Where are all of those classes? Everyone who has a basic understanding of PHP knows that we can load parts of a PHP file with the include command. WordPress has some functions similar to this, but a bit different. There are very specific WordPress functions that can load the header and the footer. Our index.php will load the header from here up and the footer from here down. So we'll have to load them here and here. But how will you do that? Alright, we'll be using 2 basic WordPress functions that are get_header. This function loads a file that is named header.php, and now you understand why this file must be called header.php, okay? And the other function, can you imagine what it's called? Yes, it's get_footer. Let's see if all this works. So let's go back to Firefox and refresh the home page. And here it is. Now our paragraph is showing that reference paragraph from the header.php file, and also the name of the page is showing up coming from the HTML title tag. And if we inspect the page, as I told you, that function in the body finally worked. Look here, class, home, and blog. So the home page has these 2 classes. We could use CSS and create a specific row for all H1 paragraphs which belong to the home page, for example. they would be different from those on the inner pages of our theme. This is just a very simple example, but you can make even more complex things. So Marcelo, does it mean that if I download the theme from the internet, let's say a pure HTML theme, not created for WordPress, or that template I created myself, also in pure HTML, if I split them the way you just taught, it will work? Of course it will work. But first, you have to be aware of a couple of things. For example, you have to create a new folder, create a new style.css file with the rules I explained in the previous lessons, and split the template index file into 3. I'm gonna use as an example a template that I downloaded from a free HTML template website. It will be available to you as additional material for this course, okay? This template has an index.html file. If we open up this file, we will visually see that this template also has a header that repeats on all pages. It has a home page. Going down, I have the whole home page and then the footer. If we click to open a new page, we have the same footer here. Let's go ahead and inspect the code. We can see that this upper area here has a class of navbar. If we open the index.html file in Sublime, let's see if we can find this navbar class. Now pay attention. This whole region here would correspond to the header.php file if we were in a WordPress theme. Let's cut out this whole part and replace the contents of the header.php file. Now let's identify where our footer starts. It starts here in the footer tag. Let's look for this tag in the index.html file. So we found it here. Now let's cut out this whole region here and paste it inside the footer.php of our theme. And the remainder of the code will be relative to the index.php. So let's cut it out and replace the index.php. But of course, let's just leave the calls to the get header and get footer functions. Now if you look at the home page again, let's refresh the page. Now you can see that what is showing here is the structure of that HTML template that we downloaded. But of course, as you can see here, the page is completely broken. And why? Because the CSS files from this downloaded theme don't exist in our themes folder. If we check the header.php file, we'll see that the path of the CSS files points to files that don't exist, that we simply don't have. But the basic idea is here given to you. But of course, if it's your intention, you will have to make small adjustments to make the code work within WordPress. And that's it. In the next lesson, we're gonna learn how to load style sheets within WordPress the right way. So, see you then. Happy coding! Hello guys! In this lesson, we are gonna start learning about one of the most important files of a WordPress theme, the functions.php file. At the end of this lesson, you're gonna be able to load any style sheet within your theme, and the most important thing, the right way. In the last lesson, we just started creating the layout, splitting our index.php into 3 parts. We created the header, the footer, and made our index.php more dynamic, including the functions that call both the header and the footer. To start this lesson, let's just point out all of our sections so that we can later style our theme. Let's start with the header. Let's type in here social icons, and here search, logo, menu, Let's save this now and open the index.php file. Here we're going to type in slide, services. Here in the middle we have the sidebar, news, map. Okay, now we can save it. Now in our footer, let's create a paragraph. Very well. Usually, to include a style sheet using only HTML, we must simply create a CSS folder, organize our files in there, and define a link tag. For our WordPress theme, let's do this within our Learn WP folder, which is the folder of our theme. So let's create a new folder here named CSS. Inside the CSS folder, I'm going to create a file called template.css. This time you can choose a different name if you want, okay? There are several ways to load a style sheet into WordPress, but I'm going to show you the most recommended form. The most appropriate way is to create a file named functions.php within our theme. If you look at other themes, such as the 2015, you see that it has a functions.php file as well. If you open that file, you see that it has several functions inside. The functions.php file works as if it was a kind of plugin. However, unlike plugins which work on the whole WordPress site, that is, it affects all themes at once, functions.php only relates to the theme that is currently active. So, whatever function I create within that functions.php, when the 2015 is active, will only apply to the 2015 theme. Likewise, the functions.php file we are going to create will only be valid for the Learn WP theme. What makes this function.php file so different? What is this function? Well, it can contain calls for our style sheets, scripts, sidebars we are going to create, menu functions, thumbnail image settings, whatever different post formats we may have, and we can also create our own specific functions and load them in WordPress. It's a very versatile file. It always comes in handy and I love working with it. If you want to learn a little bit more, you can always do that by opening the functions.php file of another theme. For now, we're going to create our own file to load our own style sheets. But before I talk about what makes all of this magic happen, I will try to explain more or less the dynamics of this whole process. Well, the loading process of a WordPress site is a bit different from most websites. It's not just a simple process since it is accompanied by several moments of execution. WordPress calls them action hooks, and some of these hooks are defined in the WP settings file. If you open that file and look for the term do_action, you'll see several of these hooks. For example, setup theme is fired before the theme is loaded. There are still others like after setup theme, init, WP loaded. The hook that interests us the most in this lesson is WP enqueue scripts. That hook is inside the script loader.php file. In turn, this file is included on line 192 of the WP settings file. And now we have a hook which will help us fire the function responsible for our style sheets. But let's understand this better in practice. Let's create a new file in Sublime Text and name it functions.php. This file will be created inside the Learn WP folder. And before any doubt arises, yes, this file must be called functions.php. Don't forget the letter S at the end of the name, okay? Let's just start the file with the PHP opening tag. But notice that we're just going to open the tag, but we won't close it. And now after that, let's create a PHP function. As you know, a PHP function starts with the word function, followed by the function's name. And our function's name will be load_CSS. scripts. Okay, now the WordPress function that will insert our style sheets into queue is the WP and queue style function. When this function is read, it will load our styles one underneath the other. You can see this later in the source code of the page. For this function to do something, we want to pass some parameters to it. The first one is a handle. And what will the file handle be in the row? Since we have already created a file called template.css, this will be our handle. But it could be any name. As long as you don't repeat those names, that's okay. The second parameter is used to print out the path to our file. There is a WordPress function to that, and it's called getTemplateDirectory_URI. After using that function, we need only say that the style sheet is inside the CSS folder and is named template.css. We concatenate this function to the string /CSS/template.css. The third parameter says whether or not our style sheet has any dependency. That is, if there's any other style sheet that needs to be loaded before our template.css. That is, again, if it depends on some other file. If so, we need to type out the handle of this file inside an array. For example, if there is a style sheet called data, we would pass its name inside an array. Since we have no dependency, we can leave only the array empty. Another argument that the function needs is version. This argument is not required. We can type, for example, 1.0, which will be our style sheet version. The version text will be concatenated with the file name, and again, we can see the version number in the source code. The last parameter is used to let WordPress know what kind of media the CSS file refers to. It could be print, screen, or all. All would be relative to all media types, and it's the most common value. Very well, but it's not enough to just declare the function. No functions runs automatically within WordPress. We must first add this function to an action associating it with some hook. Therefore, we are going to associate our load scripts function with a hook called WP and queue scripts so that it can actually be executed. To join the hook to the function, we're going to use another WordPress function called add_action. You see this feature being used many times in WordPress. First, we have to inform the name of the action hook, which in our case will be WP and queue scripts. And then the function that is going to be executed, which is the one we just created. So what's going on here? In summary, we have created our load scripts function. Inside it, we call the function that enqueues our style sheets, called template.css, whose path is this one here. It has no dependency, its version is 1.0, and it applies to all types of media. The add_action function adds a new action within the WordPress execution. Then the WordPress page will load, and as soon as it loads, we have several hooks available. One of those hooks is called WP and queue scripts. We take advantage of this hook and have a function executed on it called load_scripts, which in turn includes our style sheet. Wow, amazing, no? But none of this is possible if you don't require a function called WP_head within our header.php file. It needs to be placed before the head tag ends. So let's open the PHP tag here and type in WP_head. Without this function, no scripts or style sheets, including those used by WordPress plugins, would be loaded. We can now open our front end and see if everything is working. Let's reload the page. And look here, we have all of the markup we made. If we inspect the code, we'll see that several things that were not here before now are loaded. Check this out. All this code was loaded because of the WP head function. Let's see if our style sheet is in this list. And look, here it is, template.css, with its handle, its path, the version 1.0 that we defined, type of media. And now we can finally test our style sheet out. Let's create a rule for our top bar. Let's just set the color red and a height for that area. So background red, height 70 pixels. Let's once again reload the home page. And it worked perfectly. Now we can style the rest of the page with no problem. Well, that was all for this lesson. In the next lesson we are going to learn how to load our scripts and more. Let's learn in practice how to integrate Bootstrap into the theme, something that many people struggle a little. So don't miss the next class. Until then, happy coding! Hello guys, and welcome to one more lesson. In the last lesson, we started enqueuing our style sheet using the WP enqueue style function inside the functions.php file. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to enqueue our scripts. As I want this lesson to be very effective, let's learn how to enqueue both the style sheet and the Bootstrap JavaScript file. I think most of you already know what Bootstrap is, don't you? But for those who have never heard of it, Bootstrap, as its name suggests, is a kind of library that makes the creation of responsive sites very easy. As this course is not specific about Bootstrap, I will not teach details about it. Despite this fact, you'll end up knowing a lot about how this tool works as we move along the lessons. You see that it's nothing out of this world. Okay, in order to include Bootstrap, we can use that same function we created in the previous lesson that we called load_scripts. You'll need to include a CSS file, which is required, and at least one JavaScript file that it's optional. And it's used to include some Bootstrap plugins like modal boxes, drop-down menus, carousels, tooltips, and many other things. Although it's optional for learning purposes, we're gonna teach how to include the JavaScript file in this lesson too. Well, we are halfway there since we already know how to include a style sheet. Now, how to include the JavaScript file within WordPress? That is the question. But that's easy. We are going to use a function much like the one we used in the last lesson, WP enqueue style. This time, it will be called WP_enqueue_script. Now this function has its own set of arguments. Let's go ahead and meet them. The first parameter is the handle. Let's call this handle bootstrap-js. And the second parameter is also the path on which the file can be found. But like the example we used in the last lesson related to a file that was inside a folder of our own theme, this time we can just type in a link for the Bootstrap JavaScript file. To get this link, we're gonna visit the official Bootstrap page at www.getbootstrap.com. Let's click on Getting Started. And here under Quick Start, we have all the links we need for including Bootstrap. The first one we are going to copy is the link for the JavaScript file. Let's copy this link here, the third one, and paste inside single quotation marks into our code. Okay, the third parameter is called dependency. And pay close attention to this bit of code because here we must type something out. It cannot be empty. And here's a quick explanation. Bootstrap depends on jQuery to work. That is, it doesn't work if jQuery hasn't been loaded before it. This way, it depends on jQuery. To indicate this, let's just type in jQuery inside an array. This instance of jQuery that we are indicating comes from the WordPress library itself. Thus, there is no need to write another line to enqueue any jQuery file. WordPress has already done that for us. You just need to call it here. The first parameter is for the version. We can type in the version of Bootstrap here. In our case, as you are seeing here, the version will be 4.0.0, the first version in Bootstrap 4. Now the last parameter is very important. It points out if we want to insert our JavaScript file within the footer tag, before the closing of the body tag, or inside the HTML head tag. What is it for? Let's take another very practical example. Everyone, once in lifetime, needed to include the Google Analytics script on a site, right? Google always recommends that you include that script before the HTML closing head tag. But if you want, we can use this last parameter and easily include scripts like Google Analytics not before the closing head tag, but at the bottom of the page. To do that, the value of this parameter will be set to true. Notice that by default, its value is false. Bootstrap will also be included on the footer, so let's type in true here. Now we can also include the Bootstrap style sheet. To make this process easier, I'm gonna copy the example we created in the last lesson and replace the values where needed. I'm gonna change the handle, calling it Bootstrap-CSS. I'm gonna copy the CSS file link from the Bootstrap site, which is this one here. There is no dependency this time. The version is also 4.0.0, and this file also refers to all media types. Okay, ready? Now these new files will be enqueued together with our last lesson's file. We can now check if our files are actually enqueued. Let's check the source code of our site and search for Bootstrap. And look, we found the CSS file. Let's do a search now for the JavaScript file. But how strange. How come the JavaScript file is missing? Well, do you remember the WP head function we used in the last lesson? There is a counterpart of it that we can include in the footer.php file, and its name is wp_footer. Let's open up the footer.php file and add this function before the body ending tag. Now if we look for the JavaScript file once again, we see that it's being loaded at the end of the file as we want it to be. Well, that's all for this lesson, and I hope you liked it. In the next lesson, we'll be testing out our first Bootstrap classes, so don't miss it. Until then, bye! Hello guys! In this lesson, we are gonna test our first Bootstrap classes. Let's check if everything we did in the last lesson, when we included Bootstrap 4 in our theme, is really working. Before testing whether Bootstrap is working, we need to add a new tag in the header.php file. That tag is relative to the viewport, which is the visible part of the screen and varies from device to device. The viewport tag ensures that the site content will respond correctly regardless of the viewport. In fact, I already have that tag at hand. To be honest, I just copied the tag from one of the native WordPress themes, and you can do the same. In fact, I recommend that you do the same because it's faster and it's reliable. So let's paste it here. Well, I will not explain in detail what each of these properties mean, but it's important that you include that tag, right? Otherwise, your site may look totally weird on a phone or on a tablet, and we don't want this, okay? So let's go ahead and save this file. And now we can test Bootstrap using this file, the header.php. Let's remove this paragraph because we don't need it anymore. Now, how does Bootstrap work? To help us understand, I'm going to show you an image from the design model website. Well, as you see in the image, briefly, the basis of this tool is a grid system of 12 columns in which we can distribute the content of the site. The content itself is centered within a special class called container, whose size varies according to the device that is used to view the site content. Inside these containers, we have the rows. and those rows can be distributed over 12 columns. All of the sizes are controlled by CSS classes. That's why we've included a new CSS file in our functions file in the last lesson. There is a CSS class for the container, for the row, and for the column sizes. We can also define specific column sizes for large, medium, small, and extra small devices. Great, but let's see that in practice. Let's create a new div tag inside the top bar section. And we want to add the container class to it. That class is specific to Bootstrap. To use it, you just need to add it to the element you want. Within this div, we want to create a new one with the row class. Now let's say that the social media div will have a width of 10 columns in extra large devices, 8 columns in medium-sized and small devices, and a width of 6 columns for extra small devices like smartphones, for example. To do this, let's add the col XL10, col MD8, col SM8, and col 6 classes to the social media icons div. Let's do the same for the search div, but now we want to set another values. For extra large size, we're gonna have 2 columns. For medium and small sizes, 4 columns. And then for the extra small size, 6 columns. Notice that the sum of all columns within the same row never exceeds 12. So 10 and 2 or 6 and 6 equals 12. Let's add another special Bootstrap class to the search div, text right, and this class will cause this div float to the right. We can also add some more rules to the CSS file, which will only help us notice the difference between these two areas here. Let's open up the template.css file and add the following lines. Social media icons, background green, height 30 pixels, search, background yellow, height 30 pixels. Let's save the file and finally preview the changes. And when we reload the page, here it is, everything's working. Each div has the sizes specified and the colors we set. Now if we resize the browser, we see that the columns are stacking correctly as well. It's like magic, isn't it? So you can test that out later on your own if you want, right? For example, you can change the Bootstrap classes, add new ones, you name it. It can be a very good exercise. Well, that's all for now. I hope you liked this lesson, and I see you in the next one. Hey, what's up? Today we're gonna start learning how to create our first menu in WordPress. At the end of the next 2 lessons, you'll have a horizontal menu similar to this one in the layout. Are you ready? So let's get started. Well, so far we have no menu created. So if we head over to the dashboard, appearance menu, you'll notice that we don't have any way to create a menu yet. In order to manage our own menus, we'll have to do something in the functions.php file. This file will help us register our menus so that we can use them in our theme. Before creating a menu, let's create some static pages within WordPress. As this is the first time we will be creating a page or a post in the course, let me just clarify one thing. This course has been created with WordPress version 4. Currently, WordPress is already in version 5. Between the last updates of version 4 and version 5, a new editor emerged in WordPress called Gutenberg. It's a new content creation experience, a little like that of a page builder. However, the existence of a new editor changes very little the way you create themes in WordPress. That is, everything I teach you here in this course remains 100% valid, okay? The only thing you notice is that my page and post editing screens are a little different. If you've never worked with WordPress prior to version 5, you'll notice that my editor is a little different. It is called the Classic Editor. All the tools I use inside the old editor, the Classic Editor, also exist in the new editor, okay? You might just have a little more work to find them. If you have any difficulties, you can contact me and I will be glad to help you out. But from what I've noticed so far, very few students are having trouble finding the tools. Just a warning for those who didn't like the new editor. At the moment I'm recording this video, WordPress is announcing that it will support the Classic Editor until 2022, or as long as it's necessary. So you'd better get used to using the new editor, the Gutenberg editor. At the end of this course, you'll see that I have prepared 7 lessons about the new editor. There I also explain how to get your theme ready to work with it. So I think you'll love it. But for now, let's get on with the lesson. Let's head over to Pages, Add New. Let's create some pages then. The first one is gonna be the home page. For all the pages, I'm gonna just write a minimal description. So this is the home page. Now the blog page. About us. Contact. Now we can start registering our menu. But what do I mean by registering a menu? Well, it means nothing more than logically creating it within WordPress so we can use it later. The first thing we're gonna do is use a WordPress function called register nav menus. Like every function call, it has this parenthesis that opens and closes and a semicolon at the end. This function allows us to define an array, which in a simpler definition is only a list of elements. Why are we going to use an array? Because we can register more than one menu at a time. This is even an exercise you can do yourself. Do you remember that we have 2 menus in our layout? One at the top of the page and another one at the bottom? So I'm going to register one of these menus in this lesson. And your exercise will be register the second menu, okay? What do you think about this exercise? The first element inside this array is gonna be the menu slug. That is to say, a short name for it. I'm gonna create a slug called my_main_menu. Don't forget to write this value with lowercase letters and no spaces. You can use dashes and underscores as I did myself. The value of this element of the array will be the name that will show within the admin area. That is a more friendly name. In our case, it will be main menu. Don't worry, because soon you understand where this value will show, okay? Okay, now an important information. If I add a comma here, I can register a second menu. In fact, I can register multiple menus within the single function. I can add a new slug and a new value. Each menu corresponds to what WordPress calls a position. So I would have a second registered menu position here. But I will not do that now. This will be a little exercise for you guys. So I'll go ahead and delete this for now. And now when I save this file and get back to the dashboard, we're loading the page. If I hover over to the appearance menu, you see that the menus option is now available. When I click on menus, we get to the menu admin area of WordPress. WordPress creates automatically a menu called menu 1. I can stay with this menu, or I can create a new one by clicking on this link above. Let's go ahead and click on this link. I want to give a name for this menu, and the name of it is gonna be top menu. It could also be main menu. Anyway, I'm gonna click on create menu. By the time the menu is created, 2 options will show below. Automatically add new top level pages to this menu. I'm gonna leave this option checked. And this means that the moment I create a new static page, it will automatically be added to my menu. I'll show you this in practice in the next lesson, right? And the checkbox below, display location, is to indicate a menu position in the menu. Remember that we added 2 text strings to the menu when we registered in our functions file. The first one was the slug menu, a key, and the second string was a description for the menu, its corresponding value. The text that we have here corresponds to that second string, that is to say, the menu description. In our case, main menu. If I choose this option, I'll be telling WordPress that the menu I'm creating right now will be relative to the main menu that I've registered in the functions file. So I'll go ahead and click on Save Menu. So, is it over? No, it's not ready yet, because we don't have the menu items yet. You see on the left side that I can choose to add some items to my recently created menu. I have a list of pages, posts, custom links, categories, etc. Here on pages, I have those pages I created earlier in the lesson. Do you remember them? So I'm going to add all these pages to my menu. To do this, I just select one by one and click on this Add to Menu button. I can also reorder the items if I want. Now I need to save the menu once again. And now the menu is ready. Well, it's ready at least in the admin area, because this is not enough to have our menu displayed on the front end yet. Let's visit the home page, refresh the page, and you can see that we don't have any menu here yet. Only this word menu and nothing else. So what more do we need? Well, we need to indicate in the header.php file that the menu created in the admin and registered in the functions file will be positioned in this specific place here. But that will be a subject for the next lesson. So, see you later! Hey, what's up guys? In the last lesson, we learned how to register our menus using the functions.php file. In today's lesson, we're gonna continue this process, teaching you how to position the menu in the theme. So here we go! Let's open up our header.php file, which is where we decided that our menu will stay. It's gonna stay right here in place of the word menu. Before doing this, let's style a bit our header.php file using the Bootstrap classes, since we already know how to do that, right? Here inside the menu area section, let's create a new container. Inside it, we want to create a new div with the class row. And before this row, we're gonna create a div with the class align. Later in the course, you will understand what this class is for. And now for the logo section, let's add the following classes for the columns. co-md2, co-sm12, col12. Let's also add the text center class so that the logo is centered in small and extra small devices. This last class will make sense at the end of the course when we add our logo. For the main menu nav tag, we're gonna add the following classes: col-md10, text right. Notice that we will not be using the small and extra small sizes, not even the extra large sizes. The extra small columns are omitted because at the end of the course, we will be installing a responsive menu. So once the regular menu will disappear in smaller screen devices replaced by the responsive menu, we don't need to add those classes. But you'll understand it better when we get there, okay? Let's go ahead and save that and go back to the front end and check those changes. Okay, as you can see, the elements are already positioned according to what we defined. Let's go back to the file. Now, in place of the word menu, I'm gonna call a WordPress function that will finally position the menu we created in the last lesson. This function is wp_nav_menu. So we open and close the parentheses and place a semicolon at the end. Now here inside the parentheses, we're gonna add our menu position. Do you remember what a menu position is? It's that information we create in the functions file when we register a menu. It's slug. Let's add an array here. And in this array, let's pass some arguments. The most important of these arguments is the one called theme_location. Pay close attention to this underscore, okay? My Brazilian students are very confused about this until this day. Some of them type a hyphen instead of underscore, and this can lead to unexpected results, so watch out. The theme_location is nothing more than the slug of our menu. Let's go back to the functions file and copy this slug for the main menu. This function accepts several other arguments. For example, you can define a class for the menu, a container, a value for before and after the menu, the amount of levels that this menu will have. But you can see more details about the other arguments in the link that is provided in this lecture by clicking on the resources available button here on the top left. For example, you can create a Bootstrap menu by modifying arguments for this function. Unfortunately, as this would take too long to be explained, we're not going to address this topic in the course. We'll be using a plugin to create a responsive menu that will be great too, I promise. But for a basic implementation of a menu in WordPress, the theme location argument is enough. So let's save this file and let's look at how our site is getting. So keep your fingers crossed. Okay, perfect. We have our menu. Finally, great. It's still pretty simple, but it's already working. Now remember that we said that the new static pages would automatically be added to the menu? So let's see if this really works. Let's go back to the dashboard. And let's create a new page. Let's call it testing. And refresh the page. Okay, look, the new page has been automatically added to the menu. Right, but let's remove this page from the menu because we don't need it here. Click on this little arrow and we can choose to remove it. Save the options and we refresh the page once again. Very well. There is only one small detail missing. This menu is all vertical, but we want the menu to be horizontal. How do we do that? Well, the easiest way is to create a CSS rule that can change the display of each list elements of this menu. Let's go over to the CSS file. Let's create a rule for our main menu element. This rule will be applied to each element of the another list. So main -menu ULLI display inline. Of course, there are other ways to do this, but for now, let's just apply this rule. Let's save the file and refresh our page. And look, now the menu is horizontal as we wanted. Since we're using Bootstrap's text right class, it's also right aligned. So Marcelo, does that mean that if I click on one of these menu items, I can already go to the desired page? Well, let's go ahead and click. It didn't open anything different, and the page remains in the same place. The explanation for this is quite simple. For now, the only thing we did was create a menu. We have not yet defined what will appear in this dynamic area of the site when we click on each menu item. This is what we're gonna do in the next lessons. So don't miss the next lessons, as we're gonna learn about one of the most essential concepts of a WordPress theme, WordPress loop. So I'll wait for you in the next lessons. Until then, happy coding! Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to one more lesson. In today's lesson, you're gonna learn what is the famous WordPress loop and how it works. Before we really get into the explanation of what the loop is, I'm going to show you what I've prepared to streamline this lesson. So here in the index.php file, I have already added the classes related to Bootstrap. You can see here that I just added the containers, rows, and columns related classes for each section of the file. You have already learned how to do that in the previous lessons. Thus, I really don't think there's any more secret for you here. Here in the footer.php file, I've created a div called copyright, also inside the Bootstrap structure. So there's nothing really new here, only HTML tags and CSS classes. And we have created a new menu too. This was left as an exercise in our last lesson, remember? And see if your solution looks like mine. If it's not, you can pause this video and correct it, or you can copy these lines of code from the files available for download. As you know, they are all available in the first section of this course. In my case, the menu slug is footer_menu, but yours may have a different name, no problem, as long as this slug is the same as defined in the functions file. So this slug here must be the same as the string we have here. I also added this new menu in the CSS file, so it will display inline as well. Another thing we did was create in the administration 3 new posts. These are only simple posts with some dummy content. Each of them are within some categories, which I have also created, and they have a couple of tags too. This will help us show the post content, which is the purpose of today's lesson. You should then create your own posts, okay? I believe you know how to do that. Just go over to the post menu and create your post there. That said, let's move on to today's lesson. Today, we're gonna learn how to make our theme more dynamic. It will be then the first time something will really happen when we click on any link and change the content of posts and pages. So, what is the WordPress loop? If you look at the WordPress codex, we will find the explanation there. So here, the WordPress theme says that the loop is a PHP code used by WordPress to display posts. And here's a key question. What do we mean by posts? Posts are not just the regular posts, but static pages are considered to be posts too. For example, the About Us page, the Contact page, etc. Using the loop, WordPress processes each post to be displayed on the current page and formats it according to how it matches specified criteria within the loop tags. Within the loop, we can tell WordPress to show the title of each post, the content of the entire post, or a snippet of this content, the tags used, the categories of these posts. All this is done with a combination of HTML tags and PHP commands. Any HTML or PHP code in the loop will be processed on each post. Then it will serve as a template to display our posts. Well, to illustrate what this loop will be in practice, let's open the WordPress Themes repository page. Here on the page, I want to find a theme called Fluida. And here it is. I'll go ahead and click on More Info, and then on Preview. At the top of the theme, there are several examples of what a loop looks like. But let's scroll down to the bottom of the page. This region shown here, which shows the category, the post title, the author, the publication date, an excerpt from the post, an ellipsis, and a link that leads to the full post, as you can see, is repeated in several other parts of the site. All of this can be created inside the WordPress loop. Let's go back to Sublime then. We'll be creating our loop right here where we have the word news. Let's make some space here. And let's start creating the loop inside PHP tags. Let's start by saying the following. If WordPress have any posts, if have posts, we want WordPress to do something. While there are posts, do something else. So while have posts, and that something else is simply bringing the post for us. The post. So while have posts, the post. Let's just type in some comments to make it easier to understand what is going on. So if you have any posts published, while WordPress can find those posts, it will show them on screen, regardless of how many posts are found in the database. Later on, we'll see that we can even control the amount of posts returned by the database. And those posts will be called here, in this exact space here, but according to some format. And that format, we're gonna define it soon. But in case no post was found, we have to predict this too. Let's reopen the PHP tag here below. Let's end the while command, which we started up here. And just below, we're gonna use the else command to determine what will happen if no posts are found. So let's open a paragraph below. Or something like that. And finally, let's close out the if block that we started here. And if. So let's recap. I want this to be very clear to you, okay? We started the dynamic area telling WordPress to check for posts in the database. For now, let's not worry about the kind of posts that will be returned. If there are posts, then we start our loop. In fact, the loop itself goes from this while statement here to the end while. While posts are found in the database, we'll tell WordPress to show each post found one at a time. So let's say that 2 posts are found. The data from this first post will be loaded and shown on the screen according to a specific format, which we have not yet defined, but we will soon. The code will reach the end while portion and check that there is still 1 post left to be loaded. It will then go back up here, starting a new loop, and load the data from the second post. When there are no more posts, the loop comes to its end and the code continues on. In our case, the code will continue running and reach this portion here, where later on we'll have a map, and the story goes on. I know it's a wonderful gear, I must agree. But if there are no posts to display, the loop doesn't even start running. The code jumps directly to the else block and shows this small message here. Okay, but the way it is at the moment, our code still doesn't show any content on the screen. We still need to define how we want the post to be presented. So we need to add a new HTML markup here and then display the content for each HTML tag dynamically using some WordPress functions. WordPress has some built-in functions to print the post title, the author, the tags, the publication date, and several other informations from posts. WordPress simply calls them template tags. There are a large number of them, but for this lesson we are going to use only the main ones. Let's start by creating an HTML article tag. Within this article, we are going to create an H2 tag, since H1 tags will already be used in the headers of each section. Just below a paragraph, let's type in here, posted in, by, and 3 more paragraphs below this. In this first one, I want to type in categories, and later on we'll see what the last 2 paragraphs are for. Okay, the first content we want here is the post title. To do this dynamically, we need to use a WordPress function called the title. So let's type in here the underscore title within the PHP tags. For the date, we're going to use another function called getTheDate. But in order for it to work, we have to echo it out. Here's a tip for you guys. Usually, WordPress functions that start with the word get need to be echoed out. They're only used to retrieve a certain value, but don't display that value on the screen. To show it, we need to use the PHP echo command. Now we want to show a link that can be used to take us to the author's page for that particular post. And for this, let's use the author post link function. For categories, we use a template tag called the category. One of the things I forgot to say is that some of these functions accept parameters that we can pass inside the parentheses. This function called the category is one of them. The first parameter that this function accepts is a separator. Since posts in WordPress can belong to more than one category, if you want to separate the names of all categories by a space, we can type out a space inside single quotation marks. And this corresponds to the first parameter of the function, which is the separator. Now, in the next paragraph, let's make a list of tags. The function this time is the tags. It also accepts parameters. The first one is any text that will be shown before the list of tags. Let's type in here tags. And the second is the separator. Let's use a comma as a separator, okay? And finally, the last paragraph will be used to show the post content itself, which is everything we insert into the big post editing area. For this, let's call a function named the content. Now the format is complete and we can see if our first loop will actually work. Keep your fingers crossed and we want to refresh the front end. And here it is, our loop is working. You realize that, as I told you, the loop was executed 3 times, bringing 3 posts from the database, each of them with the format that we defined. Let's go ahead and inspect one of them. And look, we have the article and within it, the content of each post, with title, publication date, author link, content. Here in the content, you see that we have a list of categories. When we have more than one, there is a space separating each item. Same thing for the comma-separated list of tags. Now there's one more test. What happens when there's no post to be shown? Let's do this. Let's go back to the dashboard. Send all posts to trash. And let's refresh our page again. And perfect. Now, as no published post has been found, we have this message popping up. Well, let's restore our posts as we will need them for the next lessons. Well, but we still have 2 big problems to solve here. The first one you'll notice when we click the links to each page of the site. For example, if I click here on About Us, notice that we also have a loop here, and the loop is printing out the post title, which in this case is the page title, since pages are also considered types of posts by WordPress. We have here the word categories, but we don't have any category because pages don't have categories, publication date, author, and the page content. The same thing happens if you click on blog or on contact. But that's not what we want. We want the content of these inner pages to be different. Let's go to the second problem. The homepage shows us a list of posts. This listing should only appear on the blog page. However, the blog page currently only shows the content we've included on a page called blog. That is, the role of these two pages is totally inverted. To solve this, we go over to our dashboard, settings menu, reading. Now here where it says front page displays, let's say that the home page will show a static page. This page is gonna be our home page. And the post page is gonna be the blog page. Let's go ahead and save this. And now, when we visit the home page, we see the contents of that WordPress static page called home. And when we click on blog, we have a listing of all the posts. Great, that's all for this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it, and I also hope you feel like you learned something new today. But as ever, it doesn't end here. In the next lesson, we'll have more. Until then, happy coding! Hello guys! In the last lesson, we started learning how to create our first WordPress loop. We learned what a loop is and what are the advantages of using it within WordPress themes. The WordPress loop was responsible for creating this section here, which shows one of our posts, and actually this is a page, and also this post link on the blog page. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to make some pages look different, since not all of the pages on a site will be created equal. So, just a quick recap. In the last lesson, we had a problem yet to be solved. When we visit the home page, for example, we see that it brings to us a static page showing empty categories. The same thing happens on the About Us page and on the Contact page. But we want things to look different. The home page is gonna be very different from the other pages. It's gonna have a sidebar, a new section, services, a slide, a map. On the other hand, the About Us page is not gonna have any of that. There will be no sidebar, no slide, no map. But how are we gonna do that? Well, we have to bring to you a new concept called template pages. There are two ways we can create such template pages. One of them is creating new PHP files with the name of our pages in it. For example, if I want to create a specific page just to load the About Us page, so that it looks totally different from the other pages, I will have to create a specific file just for the About Us page. The same goes for the Contact page and for our home page, as I'm gonna show you now. The home page is showing content created in the administration, coming from a static page called home, but it must be different. Let's go over to our Sublime text, and we wanna create inside the theme folder a new file. Let's save it. And here is the magic. The name of this file needs to be page hyphen and the slug of the page to which this file refers to. If you're wondering where you can find that slug, I'm gonna show you right now. So you can find it when we edit the page, right here. The only exception is the page set to be the home page. You can't see its slug here, but the slug is home. So for the home page, this name is gonna be page-home.php. If it were for the About Us page, it will be page-about-us.php. Since about-us is the slug for the About Us page. What we want to be shown on this home page? Well, to make this faster, let's copy the contents of the index.php file. The new file will still have a call to the getHeader function, the getFooter function, and in the middle, a dynamic area. Let's go ahead, select and copy everything. Let's paste everything in here. And just for you to notice the difference, we're going to delete that loop and create a paragraph in its place. Let's save and reload the page. Look, see that this page is already different from the others. This is a page we created using a specific file called page-home.php. This page will have a logo, services, sidebar, map, copyright. The way is defined in our initial layout, remember? But what about the About Us page? What can we do to create it? We can use the same strategy I just taught, that is creating a file with the page name in it. This name would be page-about-us.php. So let's create this file. Let's copy the same content from the index.php file. And to make this page look different, we want to delete the div tags and sections we don't want on this page. Let's delete this content. Now, when we refresh the page, you'll see that it will be totally different. Now, the About Us page, as well as the home and blog pages are different. Another way to do the same thing we just did is to create a template page file. The difference between creating a template file and a file with the page name, for example, page about us, page home, etc., is that template pages can be reused as often as we want for whatever pages we want. For example, I could create a page template that could serve at the same time for both the About Us page and for the contact page. In doing so, these two pages would have an identical structure. I'm not saying that the content will be the same. Many people struggle a little to understand that. The content won't be the same, but the positioning of the elements, for example, will be the same. For example, if a page has a left sidebar, the other page will also have a left sidebar. But the content of those sidebars can be totally different. We'll see a concrete example of this, but in the next lesson. For now, as an exercise, you can go ahead and try to create a PHP template page for the contact page. Do you think you can do that? I think so. Think of this only as an exercise, okay? Since we'll be adopting another strategy to create both the contact and the About Us page in our next lesson. So until then, happy coding! Hello again! So continuing where we left off, in this lesson we're gonna learn how to create template pages but in a different way. We're gonna adapt this strategy for both the contact and the About Us pages. Are you ready? So let's go! Let's start by removing this file here, page-about-us.php, since it will not be useful to us any longer. And now let's create another file with a very different structure. Still within our themes folder, we're gonna save this file and its name is gonna be general-template.php. Let's use a comment structure that WordPress automatically identifies as a template page. As the name implies, this file will serve as a template. The advantage of this template is that it can be reused, as we'll see. Let's start by opening the PHP tags. Inside them, we want to create a comment. Let's type in here template name. Let's call it general template. That is, it will serve any kind of pages I want. But if you want to give another name to your template, go ahead and do that. Well, how will the structure of this general template look like? Again, let's grab a copy of our index.php file. And let's paste the content we've just copied into the new template file. Okay, we can now start excluding the sections and div tags we don't want in this template. We can even exclude the Bootstrap row, since we will have only a single column that will span the entire width of the page. So we don't need column classes as well. For now, let's add a paragraph below this article tag. Now let's go back to the admin and edit some pages. For example, I'm gonna edit the About Us page. And here we'll notice something we didn't have before. On the right side, here in the page attributes, a field called template appears. And as the template page, we have the default template option, which is now selected. Just a parenthesis in this explanation. What is this default template, you may ask? Every time you hear this name, default template, you have to think of the index.php file. This file is always considered by WordPress as the default template, hence its importance. Whenever WordPress doesn't know how to display content in the front end, it will use the default template, that is, the index.php file. It's a fallback file, very important to WordPress themes, okay? Now, closing out the parentheses and coming back, we can say that this page is going to use a different template page, not the default one based on the index.php file. If we click here, we see that we now have the template we created called General Template. Let's do this and update this page. Now on the front end, reload that. You see that the page structure is shown according to the content we have in the general template.php file. Notice the paragraph we created for reference, for example. So let's do the same thing for the contact page. Let's go back to the dashboard, edit the page, and inside it, let's choose again the template page we created. This is the greatest advantage of this strategy. I've just created one file that serves as a template, and this template can be reused on whatever pages I want, whenever I want. And of course, I can create as many template pages I want. In fact, I want to show you something curious. Most of the themes you download from the WordPress repository have several templates. For example, you can choose between a template page without a sidebar, another template with a sidebar, another one with 3 columns, etc. This can vary from theme to theme. Also, most of the themes that call themselves multi-purpose themes adopt this strategy. For example, this theme here. It's multi-purpose because it allows the site owner to choose between different homepage templates. For example, this homepage here that we're seeing now looks different from this shop homepage template. But in fact, the inner pages, for example, the 404 error page, it's always the same. We can achieve this by creating different template page files to be used on a static homepage. But let's go back to our theme. So let's go ahead and update this page here and see how it's shown in the front end. Look at this. The contact page now has a template which is identical to the About Us page. That's because they use the same page template called the general template. As I told you earlier, only the structure is the same. The content itself is not. For example, each one has a different page title, but they are both in the same space, same font color, font size, etc. The other pages, however, follow another logic. Now that we have our template page up and running, let's make it look a little better. From this loop, we'll be removing the publication date, the author, the categories, and the tags, since pages don't have these items. Let's save this file. So let's add some dummy content inside these pages. And update again. Okay, that's it. Now any content we add on these pages will have a similar layout since they follow the same template. And now finally all of our pages look different. We have the About Us page and the Contact page that follow a template page structure. The blog page that has the post list and follows the default template, that is the index.php file. And the home page, which follows the contents of a file called page-home.php. But Marcelo, could I turn the page-home.php file into a template file as well? Yes, for sure. In fact, many themes do this. It depends on your liking. Now, at least you know how to use all these tools available. Choose the one you like the best, or the one that makes the most sense for your theme, and apply it. In fact, you can go ahead and turn your page-home.php file into a template file, but just for the sake as an exercise, since we'll still need that file. In the next lesson, we'll come back talking about another subject. We're gonna learn what a theme support is. Until then, happy coding! Hello guys! In this lesson, we're going to talk about a very powerful feature of WordPress called theme support. So, what is a theme support? Well, let's first take a look at the theme. We'll see that visually it's still quite simple. We have no logo, no header, etc. Theme support is a WordPress function that allows us to customize many aspects of our theme. In fact, it comes in handy for those who want to allow the client or the user of the theme to make specific changes to the theme, even though your client or your user don't have any programming knowledge. Let's start by going over to the dashboard. If we head over to the appearance menu, we can see only a few basic options here. Ever since you install WordPress, you can see these same options, so we have nothing new here. At the end of today's lesson, we'll have a couple of new options here. They will allow us to make some customizations to the theme through the dashboard. To begin with, let's open up our functions file. The first thing we're gonna do is create a new function. That function has nothing to do with theme support necessarily, but it will help us organize the code a bit more. Let's call this function learnwp_config. And here we will be concentrating all the code that has any relation with the theme configuration itself. So for example, I'm gonna move all the code related to the menus and paste it within this new function. Let's call a new add action and say that this new function will be triggered on a hook called after setup theme. But this time we're gonna pass a last parameter to this function. This parameter handles the priority of execution for this function, which will be 0. In this way, everything we create here within this function will be executed whenever the after setup theme hook is available. I have already explained to you the dynamics of this mechanism in previous lessons, so I'm not going to explain that again, right? Okay, now that we have everything in place, we can start talking about the theme support. Well, the add theme support function is quite versatile. If we visit the WordPress codex, we'll see that it allows you to add theme support to various features. We can enable post formats, post thumbnails, custom background, custom header, and many other features. All of these features are not enabled by default in WordPress, but can greatly enrich our theme when you add them. We're gonna start by adding theme support to custom headers. They will be very useful to us as they will help us make the theme inner pages a little bit more different and with a more attractive look. So let's get started. Let's just add a new line inside the function we just created. So add theme support, and inside the parentheses we want to pass the type of theme support we want to add. In this case it will be custom-header. Most features can also contain additional arguments. In the case of custom headers, we can pass arguments such as a height and a width for the header image. We can do this by creating an array of arguments. Let's call it args and pass the following arguments: height 225 and width 1920. With the array created, we can pass it as a second parameter to this add theme support function. Notice that height and width are just two of the many arguments we can pass to this function. You can see all of them in the codex, okay? And the link is available as an additional resource for this lecture. Go ahead and save that. And now head over to the admin area. Refresh the page. And we now see that under appearance, we've got a new option, which is this one here, header. Let's click here. And the screen that will open is a very interesting feature of WordPress called the Theme Customizer. If you have already customized a theme in WordPress, possibly you are aware that this tool exists. We'll learn how to create more advanced controls with this tool at the end of our course. For now, you'll notice that this option here allows us to customize the theme header. This option is also available because we have just enabled support for header images in our theme. So here we have some instructions. We say that our theme recommends a header size of 1920 by 225 pixels, precisely the values that we pass to our function, remember? Let's go ahead and click here to add a new image. Upload any large image. In this case, our image is at least 1920 pixels wide. As we want the uploaded image with a height of at most 225 pixels, we see the screen here that asks us to crop the image first. So let's do that and click on this blue button. Let's repeat the process and choose 3 more images. A quick tip for you guys. One thing we can do to make our header images more dynamic is to randomize them. For this, we just click on this button here. And now we can save and publish our changes. Good, but it's not over yet. If we visit the home page and refresh the page, we won't see our header image anywhere. And why that? Because we still need to tell WordPress where we want the header image to appear. Well, the first question we have to answer is to which pages in our theme or to which page types we want to add an image header. Okay, let's assume we want a header in all pages that use the general template, which for now are the About Us page and the Contact page, and on all pages that use the default template as well. So the home page will not have a header. There are 2 files that we need to change: general template.php and index.php. That is, the only template file that will be left out is pagehome.php. So let's start with the index.php file. Let's open it. And the header will be placed right here between the getHeader function call and our first div tag. Visually, it will be positioned here, where you see this red line. Let's go back to Sublime Text. As I want to get ahead, I'm gonna paste here a code snippet for the header image call. This code can be found on the Codex page, whose link is also available as an additional resource for this lecture. I'm just pasting it here so the explanation can get a little faster. So what does this code mean? First, we have an HTML image tag. The image source is returned by a function called header image. It will bring to us the full path for our image. Since our image is random, with each page load, that source will be changed dynamically. To add a height and a width for the header image, we use the PHP echo command to print out the height and width properties of the image in the stack. The function that returns these values to us is this one here, called Get Custom Header. Now, when you save this file, we can check if the blog page is gonna load the header image. So let's go over to our browser, refresh the page, and look at this. Now we have a header image. As this image is random, possibly when we refresh the page again, we will have a new image. And here it is, another header image. But notice, however, that the image is too large for the page. It is generating a horizontal scroll bar. That's pretty bad, so let's fix that. Let's add another Bootstrap class called img-fluid. It will make the image in question become responsive. We type in here class equals img-fluid, save and refresh the page. Okay, ready. Now we don't have that horrible scroll bar down here. Cool, isn't it? Now that we know what to do, let's repeat the process for the pages that use the general template. Let's copy this image tag here. Open up the general templates.php file and paste the code there too, in the same location below this get header. Save the file. Now click on this link, and here we are. We also have a responsive header here. Same thing for the contact page. Very good. Finally, our theme is getting more professional and attractive. Don't you think so? In the next lesson, we will continue to add theme support and work with thumbnails. See you then. Hey, what's up? Welcome back again. As mentioned in the last lesson, in today's lesson, we will continue to talk about the add theme support function. In the last lesson, we declared support for custom headers. And in this new lesson, we are going to talk about thumbnails. Well, to begin this lesson, I want to show you one of the themes available for download in the WordPress repository. Themes like this one are very good for understanding what are thumbnails and how we can use them in WordPress. As you can see, this is a kind of news portal. It is divided into several sections, and for each section, we got loops with the posts and the featured image in them. There are moments when this image is very small, others a little bigger. Altogether, in this theme, it seems like there are 4 or 5 different image sizes. These images here are what WordPress calls thumbnails. The question here is, how can we add those images, those thumbnails, to a WordPress post? If we look at our current blog listing here on the blog page, we'll see that our loop has only text content, nothing else. At the same time, if we go over to the dashboard and open some of those posts, for example, let's open up this post here, we'll see that there is no place here in the editor where we can include a thumbnail, that is, an image that represents this particular post and differentiate it from the others. And this is what we're gonna do in this lesson. So let's go back to Sublime Text, and we wanna open our functions file, continuing where we left off in the last lesson. Well, to add thumbnail support, we gotta use the same function we used in the last lesson called add theme support, except this time we're gonna be passing a new argument. So, still within our configuration function, let's type in add theme support and pass a new argument in here. In single quotes, as a string, let's type in post-thumbnails. Marcelo, can I add this add theme support out of this configuration function? Yes, you can. But as I want my code to be well organized, I'll be writing it right inside this function. When we save this file and return to the post editor, refresh the page, we can see that here on the right side we have a new box. WordPress calls these boxes meta boxes. And now I have a link that allows me to choose a featured image for my post. Let's go ahead and click here and see how it works. Go ahead and upload any image. And to set it as a featured image for this post, I need to click on this blue button. Now you can see that it will appear here in the meta box as a featured post image. Go ahead and update the post. And I'm gonna do the same for the other posts. So far, so good. I just updated the last post with the featured image. What are we going to do now? Well, let's check our post list to see what we have until now. Reload the page and nothing happened. And why that? Well, the answer is always the same. We need to make clear in our files where we want the featured image to appear. In our case, we want it to be positioned between the title and the publication date floating to the left. But before explaining this to you, I want to explain how WordPress controls the size of thumbnails and what a thumbnail really means for WordPress. If we head over to Settings, Media, we see that there is a space where we can define the size of all images. The first item is thumbnail size. By default, the size is 150 by 150. That is a square thumbnail. Then we have the medium size, which has a maximum width of 300 pixels, large size maximum width of 1024 pixels, and there is still an intermediate size that is not showing up here in the list. Today, we're gonna learn how to have greater control over these sizes. You see that it's quite simple. It will be something that probably the author of this theme here must have done. I say this even without looking at the code, since as you can see, there are 4 or 5 different image sizes throughout the theme. Of course, we can make a couple of changes, even here in the WordPress admin. For example, if you want all the small size images to have a maximum of 100 pixels, we can define this here. But we can have even more control. This is the great advantage of knowing how to create themes ourselves. Let's see how we can do it. For this, we're gonna edit our index.php file, which is the default template and is the file that is generating this post listen. But the basic idea that I'm going to present to you can be used whenever you want to include post thumbnails. First, let's find out where exactly we want to include a thumbnail. In our case, it's gonna be placed between that H2 tag and the publication date. Here, we want to call a function inside the PHP tags. This function is called the post thumbnail. Okay, after that, we can save the file. Let's reload the page. And look, we have the featured image for the first item, for the second, for the third. But notice, however, that each image has a different size. Some of them are so big that they generate this horrible scroll bar. So why does it happen? Simply because we need to tell WordPress what thumbnail size we want. Let's go back to the index.php file and let's do it then. Well, as we've seen in the WordPress admin area, there are 4 predefined image sizes. We have the thumbnail itself, that is the smallest featured image size for a post. We have the medium sizes, large sizes, and also full size. Let's pass the first image size inside parentheses, and that will be thumbnail. Now, when we reload the page, we can see that all images have the same size. This size is the default size of the thumbnail, 150 by 150 pixels. So, what is happening here? Well, the moment we upload an image, WordPress creates several copies of the same image, each one with a specific size. If we expand the uploads folder, we'll see that for the same file, there is the original image, an image of 150 by 150, another image with a maximum width of 300 pixels, 768 pixels, and 1024 pixels. This helps us choose the correct size of the featured image to be used. If, for example, I choose the medium size, I will end up with an image with a maximum width of 300 pixels. We can also choose the large, which will be a slightly larger size, or full, that is the original image, full width, not cropped. But the whole thing doesn't stop here. We can be even more specific and create new image sizes on the fly. For example, let's say that in that position of the page I need an image that has 275 by 275 pixels. For this, we need to create an array inside our function and separated by commas. We're gonna pass the width and the height that we want. Look at this. Now the image is slightly bigger. And this is just the beginning. If you visit the codex, you can find even more advanced examples. Well, to finish out, we're going to apply some CSS to the images, because we want our images to look a bit better. First of all, let's inspect this element. Notice here that the featured image in WordPress automatically receives a class called WP Post Image. We can create a new CSS rule based on this class. Let's suppose, for example, that it will flow to the left. And it will have the following margin values. And we can also say that the article tags will have a different display. This will cause the article tag to display one underneath the other, separated by a space. Okay, now we have a slightly more acceptable look. And I think that's all for this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it. As I told you, we just scratched the surface of this argument that adds thumbnail support. There is much more to be learned in the codex, so don't be lazy. Go ahead and take a look at the WordPress documentation, okay? So peace out, guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll wait for you in our next lesson. Bye! Hey all, Marcelo here again. In this lesson, we're gonna learn about a very important function which will accompany you all the time during your career as a WordPress developer. And the name of it is getTemplatePart function. Let's get straight to the point and open up our index.php file. Well, anyone who has at least basic knowledge of PHP knows that we use a command called require in order to include files within another file. In WordPress, we have something similar, which is the getTemplatePart function. It works much like PHP require, including template parts inside another template file. To exemplify how this function works, I'm gonna cut out this HTML article, which repeats itself inside the loop, and paste its contents inside another file. Let's create a folder inside the themes folder called template-parts. Here, let's create a file called content.php. And inside it, let's paste in the code we cut before. Let's go back to index.php. Right now, if I write something here in place of that article, that content will repeat according to the number of times the loop runs. For example, let's add a paragraph here. And notice that this paragraph will repeat here a few times. Every single repetition corresponds to the number of posts found on the database, brought to us by the WordPress loop. Now, if I want to bring the content that it's now inside the new content.php file, we need to use the getTemplatePart function. This is a very useful function. You'll often use it when you develop your WordPress themes. So let's call it here instead of the paragraph. Well, first, how does it work? This function has two parameters. The first one is always required. And the WordPress Codex has a somewhat complicated explanation for this function, but I will try to make it simple. The first parameter we pass is the file name we want to call without the PHP extension. In our case, this will be template-parts/content, since our content.php file is inside the template parts folder. Let's suppose that it's not inside any folder. Then we will just have the word content, okay? The second parameter is optional. We won't use it now, but it will be very useful in the next lesson when we'll talk about post formats. Let's save that. And now let's go back to our theme. Look, now the content of the theme is again complete. But then you might ask me, but why do I have to use that? I didn't see any difference. The theme didn't get any faster. Anyway, it seems that nothing happened, Marcelo. Really, apparently nothing happened, but we made way to use several very important programming concepts here. First, do not repeat yourself. That is, don't create lines and more lines of code when you can write much less and get the same result. Also, by doing what we did here, we will have a cleaner code, one that will be easier to understand by other developers, which is recommended in any WordPress theme. We changed several lines with HTML content and moved to another location, leaving the code shorter, easier to be read. Well, it just scratched the surface of this new function. In the next lesson, we'll come back and we're gonna show an even more practical use for it. So, see you later. Hello guys, welcome to a new lesson. Today it's time to talk about another valuable feature that we can add to our theme. Let's talk about post formats. Post formats are one of the features that you can optionally add to your theme, making it even more attractive to the end user. But in case you never heard about them, I really like to explain everything in detail and visually. So let's go over to our browser. Here in the blog listing page, you can see that all the post entries appear in much the same way. Actually, we always have the same structure repeated several times. Here we have a featured image for the post, the title, and the other elements that we defined in the loop. By the way, you certainly remember that this loop is coming from the file called index.php. All of the post entries look the same precisely because we have only one loop structure, which is repeated as many times as necessary. But what if I want this listing to be different, depending on the post content or on the post category? For example, let's suppose that for all posts in the web design category, we wanted to show only a single image. I mean, no text, only one image as the post content. And for the social media category, we could have something different. For example, we could only show a video with some tutorial, for example. And we could go further. Let's say that all the headings of the web design category posts would have different color and style. And the same for items in the social media category. The post formats are available from WordPress 3.1 and help us make the differentiation that we want. WordPress currently works with 9 post formats. According to the codex, we can have the following post formats. We can have an aside, which is similar to a Facebook note update. We also have gallery post formats, link, image, quote, status, video, audio, and chat transcripts. We also have the standard WordPress post formats that you understand better later on this lesson. For this lesson, we're gonna use 3 of these post formats. The default one, video, and image. Knowing how to use these formats, the others will come naturally to you, okay? So let's get started. Let's open up our functions file again, and let's add another support to the theme. This time we're gonna pass the string post-formats to the function, okay? If you only do that and open any post for editing, we'll see something that was not there before. Let's open one of the posts here. Notice here on the right side, we have a new meta box. And it's quite strange because it's still empty. Surely you should have seen this on some other theme, but not empty, of course. This meta box should be displaying a couple of new options, but it's not. Those options are for you to define what kind of content you are currently creating. For example, if it's a video post or an image post or an audio post, etc. If you want to display those options, we have to pass some more arguments to the function we just created. So let's go back to our file and pass these arguments. Fortunately, this is very very easy. We just create an array within the function and type in which post formats we want to enable. Notice that we are talking about the theme as a whole, not just a specific post. Let's say then that throughout the theme, the following post formats will be allowed: video, image. Let's save that. Let's go back to our editing area and reload the page. Now we have 3 new options inside the meta box: standard, video, and image. This post format called standard has a special meaning. It's the default option and means that no specific post format is being indicated. Well, now we can start playing around with our posts. I can go ahead and create a lot of new posts, and for each post I'm gonna choose a different post format. I'm gonna create 6 new posts here, 2 posts for each category and for each post format. I'm gonna pause the video for a moment, and when we come back, I'm gonna show you what I've done. So we have these 2 new posts at the top. Let's open the first one. This post belongs to the social media category. I defined that for this category, all posts will have the video post format and will only contain 1 video as a content. I just grabbed a link from any YouTube video and paste it here in the post editor. And I did the same for the other post from the same category. Now back to the post table. Let's open a post from the web design category. For the 2 posts in this category, I defined that the post format will be image, and their content will be just a single image. The idea would be that posts in the social media category would represent only a video tutorial, and posts from the web design category would only show an image. It could be, for example, a portfolio image, but that's just a hypothetical use case, just to illustrate the possibility of using post formats. In real life, the user of the theme or the site owner is the one who will define if he or she wants to use this feature and for what reason, okay? The other 2 remaining posts in the web development category will have a standard post format. They will not present anything different. Notice that we can easily identify the post format in the table with these 2 little icons here next to the title of each post. Okay, but when we go back to our theme, we'll see that nothing has changed yet. the structure remains the same. The only difference is that we have new posts with new content. What we want to do is, for posts in the social media category, we want to remove this author link here. We could also present the title in a different color, not this color we have at the moment. For the posts from the web design category, we want to remove the publication date, and we could also present the title with a different style. On the other hand, posts defined with the standard post format won't change at all. To use the full potential of post formats, we gotta make some changes to our loop first. The first thing we're gonna do is edit that file we created in the previous lesson called content.php. It contains only an HTML article tag, as you can see. Inside the article, we have a content that is repeated every time the loop runs. And the loop, as you know, is the one at the index.php file. So let's call a function here inside this article tag, get post format. And we're gonna echo this function out to see what is returning. It will do nothing more than showing on screen the name of the post format related to the current post loop. Let's save that and you see what I mean. Notice that for the first two loops, we have video. For the next two posts, image. And for standard posts, nothing is printed out. Good, but what is this for, Marcelo? Well, for this to be useful, we need to use the second parameter of the function we learned in the last lesson, the get template part. So let's just recap. The first parameter of this function is the file path without the PHP extension. So here we have template parts / content. The second parameter can be used whenever we want to call a specialized part of this template. Kind of confusing, isn't it? Yes, this is a rather complicated concept to explain, but in practice, it is very easy to understand. Suppose we have, in addition to the content.php file, another file called content-image.php with a different content. How can we do to include that file using the second parameter of the getTemplatePart function? Very easy. We just type in the word image in the second parameter. So WordPress will understand that we want to include a file called content-image.php. For this to work, the full file name must have a hyphen, okay? That's very important. In a more detailed explanation, what happens here is that WordPress will always include a file that has an identical name to the second parameter. If it can't find this file, it will fall back to the file that has the same name as the first parameter. So in this example, if a file called content-image.php exists inside our themes folder, it will be included. If it doesn't, WordPress will include a file called content.php. Okay, but what does this have to do with post formats and with that get post format function I explained earlier? Well, you see that in a moment. Let's first create two new files here in the template parts folder. One called content-image.php and another file called content-video.php. Inside the content-image.php file, let's copy and paste everything we have inside the content.php file. But here, we want to remove the publication date. We don't want it here. And for the content-video.php file, let's do the same. And just remove the author's link. Okay, now going back to the index.php, let's pass the second parameter of the getTemplatePart function to include these two new files in the loop. To do this, let's pass the getPostFormat function as the second parameter. As we already know, getPostFormat returns a string with the name of the post format. So whenever there is a post that has the video post format, WordPress will try to include a file called content-video.php. Whenever in the loop there is a post that has the image post format, the file to be included will be content-image.php. And then, whenever the function returns nothing, that will be the case when we have a post that has the standard post format, the file to be included should be content.php. The second parameter will be completely ignored. So that's the magic, ladies and gentlemen. Let's save that. And look at this. For posts from the social media category, which have the video post format, the content video.php file was included. We can say that because these items don't display the author's link. And just below, for posts from the web design category, we don't have the publication date, which means the file included here is the content image.php file. The other posts didn't change at all because they were built upon the content.php file, which has the most complete loop of all. Now that you know all this, we can start playing a little more. We can, for example, modify the tags of each content file by adding certain CSS classes within those tags and then styling them differently. For example, for all posts that have a video post format, we can say that all heading elements will show in red color. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Or we can do something even more advanced. Look at these examples. That's it for you guys. We can call the post class function inside the HTML article tag of all the content files created in this lesson. Inspect this element and see which classes will be included. Think about what you can achieve with those classes using CSS. I am sure that many ideas will pop up from your mind. Well, that's all for this lesson. I hope you have understood and also liked it. If you have any question, go ahead and use our questions and answers page. So, see you next lesson. Hi there! In today's lesson, we're gonna start talking about sidebars. In this first lesson, we're gonna start creating the structure for these design elements, which are very important in a WordPress theme. But before we start, you may have noticed that our theme is a bit different. Now the theme is a bit more like our initial layout, the one we presented at the beginning of the course. The top bar is already with the color we defined initially. The menu is already a little bigger, etc. But before you start complaining, and there's always someone that will complain, I'm sure, as I said, since the beginning of the course, we will not focus on HTML and CSS here in the course. Despite the fact that you really need HTML and CSS to build a WordPress theme, I think the most important in a course like this one here is to explain the WordPress way of doing things. So for the moment, I'm not going to record lessons explaining what I did in terms of CSS, for example, how I've changed colors. That's the basics of web development, which is not the focus of this course. If we did that, it will take you a long time to learn what I think is the most essential here, which is explaining how a theme works. However, you can see all the changes I've made in the files. I'll make them all available for download. As you know, All the files are available in the second lecture of this course, everything organized by lesson. So go ahead and download the files, and there you can see the changes, okay? So here in the CSS file, I have the code a bit more organized. Here we have our Google Fonts call, some minor changes to the heading elements, the background colors, the style for each section of the site. Anyway, several style changes, only very simple CSS modifications, nothing very special. Another modification is here in the functions file. I just changed the order of the include files. First we got the Bootstrap files and then our template.css file. Given the nature of CSS, this will force any CSS rule from our own CSS file to be more important than the Bootstrap CSS rules. So for example, if you want to override any Bootstrap rule using our template.css file, we'll be able to do that. If we head over to the content files, you see that I've implemented that suggestion I gave you in the last lesson. I've included the post class function here within each article, and using only CSS, I've styled each post format in a different way, using the class relative to each post format. If you had the curiosity to implement the suggestion I gave you in the last lesson, you must have understood how it works. If you didn't, go ahead and give it a try. That will be a very good exercise. Well, let's go over to the blog page. Here on the blog listing page, you can see that the posts which have the video post format are different from the ones with the image post format. The default post formats have a heading tag with a different color too. Changing the heading colors is a very simple idea. If you can remember the examples I showed you in the last lesson, we can have even more advanced changes. Also, as you can see, there's a new div here called Meta Info. Actually, it has been added to all the content files. This will serve as a wrapper and help us style the first paragraphs, which contains the date, the author, categories, and tags. I've used this wrapper just to apply this gray color to these links here and to make the text bolder. So it's only CSS and a couple of HTML modifications. Nothing really special and nothing related to WordPress itself. That said, we're gonna start creating our sidebars. But before that, let's explain what those sidebars are, okay? For this, let's just switch themes for a moment. This time, I'll be working with the 2016 theme, which is one of the native WordPress themes. You see that on the right side, we have this big area here. Here in this area, we have some features. We have a search bar, an area with recent topics, comments. The whole area is what WordPress calls a sidebar. And within that sidebar, each small element which has a functionality is called a widget. We'll be learning about these two elements, sidebars and widgets, in this lesson and in the next one. You'll notice during the course that we can create and position them practically anywhere in the theme. Despite the name of this element, sidebar, we can place them anywhere, not just on the left or on the right side of the theme. So the first thing we are going to do is open up the functions file. In the same way that we have previously registered our menus, we're going to register our sidebars. For this course, we're going to first register 2 sidebars, but you can register several sidebars for a single theme. Let's create a sidebar that will be displayed on the home page and a second sidebar that will be displayed only on the inner pages, more specifically on the blog page. For now, we only have HTML markup in both areas, but nothing is happening here. Once we've created the sidebars, we can add whatever widgets we want. For example, here on the home page, we can add a text widget, and later on, we're going to add a contact form. And on the blog page, we can add widgets to display the latest posts, for example. but we can add whatever elements we want in there. Sidebars are features that can bring a lot of dynamics to the theme. Once you create them, the end user can put whatever they want in there, making their website totally different from another one that uses the same theme, for example. Okay, enough small talk and let's get down to business. So let's get back to our functions file. This time, we want to register our sidebars outside of the main configuration function. Let's start by adding a new action. Let's pass to this action a hook called widgets in it. And let's trigger a new function on that hook. Let's call this function learn WP underscore sidebars. Notice that this function doesn't exist yet, and we'll be creating it soon. In fact, we are doing the opposite of what we have been doing previously. We first created the functions and then added an action, but no problem at all. Here, changing the order of the factors doesn't change the product. Now let's go ahead and create the function. So function learn WP underscore sidebars, and within it, let's begin registering our first sidebar. To do this, we want to use a function called register sidebar. Inside that function, we create an array. And within this array, we pass some arguments, which I'm going to explain to you one by one. The first one is called name. This is a title that will display in the admin area. For example, let's go to Appearance, Widgets, this one here. Let's separate each item of the array with a comma. And on the new line, let's pass the second argument, which is called ID. Pay a lot of attention here, okay? Because this ID must be unique. As we're going to register two sidebars, each ID argument needs to be different. Also, avoid the use of special characters here, or spaces, okay? Let's consider this value as a variable. This way, we don't make any mistake. The next argument is description. This argument corresponds to a short description that also appears in the admin area. This one here. Okay, all the arguments we passed so far will be used in the dashboard when we are inside the widgets page. The remaining arguments refer to the display of each widget individually. The first one in this category is called before_widget. Let's just type in the argument and pass an empty value for now. And the next one is after_widget. Same thing, let's just pass an empty value. To understand what they are for, I need to use some visual aids. For that, let's go back to our 2016 theme. If we inspect each widget in the sidebar, we will notice that it has a well-defined structure. Each widget is inside a wrapper element, which in this case is an HTML section. Each section has its ID and its CSS class. We also notice here that they all have a heading element. All headings are H2 style. Well, now we gather important information for the other arguments we're going to be using in this array. For the before widget argument, we pass the HTML elements that will serve as a wrapper for each sidebar widget. For 2016, we saw that a section tag was chosen. In our case, let's pass a div tag with the widget wrapper class. We can be much more specific and include a CSS ID, for example. But for this lesson, let's make it simpler. If you want, you can take a look at the native WordPress themes and check out how they do that. For the after widget, we just close the HTML tag we opened above. The last two arguments will be respectively before underscore title and after underscore title. For before title, we pass the heading tag for each sidebar widget. Let's pass the h2 tag with a class called widget title. And in after title, let's close out the h2 tag. Alright, we have all the structure we need to register and use our first sidebar. Let's go over to dashboard and activate our theme again. And now, if we hover over the appearance menu, we have the widgets option. Let's click on it. And here on the right side, we can see the sidebar we created. As I explained to you, we got here the widget's title and description. Great, isn't it? Yes, it's so cool that we're gonna create one more sidebar. This time, it will be used on the blog page. To do this is very easy. We just copy this entire register sidebar function. Be very careful because we need to copy that semicolon too, okay? And let's paste everything down here after that semicolon. Now we just need to change some values here. Let's go ahead and change the name, the ID, and the description of the second sidebar. The rest of the code may look the same, but if you wish, you can change both the tags and the IDs of each element. Let's save all this. And now, in the dashboard, we have the second sidebar. Well, that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we will continue to talk about sidebars. You still need to place the sidebars within the theme, and that's what we'll be learning how to do. See you later, and happy coding! Hey, what's up guys? We're back here with another lesson. In the last lesson, we started building our first sidebar. We stopped at the point where we were building the structure of each of our two sidebars. Notice here in the widget manager that we already have the two sidebars area created. However, if we add some widgets in the sidebars, nothing will happen. Let's for example add a text widget in the sidebar that is going to be placed on the theme's homepage. Let's add a title and some random text here. Let's save. Now, if you look at the homepage, nothing has changed yet. The same thing will happen with the sidebar that we're gonna add on the blog page. The problem, as always, is that we need to tell WordPress where our sidebars will be placed, and this has to be done inside some template file. So let's start by creating a new file here in our themes folder. This file will be called sidebar.php. Inside this file, we're gonna add the following code. If isActive sidebar 1. What we are doing here is testing if there's any active widget inside our sidebar. If it's true, let's call a function here. Dynamic sidebar 1. That is, if there's an active widget in the sidebar named sidebar 1, we load the contents of that sidebar. Excellent, but it's not ready yet. For this new file to be useful, we have to include it somewhere on our theme. But where? Well, let's start with the home page. We want to include our new file here, where you see this sidebar text, of course. Okay, but how do we require a file that contains a sidebar? Very simple. Just use a WordPress function called get_sidebar. By doing so, when we reload the home page, we will see some results. Look, we have our text widget with the title and also with the content that we added on the widget. Great, and now how can we do the same for the second sidebar, the one that we want to display on the blog page? Do we need to use the same sidebar.php file? Is it possible to create two sidebar.php files, one for each sidebar? And my answer is yep. In order for this to work, let's rename the sidebar.php file. Now it will be called sidebar-home.php. We will only use this file to add the sidebar of the homepage template. Sounds obvious, doesn't it? It's because it's really obvious. Let's copy the entire content of this file and paste it into a new file. This one will be called sidebar-blog.php. Now just replace the name of the sidebar inside this new file. Otherwise it will load the same sidebar as the home page, and it's not what we want. Now we have two files. One of them adds a sidebar to the home page template. The other one adds the second sidebar that will only be displayed on the blog page. Now to finish out, we need to pass the string to the getSidebar function. Here in the page home.php file, we add the word home inside the getSidebar function. Let's copy this here. And in the index file, let's paste what we just copied, here at the point where we want to call the sidebar. Just take care to change the name of the template, which will now be blog. That is, here at this point, the file included is this one here, sidebar-blog.php. And now our problems are solved. Let's head over to our dashboard and we'll add some widgets to the blog page sidebar. Let's add an archive widget. And the categories widget. Now let's see. Here on the home page we have the text widget, and on the blog page we have the two widgets we just added. Very cool. See how much power these sidebars bring to the site owner. With them, the user can add whatever widgets he or she wants. They can even download their favorite widgets or plugins and use them as they wish. Okay, to finish this lesson, let's make 3 more modifications here. First, how about we change the sidebar here? Let's move it to the right side of the page. Right, to do that, I'm gonna cut this asides tag and paste it after this closing div tag. Sublime Text makes this really easy since it shows me exactly where this div ends. The second modification that we want to do is get rid of the elements we don't want on the blog page. For example, on the blog page we don't want the slide section and also the services section here. They'll only be displayed on the home page, so I'll go ahead and remove these elements here. So I don't want them here. And the last one, let's add a Bootstrap for class to this aside element called H100. This will cause the height of the aside element not to span the entire height of the page. We can do the same for the aside tag on the page home.php file. Okay, excellent. Let's save. Reload the page. Perfect, it's working. Some themes implement sidebars in a different way. For example, if you open the 2017 theme, you'll notice that first of all it performs a check. Here it's saying the following. If the sidebar name sidebar1 is not active, notice the PHP not operator, return, that is, do nothing. Else, if we get this far, we do have widgets. And then it actually includes the sidebar inside an aside tag. In our case, we choose to add the asides tag outside of the sidebar file itself, so the asides tag will always be displayed. It doesn't matter if we have content or not in the sidebar. In turn, the 2016 theme does the same way I do. The only difference is that it uses the asides tag inside the file too. Well, these are possibilities, and you as the theme developer can choose the one you like the most. The important thing is to know how to get here, exactly what I'm teaching you at the moment. So for now, that's all. I'll wait for you then in the next lesson. Bye! Hello guys! In today's lesson, we are going to show you one more thing we can do with the WordPress widget areas. In previous lessons, we used these widget areas to build sidebars. We built two sidebars, one for the home page and another for the blog page. But we can have more than simple sidebars. Don't let the name fool you. Today, we're gonna be creating 3 widget areas to build the service section here. Notice here that in the service section we got 3 items. Each of them is made up by the same elements: an image, a header, and a paragraph. Fortunately, WordPress has all the features that allows us to create this area. And we can do that just by clicking and dragging elements. There is a widget that allows us to insert an image, and there's also a widget that allows us to create an area with a header and a totally customized content. So why not use these widgets to create all this here? One feature I've always missed in WordPress is a native widget that featured a what you see is what you get type editing area. There are several places on the dashboard where this type of editor is there by default, for example in the post editor. But until version 4.7, there was no native widget to do the same thing. From this version 4.7, new widgets were added to include formatted text, images, video, and audio. All of them are resources that the WordPress community requested and that until then were only possible to implement using plugins. Great, but enough small talk and let's get down to business. The first thing we're gonna do is build the HTML markup of the service section. First of all, let's open up the page home.php file. And we want to remove this word here. I'm going to use the Emmet extension to speed up my work. As you all know, you can write everything faster with it. I just type in the classes I need and then hit the tab key. Now, before the start of the row, I'm gonna create a new header. And within this row, I'm gonna create the markup for the 3 elements I need to place here. By doing this, I create all 3 divs, all of them with the column sizes I want. And now to close out, within each div, I'm going to create a new div with the services item class. I can easily do this by holding the Ctrl key or Command on a Mac, clicking like this, and typing the code for the 3 divs at once. Okay, excellent. I already have the required markup. Now let's create the 3 widget areas within the functions file. Let's open up that file. And now to create the 3 new widget areas, let's just copy and paste this last portion here 3 times. Just be careful not to copy anything wrong. For example, we have to copy from the word register sidebar to the semicolon here. Okay, now we just change the values for name, ID, and description arguments of each of these areas. Let's leave the HTML wrappers the way they are, okay? And let's save everything. Now go back to the WordPress dashboard. Head over to the Appearance menu, Widgets. And now we have our 3 new widget areas. Now it's pretty easy. We just have to know what widgets we need to visually compose our service section. For all that, we just need 2 very simple native widgets. One of them is this one, Image, and the other one, the Text widget. Let's click and drag the first widget to the first widget area. See that it allows me to add a title and upload an image. In our case, I don't need a title. I'll leave it empty and just upload an image. To complete the design of this area, I already have 3 images ready, each with a width and height of 200 pixels. So I'll go ahead and grab this first image. Okay, now let's drag the text widget. This time I'm going to add a title which will work as a heading element for my design. And here in the content, I'm gonna paste any dummy text. Okay, I'll save this here. Let's go back to the page home.php file. And we want to say the following. Open PHP tags. If is active sidebar. And what is the name of the first widget area? It's Services 1. Dynamic sidebar. And the widgets area name again. Let's copy this here and call the next widget areas. Let's save this here and refresh the theme homepage. And look, we already have all the elements of the first widget area here. Excellent, isn't it? Well, since it worked, let's go back to the widgets manager and do the same for the next widget areas. I'll speed up the video a bit, okay? Now, back to the theme. Excellent! We now have all the elements of the services section here on the page. All the images, all the headings, and the content. Of course, it's a bit ugly, but that's something we can solve easily with a bit of CSS. As I've mentioned since the beginning of the course, we will not focus here on CSS, only on features that relate directly to WordPress. So in the next lesson, you'll see the CSS changes I'll be applying, but of course, any changes I make here will be in the files I'll make available for download. Anyway, don't miss the next lesson as we're gonna learn how to create a custom loop within WordPress. Simply one of the most interesting subjects so far in this course. That being said, I'll wait for you in the next lesson. Until then, bye! Hello, we are back here for a new lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about the so-called WP query. Well, for those who have never heard of it, WP query is a very powerful WordPress class that allows us to make a modification to the default WordPress loop, sometimes called the main query. And you may ask me, Marcelo, what is that default WordPress loop? I've never heard of it too. Well, every time you open a page or a post, what we see is this default WordPress loop in action. So we already know it. We have already created one of these loops in our index file, which generates a post listing for us. That's on our blog page. But as the name says, we're talking about a default loop. There are times that we want to change that loop if we want to have a visually different result. For example, if you look again at the design of the home page of the theme we are building, we can see that it has this section where we have this featured news. It is followed by these two other secondary items. With the default WordPress loop, we cannot achieve this. And why? Basically because we need two loops on the same page to achieve this result. WP query is a class that allows us to make changes to this main query and have as a result something like this. Okay, but before we start writing any code, let's start by showing some things that I have prepared for this lesson. Well, in addition to the CSS modifications made here to the services area, which you can see later in the files available for download, we've made some minor changes in the backend. Let's go over to the dashboard. The first thing I did was modify the post titles for some of the items we have already created in other lessons. So there's nothing new here. Okay, so we're gonna start by opening the file which is our home template. At this point, everyone is tired of knowing that that file is the page home.php file. The first thing we're gonna need to create is the HTML markup. We want to create a new row inside the news section. Well, why do I need to create this row here? To answer that, let's take a look at our layout. As you can see, this entire region here is already in a row. Within that row, we have these two columns. One is the sidebar with 3 columns, and the other is where our news will be placed, with 9 columns. Now here, in this news area, we're gonna have another column division. Let's imagine that this new row also has 12 columns. We're gonna have a news item that will occupy a space of 12 columns in this new row. And here below, we're gonna have 2 more news items, each one occupying 6 columns. Did you see it? So we need a new row here. It's a basic Bootstrap rule. It has nothing to do with WordPress, okay? This is just HTML and CSS. Okay, for each news, we'll be creating a new WordPress loop. The first one is going to be used for the featured item, and the other one is going to load the other 2 news items. And that's the advantage of WP query. As we'll see in the next lessons, it allows us to have more than one WordPress loop on the same page with different parameters for each one. Okay, since this topic may be a little difficult to understand, I'm going to divide these lessons into 4 parts. To make it easier for you to understand, I'll try not to rush on things. So in the next lesson, we come back and you understand in practice how to create these custom queries in WordPress. So, see you later! Hello, and picking up where we left off in the last lesson, let's create our first custom query in WordPress. Before we begin, let's create the HTML markup. First, let's remove this paragraph here. And we need to create a Bootstrap row here. You remember why from our last lesson. And inside it, let's add a container. Let's open up the PHP tags here. We are going to create a variable to identify the content we want here, which will be a featured news item. So let's call this variable featured. If you have some little knowledge of object-oriented programming, you'll not have much trouble understanding what I'm going to do here. If you don't, pay close attention because it's not that difficult. In the end, everything will look like ingredients of a cake recipe. This variable will be a new instance of a WordPress class called WP_query. To identify this, we use the new command and pass the class name to it, WP_query. This is what we call a class instance or a class object. It will have access to several methods and also to the variable of this class here. But don't be scared, okay? We already know some methods of this class. For example, halfPost and thePost are all methods of this WP query class. But you'll understand that better as we create everything, okay? What kind of value do we want to keep inside this object here? We're gonna keep the category to which the news belong. We can also save the category that we want to exclude from the list. For example, let's say we don't want news coming from the social media category. The advantage of all this is that we don't need very deep knowledge of MySQL. That is, we don't have to make a single select to get information about database, about posts, about pages, taxonomies, post types, etc. There are two ways we can get this information. One is using query strings. A query string is something like this. We pass an argument and its value here, followed by ampersand and a new argument with its value, a new ampersand, and so on, until we get to the end of a list of arguments. The other way is through an array, and I'll be showing you both ways. Let's start with the first method, that of the query string. So what do we want to fetch from our database? Well, we want a certain number of posts, certain categories. The first argument we are going to pass then is post underscore type. The post type here in the case is post. It could be a page too, but for now we're only interested in posts. We type in an ampersand and then we have a second argument. How many posts do we want to submit? In this case, since we want only one post, which will be our featured news item, this argument will have the value of 1. So posts per page equals 1. Now the featured news items belongs to which category? We have at least two ways to indicate this here. We can use the cat argument or category underscore name. The difference is that for the cat argument, we would pass only the category numeric ID. But for category underscore name, we would have to pass the category slug. Right, but how can we retrieve these two information? Very simple. Let's go to the dashboard, head over to posts, categories. If we hover over the link for each category, pay attention to the link that is shown in the lower left. For the web development category, we have the ID, which is 4. For the web design category, 11. For social media, 8. Otherwise, if you want to use the category name parameter, you can grab the slug that we have here in the category table. We can work with both arguments, but in this case I think we'd better go with the cat argument, because the category ID will never change. Meanwhile, this slug can be changed in the dashboard very easily, so let's stick with the category ID. Let's pass the categories 4 and 11 and leave out the category number 8. To pass more than one category inside the query string, we separate the values by commas. And now, as we defined the content we want to fetch, let's build the WordPress loop. We start with if have posts, while have posts, the post. However, since we're working with a custom query, we have to indicate first which class object has the data coming from the database. In this case, the featured object is the variable that is doing this. We have to pass it here before the name of the functions have posts and the post, followed by a small arrow, which in fact is nothing more than a hyphen and a greater than sign. I'm not going to explain technically what's happening here, but the important thing to remember is that whenever we are creating a custom query, we have to pass the object variable followed by that little arrow before have posts and the post functions. Let's close the while block and the if block as well. Right now, what's happening here is that we're working with a copy of the original WordPress loop. That copy is represented by this featured variable we created here. It will give us a huge power since we will be able to work with the same methods used by the original WordPress query, such as have posts and the post. to make deep modifications to the query parameters, such as the number of returned posts, which by default is 10 posts, and here we changed to just 1 post. Anyway, we can control several things using this copy of the loop. But as Uncle Ben says, with great power comes great responsibility. So we have to pay close attention to not messing up with the default WordPress query, okay? To do that, we have to reset this custom query and restore the main query. To ensure this, we're going to use a function called WP reset post data at the end of our modified loop, right here after the end while. Be very careful because this is very important. Not using this function can lead to unexpected results, okay? Well, so far we've learned to create our custom loop, but it only fetches information from the database, but it still doesn't show anything on the screen. In the next lesson, we'll learn how to do that and show everything you want on screen, okay? So, see you later. Hello, in the last lesson we created our custom loop, but it still doesn't print out any information on screen. So, what we are going to do today is tell WordPress which fields we want to be fetched from each post. To begin this lesson, let's take a look at our layout. Well, let's understand first what we want. Here we defined that we want the post image, let's call it the featured image. And just below, the author link, the category, the tags, the publication date. And finally, the post excerpt, that is the first 55 words from the editor content text area, followed by ellipses. A couple more informations before we begin. If you look at the dashboard in our post table, let's open one of the posts. For example, this first post from the web design category. I've made some modifications to the content, but nothing so important. Only that the content is a little different, and also that there is a featured image for every post from the web design and the web development categories. Those modifications are only to illustrate what you are going to learn today, right? Okay, going back to Sublime Text. To make our loop cleaner so that the code itself becomes more readable, we're going to use that getTemplatePart function we learned in previous lessons. So let's do the following. Let's close the PHP tag here after the post, since it is from here that the post content will be brought, and we're gonna reopen the tag just below. So the content will be inserted here in the middle. That is, everything that is here at this point, as you already know, will be repeated because here we've got a loop. Let's go ahead and open a div tag here. Let's pass the code12 class here. As I have already explained to you, this featured news will occupy the full width of the new row we created. Inside that div, let's call the getTemplatePart function and let's pass two parameters. The first one is going to be template-parts/content. And the second one is going to be featured. That is, we'll have to create a new file inside the template parts folder called content-featured.php. Let's create this file then. Okay, what do you have in this file? Well, we want to make space to bring the post featured image, the author's link, the category, the tags, the publication date, and the excerpt. To speed things up a bit, let's copy everything from the content.php file and paste in that new file. Hence, we have to write less code. Let's add one more CSS class to this tag here. To do that, I'm gonna create an array inside this post class function. Add an argument called class and set its value to featured. By doing this, along with the CSS classes generated automatically by the post class function, we'll have one more called featured. Let's create a new div to load our thumbnail. And let's cut that code snippet related to the thumbnail. And we want to make some changes here. For the size, let's pass the large parameter. And for the image to be responsive, let's create an array here, including the class argument. And its value is gonna be img-fluid. That will cause a Bootstrap class called imgFluid to be included and thus make our image responsive. Now, down here, let's change the order of the fields a bit. Within a single paragraph, we're going to include each field we want, each of them inside a span tag. Okay, notice here that the publication date went down, that we only have a single paragraph tag. Also notice that for the tags function, we added a last parameter, including here the closing HTML span tag. This function accepts 3 parameters, and we can add HTML tags here on the first and on the last parameters. Okay, one more modification here. Instead of the full content, we only want the excerpt. To do this, we replace the content with the excerpt. Okay, let's save this and let's see if finally we get any results. Reloading the home page. Here we got the image and the other fields too. Let's just check if it's really the post we want. See, as we excluded the social media category from our loop, remember, what appears on the page is the first post from the web design category. Okay, let's see if the image is indeed responsive. Go ahead and press Ctrl-Shift-I, or on a Mac, Command-Option-I. Click here. And see that the image is really responsive. The next step now is to bring the 2 secondary news. For this, we will have to create a second loop here on the same page. As you notice, this is only possible using alternatives such as the WP query class. But that's a subject for our next lesson. Until then, happy coding! Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Marcelo once again. Today's lesson is the last one about WP Query, this powerful WordPress class that allows us to create custom queries. So far, we've just created a custom loop. This loop is helping us bring the latest posts on the homepage, and that will be our first news item. In this lesson, we're gonna build our second loop, which will bring the next 2 news items into the list. Before we start, I must apologize because there is an error here in the Bootstrap CSS classes. The order is inverted. The correct order will be first the container class and then the row inside this container. So sorry for that. Let's just swap the classes. Now back to the explanation. To speed up things a bit, I'm gonna copy the entire custom loop we created in the last lesson. So next we'll go ahead and change the name of our class object. Let's call it secondary. Hold down Command-D on Mac, Ctrl-D on Windows or Linux to find and replace everything at once. Okay, in the first loop, we use the query string methods to retrieve the database information through the WP query class. Now we go to the second method using an array. What is the advantage of using an array instead of a query string? Well, the advantage is quite clear. Let's say that we have to pass several arguments through the query string. As the number of arguments grows, it becomes more difficult to read and understand the commands, to a point where you can no longer make mistakes. If there's a single mistake here, it will be like trying to find a needle in the haystack. Now, when we use arrays, that doesn't happen. Let's create an array up here. Let's call it args. And let's start adding the arguments here. The first argument is gonna be the kind of post we want to fetch. So post underscore type post. In fact, this argument can be ignored. It is optional. If we choose not to pass it, WordPress will always consider that what we want are posts indeed. It's most useful actually when we have to work with custom post types. But it's not our case. Let's also pass here the number of posts we want to bring. In this case, there are 2 posts. Now to fetch the post categories, let's do something different. Let's start by choosing which categories will be excluded from the list. For that, let's pass the category not in argument. Just pay attention because there are 2 underscores after the word category, right? So it's category 2 underscores not underscore in. Let's go ahead and create an array here and pass category 8. We can later pass other categories separated by commas. We will also choose which categories will be included in the list. The opposite of category not in is category in, once again with 2 underscores. Let's create a new array, and inside it we want to pass the values 4 and 11. Thus, when new categories are created, they will have to be added here as well. Now that we have all the arguments, let's just pass this array to the WP query class. Let's change a few more things here. First, the elements of this loop will have 6 columns instead of 12. So let's add the col_sm6 class here. It will make the div tags have a width of 50% from small devices upwards towards large screen sizes. And the name of the file that will be required here will be content-secondary.php. Okay, the loop itself is ready. Now you need to create this file called content-secondary.php. Let's shorten this process up a bit by copying the contents of the previous lessons file. And we're going to save our new file. Okay, here we only change a few things. The tag article class. And we want to remove the publication date. And that's it. Okay, we now have a second row with 2 news items. All of that thanks to our second custom loop. Notice one thing though, the first news has been repeated here. But what if you don't want it repeated? Is there a way to do that? Yes, of course. First, let's add another argument to the array. And that argument will be offset. When we use offset, we tell WordPress how many items we want it to ignore at the beginning of the list. Let's type in, for example, 1. Let's reload. As you can see, now the list makes more sense. That's because WordPress ignored the first result of the list, which was the same post we have up here. If we change it to 2, this post here is going to be ignored, and the first one on the list is going to be this one here. Very cool. Okay, this is the last lesson on WP Query. I hope you feel like you learned something new from the lessons. But don't stop here, okay? WP Query and custom loops are the most interesting topics in the WordPress theme development world. In addition to the arguments we worked with, there are many others. Go ahead, visit the link that I left available in this lesson, be curious and exploit the full potential of this WP Query class. You see that for every scenario, for every need, there's a way to use this class that you can benefit from. Another thing, what I taught you is just one way to create a filtered news list in WordPress. There are several ways to do this. You find on the internet many people teaching how to do this. Neither way is wrong. So that's it then. I'll wait for you in the next section of this course. Let's start bringing life to the inner pages of our theme. Until then, see you later. Hello guys, welcome to a new section of our course. We're gonna start by correcting a problem we have in our theme. If you hover over a post title or an image, we'll see that none of them has a link. So here on the home page, for example, if you try to click on any post image or any title, you'll not be able to get anywhere. That's very sad. In today's lesson, we're gonna solve this problem once and for all. Okay, first, we gotta figure out where we need to make the changes. Let's open up the page home.php file. And here in the file, in our two loops, as you remember, two files have been required, and it's within these files that we can find the post contents. Let's start with the content feature.php file. Well, in this file, we have a div tag for the thumbnail and also an h2 tag where the post title comes from. This is where we have to change. Well, to create a link, we're gonna use an anchor tag. Let's create it here within this div tag. Let's go ahead and cut out all the content from the featured image and paste that here inside the anchor tag. Now here's the secret. Inside the href attribute, let's pass a WordPress function called the permalink. Permalinks in WordPress are nothing more than URLs in which a resource or article will be permanently saved. To put it simple, permalinks are all the links for posts, pages, etc. Let's do the same thing now for the h2 tag. Another thing we can do here is place this h2 tag below the featured image, so that the theme can be as similar as possible to the initial layout. Okay, now we can save. Now, as you can see, we have the featured news link, both here in the picture and here in the title. We can do the same thing now for the secondary row. To do this, open up the content secondary.php file. As the content will be the same, we can copy the changes we made in the other file and paste them here. Let's save now. And now we also have the links for the secondary news items. See, if you click here, you can already get somewhere. Now we can do the same thing for the posts that are being called on the blog page. If we visit that page, we don't have links here either for none of the items. These posts here are being called by that loop that we have inside the index.php file. And in this loop, as you remember, at least I hope you remember, we are requiring 3 content files, which are these 3 here. Let's open one by one, but this time it's gonna be easier because we already know what to do. So let's go ahead and copy only the modified h2 tag of this file here, and let's paste in each of the files. Let's do the same for the thumbnails. Okay, everything saved. Let's see how the blog page looks like. Okay, everything's fine. Now look, we got the links in all the posts. Very good. In the next lesson, we will continue on. Now that we got the links, we'll learn how to create the single view WordPress template file. So, see you then. Hello guys, we're back for a new lesson. Today, we're gonna learn what is the single.php file and how we can create it. A hint, it's one of the most important template files in WordPress. Let's start this lesson with a quick recap. In one of the first lessons of this course, I told you that when the pages of a WordPress theme are opened, a mechanism called the template hierarchy comes into action. According to this hierarchy, there's a main template file, which is the index.php file. By now, I think every one of you know that. The content of this file is always displayed, especially when WordPress doesn't know which file to load in a given situation. For example, which file will be loaded when someone tries to open a page that doesn't exist in a theme? Which file will be loaded when someone performs a search? For those two moments, we may have specialized template files. In the case of a page not found, we may have a file called 404.php, which could have inside it a content saying, for example, oops, the page you are visiting doesn't exist. Do you want to do a search or return to the home page instead? But what happens when we don't have a file called 404.php in our theme? Well, what happens is that WordPress doesn't know which file to load, and so that the user, the site visitor, doesn't come across an empty page, WordPress loads the index.php file instead. So, the index file is what we call a fallback file. This is what is happening right now in our theme. When we click on any link that leads to a post, since we don't have any specific template file to load, WordPress is loading the index.php file for us. But the index file cannot be used in any which way. Because of this, we can create a different template file to show a single WordPress post, a unique post. And that file will be called single.php. So let's go ahead and create that file. And like every template file, let's start by creating the get header call. So get underscore header. By doing this, when you click on a post, you will see that we have our header. And down here, let's call the footer. Now anything we type in here will be displayed every time we click on any link in the post. Look. Okay, but that's not what we want. What we need to create here is a loop that can print out the post contents. And this time we'll have a standard WordPress loop, okay? No custom loops for now. Before that, let's create our HTML markup. Let's add a div tag here with the ID primary, and inside it another div tag with the ID of main. Here we are going to create a container so that our content is always centered on the page. And the loop is going to start here. The only difference is that we don't need the part that says if have posts. Can you answer why? Well, pause this video and try to answer that. Yes, pause this video. Well, the answer is pretty obvious. We are already in a post, so we don't need to check for posts, right? If you're already displaying a single post, why do you need to check for posts? It makes no sense at all. So we start up with a while block. While have posts the post. Let's close out the while block with an end while. Now, here at this point, we can choose to load the full content exactly here or create a new file for it. Let's then create a new file. Let's call it content-single.php and require it through the getTemplatePart WordPress function. To speed up a bit, I'm gonna paste here the contents of this file. From this code, the only thing you've never seen before is this section here. I'm using a WordPress function called did to display the word post hyphen followed by the ID of each post. This can come in handy when we want to style each specific post. In addition, we created a header with title. Notice that the title is within an h1 tag, since it is the main heading tag of the page. And it doesn't have any links, since we don't need the link anymore because we are already inside the post. Here below, I have the full content of the post. And that's it. Let's save this file. And when you open a post link, we have a new view for our single post. As you see, we get a totally different look when compared to the view we had before. For example, before we had the post featured image, which came from the index.php file. Now, we don't have any image. And instead of the post excerpt, what we have is the full content of the post. This is now working for all the places where we have links that lead to any WordPress post. Cool, isn't it? But there's still something missing. What if our visitor wants to comment on our post? How will he or she do it? That's what we'll be learning to do in the next lesson. I'll wait for you then. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome back. In the last lesson, we learned how to create a different view for each unique post of our theme. In today's lesson, we go a little further by enabling a comments form for these pages. First, let's open up one of our posts for editing. I'm gonna show you something that goes unnoticed for most WordPress users. Here at the top, I have this little drop-down menu, Screen Options, which most people don't even know about. In this menu, you notice that there is a series of checkboxes. Each one of them allows us to enable or disable some editing area here of the page. In fact, we call these areas meta boxes. So every checkbox here lets you hide or show a meta box. One of these meta boxes is called Discussion. I'll show you here on the page. It's this one here. It allows us to define whether comments will be opened or not for a specific post. If we click here, we end up disabling comments for this particular post. Let's uncheck this and say we don't want comments for this post. So no visitor can comment on this post, okay? The same thing works for pages. We may or may not allow comments for any pages within WordPress. Well, this explanation is important in order to understand the code that you'll be using to call the comments form within the post, and thus allow our visitors to interact with our content. So let's open up our single.php file. And here, before the loop is finished, let's perform a check. Let's create an if block. Let's close it out here with an end if, so we will not have any problems in the future. And here inside the parentheses, we want to check if comments are open for the post, which is the one that is being displayed at the moment by the WordPress loop. Let's also call another function that lets us know how many comments we have for this post. Okay, if comments are open, we're gonna call the comments form at this point. We do this by calling the comments template function. Well, what this function basically does is render a standard comment form on the screen. In order for this to work, you need to have a file called comments.php at the root of our themes folder. If you don't have that file, WordPress will use a fallback file that has the same name, comments.php, taken from its default theme. That's one of the reasons why removing these default WordPress themes is not recommended. You'll never know when you need them. So, what we're going to do now is to get a copy of that file taken from the 2016 theme and create a new one at the root of our themes folder. For this lesson, I'm not going to create a new markup for this file, but you can do that later as an exercise, okay? Of course, if you want it, right? The fact is that many theme developers do the same. They just make a copy of the default comments template file and add it to their own themes. And there's nothing wrong with that. Actually, many themes that can be downloaded from the WordPress repository itself are made this way. So I'll go ahead and create a file called comments.php and paste everything you just copied in there. Let's save this file and let's open a post. We start by opening a post where comments are allowed. For example, this one here. Look at this. We have now our comments form. As I'm logged into the site, you see that the form is displaying like this. Now, if I log off, we have a slightly different form. And now you see a form with different fields. Now, if I want to comment, I have to give more details like my name, my email, etc. Now, let's choose that post we decided it wouldn't be open for comments. And as comments are not opened for this post, we simply don't have the post form displaying on it. But if we want to change that, let's open this post for comments then. Now reloading the page, we have the form to make comments. But if your theme is not displaying any form, it may be that your installation is completely closed for comments. You can check many other rules related to the discussion within your site by going over to Settings, Discussion. For example, here I can define that my site will not accept comments. So, regardless of the individual settings of each post or page, your site will never accept comments from visitors. Cool, isn't it? So I have an exercise to propose you. Copy everything you have in your comments.php file and make a new file out of it. And then make any changes in your new file. For example, you can move tags from one place to another, you can remove some fields, you name it. Then call this modified file inside the comments template function. To do that, you can simply pass the file name inside single quotation marks starting with a slash, and see what happens. That's it. We'll be back in the next lesson. Until then, peace out. Hello there. In today's lesson, you're gonna learn how to handle search within a WordPress theme. Well, the first thing I need to say to you is that not every website needs a search box. Search functionality often makes more sense for large, content-rich websites. For example, a search box can be vital for an e-commerce website. Anyway, if you plan to distribute your theme, it's essential that you give that possibility to your customers. So it will be up to them, not you, to decide whether or not to include a search box. That said, let's start creating our search box because we don't have one yet. We only have the space reserved for it here at the top of our theme. Well, by now, you should know that this region of the theme is all inside our header.php file. So let's open up this file for editing. We already have here all the HTML markup, and we got the future search box sizes defined using Bootstrap. And to have a search box here is very easy. We just need to call the getSearchForm function here in the defined space. nothing more. Let's save and open up our theme. And here's our search box. First, let's see if it works. Let's look for any term, for example, Lorem Ipsum, which is our dummy text used in various posts and pages of our site. As you can see, our search can already return some results. Here we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 search results on this page. Of course, we should have more results, but they're not displaying. In the next lesson, we'll understand why and also fix this problem. But if you pay close attention, you see that the view of this search page, it's an old acquaintance of ours, isn't it? Yes, the entire structure being repeated here comes from our fallback file, index.php, which is our default template. Of course, we don't want our search results page to look like any other page, so we have to create a new template file to view it. Let's go back to our Sublime text, and we want to create a new template file called search.php. Do you remember our theme hierarchy? According to it, we can create this template file to handle the search results, instead of using the index file, which is our default template file. To speed things up a bit, we can copy the contents of the single.php file. And here, we just need to create a new PHP file that will handle the content of each result item, which will appear inside our loop. Let's call it content-search.php. First, let's make some changes here inside the loop, inside the getTemplatePart function. Let's create the file. And to speed things up a bit again, let's copy the contents of the content-image.php file. Let's paste everything here. And let's remove the thumbnail call because we don't need thumbnails here. And instead of showing the full content of the post, let's just show part of the content with the excerpt function. Let's make it simple. Let's refresh our search results page. Now we have something totally different. It's indeed more simple. Now a question, can I also modify the search box itself? After all, where is it coming from? Is it showing up like magic? No, I don't think so. And what if I want to remove this label here that says search for? How can I do this? So in the next lesson, we'll answer all of those questions and learn to modify our search box a little. So, see you next time. Hello guys! In our last lesson, as you remember, we started working with the search template file. Based on our tests, we can say it's fully functional, but there's still a question. Is it possible to change the appearance of the search box itself? This is an important question since we didn't even create a form for the search box yet. So, how can we change the appearance of a thing we didn't create? To start talking about that, we're gonna have to dig into some theory, but I promise it won't hurt, okay? Now, you remember from the previous lesson that if you want to include a search box in our theme, we use the getSearchForm function. But in fact, what does this function do? To answer that, we have to take a look at the WordPress codex. So let's search for this function. And click on the first search result. Well, here it says, display search form. We'll first attempt to locate the searchform.php file in either the child or the parent. They mean child or parent themes here. Then load it. If it does not exist, then the default search form will be displayed. In fact, that default search form is what we're currently loading, since we don't have any file called searchform.php in our theme, do we? No, we don't. So by logic, it's enough if we just create that file in our theme. By doing that, we'll be able to modify our search form, our search box. So let's go ahead and create that file. Let's see if it's working. If it's working, anything we type in here will be displaying in place of our search form. Let's just type in test and let's see what happens. Okay, perfect. This means that we can create a brand new form within this file with a different markup, etc. But before we do that, a hint. If you don't want to have a lot of work to do this, which is always interesting, you can open the search form.php file of any native WordPress theme and copy it. For example, let's look at the 2016 theme folder. And let's copy what's inside the search form.php file. Let's paste everything in our new file. And now we can define what we want to exclude or to include here. For example, we want to remove this label search for, and the rest will stay. All we have here is a form that uses the get method to perform a search. Notice that the input tag has a function called getSearchQuery. This will bring the search term back into the form at every new search. This function is very useful, and later on this course, we'll see more about it. So let's save, and then reload the page. Not bad, but as you can see, the appearance is still a little ugly. To fix that, let's modify our Bootstrap CSS classes a little. And let's also replace this word here with an OK. Let's just save everything. Let's go back to the theme, reload the page. So now it's much better. Okay, that's it. Now we have a very simple search form. If you want it, we could also remove this button, which will force the user to use the Enter key to do the search, but I will not do that. Okay, I have two exercises to propose to you. The first one is try to load the search form here at the sidebar. That's too easy, but think a little. How could you do that? The second one is a bit more complicated, and I'll bring the correct answer in the next lesson. Notice that among these search results, we also have pages, not just posts. As you know, pages don't have categories. So here in the search results, we have the word category followed by an empty space. How would you do to remove this snippet here for every search result related to a page? A hint. Search for a WordPress function called hasCategory. In the next lesson, I'll be back with the answer. Until then, and happy coding! Hey, what's up guys? In the last lesson, I asked you to solve a problem that popped up in the search page template. Among the search results, we also have pages. And as you can see, they don't have any information about categories, simply because they are pages and not posts. And pages don't have categories. So, how would you do to remove this snippet here for every search result related to a page? I asked you to search for a WordPress function called hasCategory. This function returns true if the post within the loop has a given category, or if no category is specified, it will also return true if it has any category. Let's open up the content search.php file and let's play around with this function a bit. We want to make some changes here where we're loading the category. The way it is now, we are displaying the text category regardless of whether or not we have categories within the loop. To solve this, let's create an if-else block right here. And inside the if block, we add the hasCategory function. If it returns true, we're gonna show you the category. This will always happen for posts, at least for posts that have categories, what most of the time is true. If it returns false, the code snippet that loads the category will not even be displayed. That's the result we want. So let's test that out. Now for all page-related results, like this one, the category doesn't appear. Excellent. Okay, but we can improve our results page a bit more. One of the things that WordPress recommends for theme developers is that the results page also has a search form. So if the user wants to repeat the search using another term, we can help. Let's open our search.php file. And before our loop starts, we're going to include the search form again. This is very easy. It's enough if we just call the getSearchForm function again. By doing so, we're going to have the form at the top of the page again. Another thing we can do is to create something that shows more clearly what is the search term for this page. We can include that before the second search form. For example, we can say search results for, and here specify what is the query string. To repeat the search query string, we use the function we learned in the last lesson called getSearchQuery. Let's do that. We must echo it out. And now reload the search page. And we got the query string here. That's very cool. Now we only have one big problem. Incidentally, a huge problem. If we search only for an A, yes, an A letter, only 10 search results will appear. But surely we have several posts and pages that have the letter A in their content. Why are not these other pages displaying? The answer to this is quite simple. They are hidden. To reveal them, we need to find a way for WordPress to show the other pages. To do this, we need to understand how pagination works in WordPress. But that's a subject for the next lessons. So for now, peace out, guys. Bye! Hello guys! As I told you in the last lesson, now it's time to learn how pagination works on a WordPress theme. Well, let's start by looking at the posts we have in the WordPress admin right now. Let's head over to Posts and click here. Now I just opened this page because I want you to see that currently we have 11 posts here. If you don't have 11 posts in your WordPress installation, just go ahead and create more posts so you can follow the explanations, okay? Well, now that you know that, let's go over to the front end. Let's go ahead and visit the blog page. And let's see if we have all those 11 posts here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Look how strange, only 10 posts are displaying on this page. If my math is correct, one post is missing. So, where is this post? Let's do another test. Let's do a fairly generic search. Let's search for all the posts that contains the letter A. You agree with me that most, if not all posts, should contain the letter A, right? So we should have at least 11 results on the search page. If you take into account that pages are post types within WordPress, we can have up to more than 11 results. Well, let's check that out and see how many results we have. So 1, 2, 3. But again, we have only 10 posts. But why? Well, the answer, as ever, is quite simple. These posts are actually hidden. In order for them to be displayed, we need to enable pagination, both in our index.php file for the blog page and other pages that may use the default template, as well as the search.php file for the search results. Pagination allows us to navigate the other pages that at the moment are hidden. But first, I have to answer a question. Why do we always have 10 posts on those pages? So let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go over to Settings, Reading. And here we see an option that says blog pages show at most, which has the value of 10. So that's the answer. Let's change this value to 5 and see what happens. Reload the search page. Now we only have 5 posts shown here. And here in the blog page, we also have 5 posts. If there were pagination, as we have 11 posts, we should have 3 pages. 2 pages with 5 posts each, and one last page with only 1 post, right? Okay, we can have at least 2 types of pagination in WordPress. We can, first of all, implement pagination with links. This is the most common type of pagination, and we can find it on many websites out there. And we also have a numeric pagination, also quite common and quite intuitive. I'm gonna teach you how to create both types of pagination. Firstly, for the blog page, we're gonna create a pagination with previews and next links. For this, we're gonna open our index file. And we have to modify this loop here. As you know, the loop goes from here, from the while, to the end while. We're going to create the pagination links soon after the loop is complete. That is, since we have 5 posts for each page, our pagination will only appear after the loop brings these 5 posts. So here, after the end while, we're gonna close the PHP tag. Open it again. And here in this space, we're gonna create the necessary HTML markup for the pagination links. First, we need a Bootstrap row. And now, let's create 2 div tags, each with the pages class, which will then help us style the pagination later. And Bootstrap classes to help position each link. The first navigation link will be positioned to the left and the second to the right. So let's use the text left and text right Bootstrap classes. These column classes will guarantee that both links will have the same size, each occupying half the screen. Now, in order for the pagination to work, let's replace these texts with 2 WordPress functions. First, I'll be including the 2 functions, and then I'll explain them to you. Okay, you must be thinking I did something wrong. How come? The link pointing to newer posts uses a function called previous post link, and the link pointing to the older posts uses next post link. This seems to be very wrong, but it's not. It takes a while to get used to the idea, I know. In fact, all this will make more sense when we see the result. So let's save and switch to the front end. Here on the first page, we have the link to the older posts. It's being generated through the next post link function. That makes sense because the next posts on our list are actually the ones with the earliest publication date. Following this logic, if you go to the last page, we will see there the oldest post of all. And really, if you go back to the dashboard, you see that this post here is the oldest one. Instead, the link that points to the newer post uses the previous post link function. That's because the previous posts are the newest posts. Did you get it? Well, that's what we have for today. I hope you liked it and that it made sense to you. I know it's kind of weird at the beginning, but when you start creating your own themes, you understand the logic and how things works. In the next lesson, we'll come back and we're gonna implement another type of pagination for the search page. Until then, happy coding! Hello, how's it going? Picking up where we left off in the last lesson, today we're going to include pagination on the search results page. Well, this time we're going to build a numeric pagination. Those who didn't like the pagination we created in the last lesson will surely like this new one because it's much easier to create and to understand. To begin with, let's open up the search.php file, which is the template file for displaying search results. And again, we want to create the pagination as soon as the loop completes. But this time, we don't need to break the PHP tags because the code we are going to write here is pure PHP, okay? The function that does all the magic for us is called the post pagination. Pay close attention to the names of these functions. In this case, the correct is the posts, not the post, okay? Inside it, let's open an array. This function has its own set of arguments, so let's go ahead and add them here. If we look for the function in the WordPress codex, we'll see that we have 4 possible arguments for it. We're going to use only 2 for now, that are the following: prev text and next text. The logic is not inverted here, okay? For the prev text argument, let's type in a text that we want to be displayed and that can lead us to the previous page. So let's type in here, previous. And for next text, let's type in next. With only this, we already have a very functional pagination. Let's save. And now let's search again for the letter A. And there it is. Awesome. Finally, we can browse through our search results. As you can see here, we have this text, but you can change it using one of the arguments of this function. This, of course, will be an exercise for you guys. If you visit the link for the WordPress codex, the one that we visit in this lesson, you'll know exactly which argument to use. Just be sure to add another comma after the last element of the array we created. Otherwise, you certainly stumble upon an error, okay? Well, now a bonus for this lesson. I want to teach you how to implement a post navigation, that is, a sort of pagination some WordPress themes display within posts. For you guys to have an idea of what I'm talking about, let's take this website here as an example. I am inside a post, and if I scroll down to the bottom of the page, I have here a link that points to the previous post and another link that points to the next post. How can I do that? In fact, it's very easy. To begin with, let's open up the single.php file. We have it open here. This time, we're gonna add this pagination inside the loop, not outside the loop as we did in the 2 previous cases. We want this link to be positioned before the comments form. So let's open any post and I want to explain again what we're going to do. Take a close look. The links will stay right here in this space here, before the comments form, okay? So here in the file, let's close the PHP here, reopen it, and here we're going to create the HTML structure for the links. First, we need a new row. And here we are going to have 2 divs. The first one will receive the pages class. This is a name I chose to use, okay? It's not any specific class. That is, you can use whatever name you want. Now we are going to have a Bootstrap class, and since this first link will float to the left, we'll be using the text left Bootstrap class. Let's copy this here. And we're gonna change here to text right. And change the text to. Now, let's see what we have for now. Okay, it's displaying correctly. Now we need to know what WordPress functions we need here to generate each link. The logic is pretty much the same as the one we applied on the blog page. So for the left link, we use the next post link function. And for the right link, we're gonna use previous post link function. Pay close attention to this detail. The word post in these functions is in the singular. So whenever you're creating post navigation links, remember that the function is in the singular, okay? By doing this, we already have a great result. Look at this. Now we can navigate between posts. Excellent. One thing I usually do is change the direction of these arrows here. For this, I can use the first parameter of these two functions. It allows us to format the link any way we want. For example, here in the next post link, I'm gonna pass a string with this value here. That is an arrow pointing to the left followed by the link. And for the previous post link, I pass another string. That is first the link and then an arrow pointing to the right side. It's much better now, more intuitive, don't you think? Then that's it. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. See you next time with more interesting things about WordPress theme development. Bye! Hi there! We're almost coming to the end of the section in which you're learning how to create the inner pages of our theme. In previous lessons, you have already learned how to create a single page and a search page. So every time you click on a post link or that we do a search, you have a different view. If you haven't created those pages, the whole view will be based on one file, which is the index.php. I think you're already tired of knowing that, isn't it? But we still have some other template files to handle. For example, when we click on a category, a tag, the author's name, or as we'll see, a publication date link, what's loaded to us is still the index.php file. We can easily check this if we install a plugin called Show Current Template. This plugin is a great help for anyone who is a theme developer or in situations where you need to modify a theme that was not built by yourself. Let's then go ahead and install this plugin. And we don't have to set anything up because it's now ready to use. Now you go to the front end. And now in the admin bar, you can see that there is this new option. It shows us the name of the main template file that is generating the current view. If we just mouse over it, we can still see other template parts that are loaded along with the main template. Let's go to the blog page. And look, as I've been explaining to you for a while, the blog page uses the default template, which is index.php. As I said at the beginning of this lesson, this also happens when you click on a category link, a tag, the author's name, or a publication date link. Well, let's see if it's true. We click on the author's link, and the template is index.php. We click on a category, again index.php. We click on a publication date, and we see again that the template file is the index.php. Well, there is nothing wrong with it if you really want to see this template when you click on any of those links. If your intention is to submit your theme to marketplaces such as the Theme Forest, you see that they have this very special requirement. So here they're saying index.php should be reserved for standard blog latest post view. So you can use index.php for every scenario, just for the blog latest post view, as we are doing here in our theme. So you better not use index.php as the template for displaying categories, tags, date, or author pages. To solve all of these display problems at once, we'll be creating a new template file called archive.php. Typically, this file will be used if you need to create a page, a page with your site's archive. That is, a page showing the content organized by date, by month, by years, etc. But we can use this file in a slightly more general way, It's very versatile. To understand this better, let's go over to the WordPress Theme Handbook, which is a page with valuable documentation for theme developers. This page here talks about all the template files needed to create a theme. Let's go ahead and click here in Common WordPress Template Files. Here we got the list of all template files with a description. Below, we can find something about the archive.php file. Look what they say about this file. The archive template is used when visitors request posts by category, author, or date. Note, this template will be overridden if more specific templates are present like category.php, author.php, and date.php. That is, we can create specific template files for categories, authors, and date, but you can also choose to create a single file called archive.php, which can handle these three situations at the same time for us. In fact, we can also create the text template page through this file, although the documentation don't mention this fact. That's what we're gonna be creating in the next lesson, okay? I'll wait for you then in the next lesson. Bye! Hello guys! In the last lesson we learned about the archive.php file. Now you know that it's used when visitors request posts by category, author, tag, or date. Well, let's start creating this file. Here in Sublime Text, or in your favorite editor, we're gonna create a new file and call it archive.php. Of course, to speed things up a bit, let's copy the contents of the index.php file, taking care to replace the class for the main div tag. Let's include a class called archive, but of course, that may be whatever name you want. And here, the name of the content file is gonna be content-archive.php. Let's create this file inside the corresponding folder. And to speed up too, let's copy what's inside the content.php file. Let's replace the content function with the excerpt. And just to make the view a little different from the other views, let's remove the category from here. And let's start off the test then. Let's open up our theme, go to the blog page, and we're gonna click on one of the months that we have here in the sidebar. As you can see, when we click on a specific month, we have only news from the month corresponding to the one we clicked on. Well, that's correct, but let's make that a little better. We can create, for example, a title above the posts that will be showing the name of the month, so the visitor will not be lost. And this will also be useful for author, category, and tag pages. Let's call a WordPress function here before starting the if-else block. This time, the function is gonna be the archive title. This function allows us to pass two formatting parameters that are the HTML tags within which the title text will stay. The first parameter is the opening tag. Let's use an h1 heading tag with the archive title class. And the second is the closing tag. Let's save and see what happens. Okay, fantastic. Now we have the name of the month. And this will greatly help people who are visiting a website that uses the Learn WP theme, our theme. Another thing we can do is also load the archive description. This will not work everywhere, just in categories and tag pages, but it can be of help in some occasions too. So let's call the function down here, and its name is the archive description. Let's go to the admin area and add a description in one of our categories. And now when we click on one of the links in this category, we see that we now have the description as well. Cool, isn't it? Well, I think that's excellent. Now, just to complete our example, Let's see if everything's working also when we click on an author link or a tag. I'll go ahead and click here on the author link. And look, the template file loaded is archive.php. That's correct. And we also get a description just above. Now a tag. Same thing. That is, everything's working perfectly. And you have to agree with me, that wasn't so hard. Great, but I have a challenge for you. How about making your theme even more specialized? To do this, you need to create the 3 specialized template files that we didn't create in this lesson. Remember, those files are optional. That's why I won't be creating them with you. But they can make your theme much more interesting. It's pretty easy. All you need is to create a file called tag.php, another one called category.php, and a last file called date.php. You can copy the contents of the index.php and content.php as I did in this lesson. Just be careful to modify the names of the div tags, okay? As you do this exercise, check in the plugin if the template name changes. Your goal is to make the template file name changes to tag.php, category.php, and date.php. So, I'll see you again in the next lesson. Happy coding! Hi guys! In today's lesson, I want to bring up a very important issue, error pages. Well, we've created template files for just about every sort of inner pages in WordPress. We also learned how to create specific templates and many other things. Everything looks like paradise, everything's falling into place. But there will always be a time when a visitor will come across a page that doesn't exist on your site. Let's say that the visitor sees a link pointing to your site while reading a post on another site. Except that this link was spelled wrong. You can bet that the visitor will end up falling on an error page. But at the moment, we cannot handle these error requests in our theme. So for example, let's simulate an error here in the theme. Now for example, I'm visiting a non-existent page. But even so, I'm seeing some content. I bet you already know why. The answer is that every time WordPress doesn't know what content to load, it loads a very special file called index.php. This is the default template file. You can see that in our plugin up here. We can also find other clues if you inspect the page. Notice that in the body tag we have the addition of a class called error404. Another way to see more information is by modifying our header.php file. Let's open that file. And here in the title tag, we're going to include a WordPress function called wp_title. Now reloading the page, we have a new clue since the browser tab shows in the title that the page was not found. But even so, this whole situation can lead your visitor to make a mistake. They are seeing some content and may find that the link they are actually visiting does exist, and that the content they are seeing is really what they wanted to see. But that's not true. To solve this problem is quite easy. Let's create a new file called 404.php. As ever, to speed up things a bit, I'm gonna copy one of the files. This time I'm gonna copy the archive.php file, but you can of course choose the index.php too. Okay, but I need to make some modifications around here. Our error page will have no loop, so I'm going to remove all this code here relative to the loop. I want also to exclude the sidebar. And as there will be no sidebar, this div tag here will be 100% wide. For that, just remove this little class here. Let's also change the main class of the div tag to error-404. Here, we're going to create a header and some informative text elements. Let's save. And now we already have something that really indicates to the visitor that the content doesn't exist. At this point, our visitor must already be very frustrated. Let's then offer them some solution. For example, we can invite them to do a search to find what they want. Let's create a new div tag here and include a search form here. We've already learned how to do that. Just call the function getSearchForm. Another thing we can do is invite the visitor to check the latest blog posts. To do this, let's learn yet another very useful WordPress function called the widget. It does nothing more than call any WordPress widget in a specific point of the code. If we visit the WordPress codex, we'll see that there is a list of widgets available. In fact, this list is made up of those widgets that already comes in the default installation of WordPress. We can call this widget here, WP widget recent posts. So the visitor will see a list of recent posts. And to know how to use it, just click here in the sidebar menu. And we already see all the parameters that we can use for each widget. We can use this function the way it is now, with a very basic implementation, or we can pass some more parameters. In our example here, let's play with these two parameters, title and number. Let's copy this example here and paste it into the file we're creating. Now let's include an array and pass the title argument. And number. Let's limit the number of links to 3. Okay, excellent result. Now our error page has become much more meaningful for our visitor, don't you think? Okay, let me finish this lesson with an observation. As a theme developer, it is more than your obligation to create an error file. It greatly helps the visitor. It doesn't matter if you're creating the theme for yourself or for a single client or distributing your theme to more people. Never forget to create this file, okay? Well, as you can see, we are making great strides in creating the theme, and I hope you're enjoying the lessons. So, see you next time. Hello guys, this is a very special lesson in which we are going to talk about a very important issue, search engine optimization, also known by the acronym SEO. Okay, first of all, this course is not about SEO. So the idea behind this lesson is not to bring you tips about how to rank your site on Google. By the way, this course doesn't teach you only to create a simple website. The main goal is to teach you how to create WordPress themes. That is more than a website. Over time, you understand that although it seems the same thing, creating WordPress themes is a much more comprehensive subject. But why am I saying all this? Simply because I believe that the real responsible for making the site rank well in search engines like Google is the site owner. It is the content that he or she generates through the site that will make it more visible to search engines. However, that doesn't change the fact that your theme has to lend a helping hand. So you, as a WordPress theme developer, must be aware of the fact that your theme at least can offer a couple of good practices, which in the end will help anyone who uses your theme. Or if you don't help, at least do nothing to get in the way. That said, let's see what our theme can do to help anyone who uses it rank better on search engines. Let's start off with the header.php file. In fact, most of our tests will focus on this file. We also need to inspect the theme's source code to check if our changes are working. Let's get started. So go ahead and open the header.php file. As you can see, we are still including some fixed values in the HTML code. For example, the character encoding as well as the language attribute are all fixed values. But these values cannot be fixed. And why? Let's imagine your theme will be downloaded by someone in China. For sure, this person's WordPress installation will not be in English. Therefore, these two values have to be added according to the data provided by WordPress itself. Fortunately, we can solve this easily using two functions. For the language attribute, let's remove this here and call the language attributes function. So, whenever the installation language changes, your theme will change this value dynamically. Let's see if it works. Let's open our theme and check the source code. Notice here that the current language is US English. Let's go to the dashboard, go over to Settings, General, and we're gonna change here the site's language to Brazilian Portuguese. Now, looking at the source code again, see here that the language has now changed. Now it's Brazilian Portuguese. Let's go back to English. Now for the character encoding, let's use a fairly versatile function called blog info. Previously, when people built WordPress themes, they used this function blog info for many things, but nowadays its usage is quite limited. Let's exclude this value here and call blog info and pass to it a parameter called charSet. And that's it. Basically, things won't change in the source code, but at least we are sure that everything's more dynamic now. Now, a very important point. Since WordPress version 4.1, several meta tags are no longer used directly in the head portion. One of the tags that is no longer used here is title. Really? Title? So here in our HTML head, we're gonna just remove that tag. But then you must be thinking, this guy's totally crazy. The title tag is one of the most important, if not the most important of all, for the correct indexing of a site by search engines. Well, let me explain then, or else you'll think I'm kind of crazy. Since version 4.1, WordPress recommends that this tag is included not in the head portion, but through the functions.php file using theme support. Yes, theme support. So let's open up the functions file and include one more theme support. The whole thing is very simple. Let's just pass the title tag parameter and we are good to go. So add theme support, title tag. Now when we look at the updated source code of the theme, we magically have the title tag. And of course, the value will vary according to the page visited. Okay, and as for the other meta tags like description, author, keywords, well, we're not going to include these other meta tags in our theme. To understand why, we have to visit the WordPress codex. So we are here in the codex. Here on this page, whose link I will make available to you, of course, the WordPress team explains that over the years, many of these meta tags no longer make sense. Like for example, the keywords meta tag, which Google no longer uses because many people abused it. Down here, they have a phrase that I think is great to explain this. They say, without a doubt, content is the biggest contributor to search engine page ranking. So if you want to raise your rankings, make sure you have quality content. Okay, but if you still want to use some of these meta tags like description, for example, well, on the same page, the WordPress guys explain how to do it. So just go ahead and follow their instructions. I'm not going to include any other meta tag here because even the native WordPress themes no longer use these meta tags. If you think I'm crazy again, you can see by yourself. See? No more meta tags here. Strangely as it may seem. Okay, as I said earlier, this course is not about SEO, so I just went over here to talk about some good practices for you to apply when building your themes. By doing this, you already have a good way to help those who will certainly use your theme. So I hope you like the tips, and I hope also that you feel like you learned something new, and I will catch you guys on my next video, actually on our new section. So until then. Hello guys, welcome to a brand new section of our course. This section will be slightly different from the rest. So far, we have been able to create pretty much the whole structure of our theme. We have already created the template for the inner pages, we already know how to control the WordPress loop, handle the pagination, add theme support, and many other things. But if you look at the homepage of our theme, you see that it still seems a bit far from the original layout. This is because some essential areas like the slideshow, the social media icons, and the map are still missing. In addition to them, we still need to take care of things like the responsive menu and the contact forms. My proposal is to use plugins to build these areas. A lot of people ask me, why do you ask people to install so many plugins? There is a plugin to include a responsive menu, another plugin for social media icons, this one for the slider, contact forms. Well, there's a couple of reasons why I do that. First, developing all this from scratch would be hard work. If we have plugins that can do this hard work for us, let's use them. If I decide to teach you how to build every single functionality from scratch, this will be a never-ending course. The second reason is because even professional theme developers include plugins when they are making their themes available for download. For example, if you take a look at Theme Forest, you find that most themes, or maybe all of the themes, bundle some plugins. So why can we? Moreover, all the plugins I'll be using here are free, okay? Which is good news. Another good news is if your intention is to make your theme available for download, I'll be teaching you how to bundle all of the plugins with your theme. Yes, really, every single plugin. But this will be later on this course. So hold on, okay? It's worth it. So after this sort of mea culpa, let's get started. In this lesson, we're gonna start with the slideshow plugin. Let's go over to the WordPress dashboard and we're gonna install a plugin called WordPress Slider. Head over to the plugins menu, add new, and here we're gonna look for a plugin called WordPress Slider. Let's go ahead and install it. And now we can activate it. Among the free slider plugins, this is one that I find more complete. Of course, it's not as good as premium plugins such as Slider Revolution, but it's free and it really does a great job for us. Once installed, we have a new menu entry down here. Let's click on WordPress Slider. And we got to the screen here. Well, before you start creating something, let's go for a more theoretical explanation. I think it's necessary to make this explanation because some students are still confused with how these plugins work. In this plugin, and in almost all plugins of the like, we have a structure like this. That is, we have a container, which are the sliders, and inside them we have each one of these slides. So this slider 1 has a first slide, a second one, and so forth. So you can have as many sliders as you want, and within them as many slides as you want to. So on this page that we are seeing now, which is the plugin homepage, we have the list of all the sliders, which are the containers. You can create as many sliders as you want. For example, we can have a slider that will be displayed on the homepage and another one that will only appear on the About Us page. Or you can still create more than one slider for the homepage. But for now, we have no slider, so let's go ahead and create our first one. Let's click here on Create Slider. And here we can choose which type of slider we want. We can have a custom slider, which will be a slider with any kind of elements we like. For example, we could create a custom slider with 3 slides within it, each one with a background image, some text, and a click to action button. We could also have a post slider. And unlike the custom slider, this one is made up by posts or pages that the plugin will grab from the WordPress installation. And of course, if you don't want to have much work, we can decide to import samples of both a custom slider and a post slider. As we don't have much time for this, I'm gonna go ahead and choose a built-in template to help me create a post slider. So what's the idea behind this? Well, the idea is that we'll have a slider at the top of the homepage showing the latest post in a slideshow. Each item on the slider will have a featured image from the current post, a title, the excerpt, and the publication date. Only that. Okay, with this selected, I'm gonna click here on Create Slider. And the plugin shows that the post slider structure has been imported. And now we can start setting up the slider. Let's click on this button. Notice though that alternatively, I can also access this configuration page through the plugin's homepage. Look, my slider is already here. Just go ahead and click here on Settings, okay? Notice also that this is still the slider settings page. That is, we are still configuring the slides container. We are still not setting up each slider items, okay? Soon we'll do that. Here on the first step, we want to include some basic information. For example, let's type a name for the slider. Let's change the name here for Home Slider. And here we want to add an alias, for example, home-slider. This alias will be very important. It will be part of the shortcode that we need in order to include the slider on our template, or on a WordPress page or post if you want to do that. Let's change the height and width information as well. For the width, we're gonna set that to 1170, which is the initial default width of a site made with Bootstrap. And for the initial height, let's set that to 650 pixels. Here on size, let's check this first checkbox. By doing this, I want to ensure that we're gonna have a slider that can extend across the full width of the screen. You can later tweak these other settings to learn more about this plugin if you want. I am only going to work with the basic settings, right? Here on Slideshow, we can set the types of effects that the slideshow will have. We are going to change only one of these values, which is relative to the amount of time each slide is on the screen. Let's decrease this value to 7000 milliseconds, which is the same as 7 seconds. Here on Controls, we can choose the elements we want for the navigation. We can, for example, show the bullets, disable the navigation arrows. It's at your discretion. I'm just gonna leave this as it is, okay? Here under Appearance, we can change the slideshow more generally. For example, we can hide a certain amount of slides at the top of the list, or set a delay to the beginning of the slideshow. What matters most to us here is this text area below. Here we can define CSS for any slider, and later on the course we're gonna return to this place here. And finally, here under Content, we can set the slider's content. As we defined that the slider will be made up by posts, all options are relative to which posts will be displayed in the slider. We can choose here the post type that is going to be used. For example, we may have posts or pages. Let's leave it as it was before. We can also choose just a few categories or some specific tags, post formats, and a bunch of other information. Let's say we want only 5 posts in our slider. And if I click here, I can see below the posts that will be displayed in the slider after everything's done, all based on the filters I set above. Well, when you're happy with all of the choices, just click here on Save Settings. Now you're ready to set up each individual slide. As reworking with a previously imported post slider, we'll have less work to set up the slides. But as this lesson is already taking too long, we'll continue on this process in the next lesson. So, thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hello guys! In the last lesson we began configuring our first slider, which will be included on the home page of our theme. In this lesson, we'll be picking up where we left off. Let's start by setting up the items in the slider. Now that we have all slider settings saved, we can go ahead and click here on this Edit Template button. Or if you are on the plugin's homepage, click on the name of the slider or on the Edit Template button. Feel free to choose what's best to you. This screen will be slightly different depending on the type of slider chosen. Since we choose a post slider, we don't have some items we would have for a custom slider. The basic difference is that when we edit a post slider, we are editing a slide template. On the other hand, if we had a custom slider, we could edit each slide individually. I believe that explaining the difference now might confuse you a little. So let's follow the explanation without getting out of focus for now. And I propose that later on you go ahead and create a custom slider as an exercise to see the difference, okay? So let's go on. Here in this template, one of the most important things to choose is what will appear at the bottom of each slide. We can have a color or a gradient of colors for the background. But to be honest, I don't see much sense in this because what really prevails is what we choose here under this image option. We can choose the featured image of the post being displayed, or an item from our media library, or an external link, an auto image, or the first image found in the post. Notice, for example, if I choose an image from the library, this image will appear at the bottom of all posts. It will always be repeated. Since I want the image to never be the same, I'm gonna choose the featured image of each post. Notice that as each post has a different featured image, those images are not displayed here below. And here I can set the positioning for this image. I can also choose a video, which will be running in the background. Okay, and what are these items here in the preview area? Well, these items refer to text fields with values that come directly from each post. We can add several of these elements inside the slide in the same way that we can insert buttons, images, and videos. As we are using a built-in post slider previously imported, we already have these two fields here. One that shows the post title and another that shows the post excerpt. We can add one more below to show, for example, the post publication date. Let's click here in Add Text, this one here, or here. Here in Content, we have to define which element of the post this item refers to. Let's delete this text here, and click here where it says Insert Macros. We scroll down a little until we find the publish date. Now we can click and drag this item just below the excerpt. In my experience, even with these blue lines that serve as a guide, this text that we have just aligned will not be positioned correctly. To get the correct alignment, click here on Position and Size. Align it on the top left, and now we can drag it down. You can also enter values for the X and Y axis manually. For example, let's increase the Y axis value to 420. We can type the value directly, or use the keyboard navigation arrows by moving the items up and down. Let's do the same for the other two elements. For the title, let's set the y-axis to 150. We can also change the font size. Here on Style, let's set it to 40 pixels. Align it to the right. And for the excerpt, the y-axis is gonna be 250. And font size, 20 pixels. Okay, I guess with that, we can already have something to show in the slider. Let's save the template. And let's finally see how our slideshow is displaying. We're gonna click here on Close. And now, to show the slider on the screen, we have two options. If you are adding the slider directly to a WordPress post or page, you simply copy the shortcode and paste it into the content. In our case, we need to insert the slider not in a post, but in a PHP file. In order to do that, we need the second structure here. Let's copy it and open the page home.php file. Let's replace this content here with the code we just copied. And of course, we have to change the name of the alias. In our case, let's go back here to WordPress, and this is our alias. Okay, I'll save, and let's see what we got on the theme homepage. Great, almost perfect. We have here the post featured image, the title, the excerpt, and also the publication date. Let the slideshow bring the second item. Well, here we have the same thing, the featured image in the background, the title, the excerpt, and the publication date. Notice that up here we have this white space above and below the slider. This is coming from the HTML section we created in the beginning of the course. So we need to edit that in our CSS file. Let's open up the file then, and let's find out where the problem is. So it's here. We have this padding, which we don't need. So just comment on it, and we're good to go. Another problem we have here is that the publication date is almost invisible. We'll have to fix this with CSS as well. But let's do it through the plugin itself. Let's go back to WordPress, edit template. We select the element. Now here in style, I'm going to create a CSS class to style this element. In the Pro version of this plugin, we can do this more easily. But in the free version, we are limited to using CSS. But with just a few customizations, we already reach a very nice effect. Let's save the template and click on Slider Settings. Here under Appearance, you remember that there is a text area in which you can write some CSS code. Let's take the class we just created and style it like this. Let's save and see how it's now. Well, it got a lot better. It's more visible and it's much like our original layout. Before finishing this lesson, 2 tips. The first one, in the same way that we can style the publication date, we can also style any other element of the slider. Just add a CSS class and type the desired code. And the last tip, we can also play around with the animation controls for each element of the slider. Just choose the element and click here in Animation. We can, for example, apply a delay to the element, hide it, and with that we can have an effect similar to a layer slider, the same way we have in plugins like the Revolution slider. But the difference is that this plugin is free. Well, I hope you enjoyed these lessons, I'm back in the next one and we'll continue to install a few more plugins in our theme. Until then, bye! Hi everyone! In today's lesson, continuing our plugin installations, we're gonna be adding 2 contact forms to our theme. The first one will be added in the homepage sidebar, and the second one will be added to the theme's contact page. So without further ado, let's get started. There are several plugins that can be used to add forms in WordPress. We can use these plugins to create from simple contact forms to more specific and more complex forms. In our case, we want to use a plugin called Contact Form 7, one of the most used in WordPress, and also one of which I love to work with. Well, before you ask me, why am I using a plugin to create a simple contact form? Isn't it easier to create that using only plain PHP code? Well, of course it could be easier, depending on your PHP skills. In WordPress, you can create just about everything. But I always use a plugin in these cases in the first place because it's faster, and secondly because a good plugin is going to take care of various security aspects such as escaping strings, security tokens, etc. Since I don't want to worry about these things in all my projects, I always prefer to use some kind of plugin. That said, let's go ahead and install this plugin. We head over to Plugins, Add New. And we're gonna search for Contact Form 7. Let's install it, activate it, and now we have one more item in the dashboard menu called Contact. When we click here, we already get a built-in example form. Notice here that it has a link that allows us to edit the form, and the shortcode that we'll be using to insert the form into a page or into a template file. If we click on the edit link, we'll get to this page. Here we get these 4 tabs. I'll be showing you the first 3 of them. In the first one, we can create the form itself, adding the fields we want. And the coolest thing is that we can create fields using HTML or clicking on these buttons, which makes things easier and speed up the form creation. I'm not going to explain every single element, even because everything here is quite intuitive and easy to handle. Let's suppose I want to add another text field in which the user will have to type the name of their city. So just make room for the text box, for example here, click here in text, and enter the necessary data. For example, I'm gonna make this field required. Call it city. If I want a placeholder, I enter some value here on the default value field and click here on this option. And if later on I wish to style the field, I can type an ID or a class. Okay, ready? Now just click on Insert Tag. And to make it look the same as the other fields, I'm gonna place it inside a label tag. Here under Mail, we have the form submission settings. As I am on a local server, I'm going to leave everything as it is, since I would need to be on a remote server if I want to make a full and more accurate test. Under Messages, we can modify the error messages, warnings, success messages, and so on. Before saving, I'm gonna change the name of my form to Sidebar Form. This will be the form that will be displayed in the homepage sidebar. And I'm going to add an H2 heading tag and a paragraph explaining what is this form. So let's save the form, and we're ready to take it to the homepage. To do this is very easy. Just copy the shortcode and insert it in the place that we want. In our case, this form will be inserted in the homepage sidebar. Do you remember that in the previous sections we created 2 sidebars in the functions.php file? Until then, we have used only the second sidebar. The first one was used for testing purposes only. But enough of that. Now let's include some meaningful content here. Let's go ahead, head over to Appearance, Widgets, and we're gonna add the text widget in the first sidebar. In our case, let's just edit the text widget we already had. Let's paste the form's shortcode we just copied. We want to remove this title here too. Save. And now let's see how our theme looks like. As you can see, it's working, but it's a little weird. This is happening because there's no CSS rules in the plugin that control the width of the text fields. So it's up to us creating such CSS rules. But don't worry, because it's quite easy. Actually, I'll be using a code snippet I found in the plugin's documentation itself. Just go ahead and open our main CSS file. And I'll be pasting that code snippet right here. I'm gonna change this value here to 100% and remove these other values here because we don't need them. By doing this, my text fields, text areas, and other input fields will all fill the content area. So let's save. Awesome, it's very cool. With little effort, we have a working contact form. That's amazing. Okay, what you can do to make it a little better is to add placeholders to the other form fields, because we want the other fields to look the same. So let's go back and edit the form once again. And just follow the same logic that we used for the city field. Oops, I think I forgot the email field. Let's get back there. And here we get all the fields with the same format. Okay, now we also need a form for the contact page. If we open this page, we see that we have only a bunch of dummy text. To solve this, in the fastest way, we're gonna duplicate the form we've already created for the home page. If you just mouse over the form's link and click here where it's saying duplicate, let's rename the form. And let's tweak the content a bit. Now just save and copy the new shortcode. Let's go to Pages and open the contact page for editing. Now just paste the shortcode wherever you want in the page. And now let's take a look at the page to see if the form is showing up. And look, the form is here the way we want it. Excellent. Just one more thing before we finish this lesson. This plugin, as I told you at the beginning of today's lesson, is quite versatile. You can do a lot with it. However, since one lesson is not enough for us to explain all of its features, I invite you to visit the plugin's documentation. So, whenever we edit a form, we have this link here on the right side that leads to the plugin's documentation. I think it's worth taking a look. You never know when you need some support. Well, with that said, we finish this lesson here. And our theme is getting even more beautiful and complete. So I hope you enjoyed it too. And I see you in the next lesson. Bye! Hello! In today's lesson, finally, we'll learn how to put a map from Google at the bottom of our theme. My initial thought was to install one more plugin to do this, but we'll create this map without the use of plugins this time. However, for those of you who prefer to use plugins, one I recommend is WD Google Maps. I've used it in some of my projects quite successfully. But one thing I don't like sometimes in plugins, and this also holds true for some premium themes, is that they bring in many features of which we only use one or two. So let's get our hands dirty this time with a bit of PHP code. For this lesson, we'll use the Google Maps Embed API and its place mode. And here's a note, since this lesson is an updated version of the original content of this course. I had to rewrite this lesson because since June 11, 2018, Google has changed the way of getting the necessary API key to run the map service for every individual or application that wants to use the service. In summary, if you want to place a Google Map on your site via API, you won't be able to ignore the process I'm about to describe. While I record this video, there's still little information about it outside of Google's own documentation, which is not always easy to understand. So if I have any other news, I'm going to update the lesson once again and notify you all by email or some other way, okay? But the good news is that for 98-99% of the cases, those API keys will still remain 100% free. Well, this according to Google, which also promises some improvements like 24-hour support and improved performance, etc. So let's implement our map. For this to be possible, we'll open the Google documentation to understand how it works. This link will be available to you in the additional material of this lecture, okay? So don't worry about it. Well, this API works quite simply. Basically, it adds an iframe with information from a map of a particular location. There are 5 types of maps which Google calls modes. We got the place mode, which we use in this lesson, view mode, directions mode, street view mode, and search mode. Now these last 3 modes are part of which they call now advanced map modes. I must confess I didn't understand yet how it will work for these other cases, but it seems that if you want access to them, you'll necessarily have to pay. That is, whenever a visitor accesses your site, when it opens a map with these advanced services, you have to pay for it. But the place mode that we're going to implement in this course, as you understand later, is still free for most of the projects. To implement these maps, you'll basically need a Google API key. First, let's go back to the top of the page, and we're going to copy all of the contents of this iframe. Let's open up the page home.php file, and we're going to see where our map will be placed. Let's delete what we have here, including this container and this row, which we'll not need because the map will span from right to left. And let's paste the iframe here. Let's modify this markup a bit so that the appearance of the map stays the way we want. Let's change the width to 100%. The height is 350. Let's add another information at the end of the string. Ampersand zoom equals 15. This ensures that the zoom of our map will start with the value of 15, which is the zoom value that allows us to view the streets on the map at a good distance. Now to make the map really customized, we need 2 pieces of information. The first one is the services API key. Without this key, the map will not be shown on the page. A couple of years ago, it was possible to implement a map like this one without the key, but not anymore. As I told you at the beginning of the lesson, since June 2018, Google has changed the process a little. Basically, the company now requires every user to enable billing information to their account in order to activate the Google Maps API key. However, the good news is that Google gives all users enough free credit every month so that the vast majority of sites will never have to pay anything for that service. That's why I said to you at the beginning of the lesson that for 98% or 99% of cases, this API key will remain free. At least that's what Google promises. But at the end of the video, I'm going to give you some tips on this. Well, let's continue then. Let's go back to the Google Maps website. And here below, we have all the instructions on how to get a key. To generate a key, however, you need a Google account. If you don't have one yet, you can create yours for free as well. Let's click here on Get API Key. Get started. And here's the big change. Once you ask to generate a key, this little window here from Google Maps platform will appear. As you see here, we have 3 steps to follow. First, we need to choose the type of service, then select or create a project, and finally enable billing. Let's start by checking this first option, Maps, Continue. And in this new pop-up window, you can select or create a new project. If that's your first project here, you can choose this default project called My Project, or create a new one with another name. Let's create a new project. Let's call it Learn WP Key. Next. And now Google is asking you to enable billing for the project we've created. Well, mine is in Portuguese, I don't know why, maybe because the language is automatically set based on my location, but there's no problem because I'll be translating every text to its English equivalent during the rest of the video. And maybe the next steps and screens will be slightly different depending on the country you live in or on your language, but anyway, I think you won't have any problems. Hey, don't be scared about the step that is asking you to create a billing account, okay? Because the whole service will be free. Since June 2018, Google requires that all accounts using the Map platform enable billing information, but at the same time, it gives you a monthly credit of $200 so that you can use the service without paying for it. The difference is that in the past, you didn't have to create a billing account. In practice, what happened to me was this. As I already had a map project, I received an email from the company on May 2nd saying that based on my project usage over the last 3 months, I would still have access to their service without having to pay anything beyond that $200 credit. Well, if you stop and think, and I think that's what Google has also concluded, $200 is more than enough for most websites implementing a map. Just to illustrate, on this page you can see how far you can go with this $200 credit. Here we got some usage examples. And I think you can see that the number of web loads is more than enough for most cases. In fact, the few cases where this is not going to be enough will be for large-scale companies or for startups. That is, people that really can afford paying more than $200 a month on Google services, which is not your case, I believe. And here below we have the frequently asked questions. For example, can I still use Google Maps platform for free? And here they say yes, and explain why. This other link here with a price list will also be available to you. And here you can see the usage limits you have for each API key, okay? Here on the same page, you also have a link that you can access to manage your account. According to Google, you can easily set usage limits to protect against unexpected cost increases. Anyway, I think you have already understood that you hardly have to pay for the service as it was before. So let's go back to the previous page. Click here to create a billing account. Write a name for your billing account. Click here. Choose your country and your currency. And here you need to enter your billing data. If you already have an associated billing account, for example, if you have already purchased an app in Play Store, your billing information will already be shown here. In our case, let's create one from scratch. Choose individual. I'm gonna fill in my data here. and here we see this warning. You pay for this service only after you accrue costs. Before clicking here to start my free trial, I'm going to talk about a question I received from a student of this course. So here's the question. When I build a site for a customer, how should I proceed? As it will be rather complicated to let the customer register his or her credit card to get an API key. Is it safe to use my own Google account for that? And what if I register that API key on my credit card and the customer at some point has a lot of requests on that API key? Then I would sit on unwanted invoices. How could I prevent that? Just by choosing that project? How would you approach this? Well, in the past, I would say that it doesn't matter who's gonna register the API key. But now I advise you to ask your client to create the key with his or her own Google account. You never know how he or she will use this service and how fast their website will grow. So if the website grows a lot, over time the number of requests will increase, of course, and you, the developer, is not the one who's gonna pay for it. And you may say, Marcelo, I don't like this technique that you're showing. It's very complicated and involves credit card. I'm going to install a plugin. I think that's easier. Nope, wrong option. Any plugin that you install will also ask you to generate a Google API key. So there's no way out if you want a map from Google on your website, at least a map that is not static. Well, let's go back to Google. So let's move on. Click here to go to the next screen. And enable my API key. Wait a minute. And there it is, we already got the API key we needed. And here's Google advice to restrict this key. This is quite interesting and important so that your generated key is used only in your project. For example, only on your website or only in your application. Since we're using this key on a local server, there is no problem in using an unrestricted key for now. But it's interesting that you always restrict the use of the key, okay? Unfortunately, as this lesson is becoming lengthy, and just to stay on the subject, I'm gonna just point you out to a great tutorial about that, okay? Let's go ahead and copy this key, and let's paste it inside the iframe tag after this key equals string. Now to finish out, we just need to set an address. This address will allow the API to center the map and apply a marker exactly at this address. Since this is just a test, I'm just gonna leave this address as it is now. But notice that the address has these plus signs. If you decide to change the address, setting your home or your office address, for example, you only need to replace each space with a plus sign. That's it. But then you may ask me again, but Marcelo, if I'm developing this theme for a person who doesn't understand PHP or HTML, they'll be forced to edit this file and set their address and key manually? This is not feasible, don't you think? Not everyone knows how to write code, how to edit a PHP file. My clients surely don't know how to do that. Yes, of course, I agree with you. It's not feasible at all. But don't worry, because by the end of this course, I'm gonna teach you how to turn all this into something much more dynamic. Just wait and trust me. For now, let's see what our map looks like. Let's visit the front end. And let's see if the map is displaying correctly down there. And look, excellent! Here's our map centered on the address we choose and with the marker as I said. Hey, what do you think? You like it? Hope so. Excellent! In the next lesson we come back, we still have much work to do. So, see you then. Bye! Hey, what's up guys? In today's lesson, we're going to install another plugin. And this plugin will be responsible for showing us the social media icons here in this area, which for now has only this text. Well, there are a handful of plugins in WordPress repository for this purpose, but I chose one that is easy to set up called Social Icons Widget by Daniel Nisbet. So let's start by installing this plugin. Let's go over to Plugins, add a new one, and search for this plugin. Let's scroll down a bit, and here's the plugin that we want to install. Well, with the plugin installed, let's think for a moment. This plugin is a different kind of plugin. In fact, it's a widget. So to use it, we first need a new widget area available to which we can add it. At this moment in our theme, we have 5 widget areas. By the way, let's remember that going over to Appearance, Widgets. We then have these 5 widget areas. And we need a new one here. Otherwise, we will not have where to add this widget we just installed. You already know how to create a widget area, right? We need to register one more area in the functions.php file. So let's open this file up in our Sublime text. And here we have this portion of the code where the 5 existing widget areas are registered. To create a new one is very easy. Let's just copy all of this code here corresponding to the register sidebar function and paste it just below. Just be very careful, okay? Because the copied code has to be placed right after the semicolon here, right? Now the work we will have will be to modify the name of the widget areas. Your ID, let's call it social-media, and the description. And the rest of the code will be left the way it is. Okay, let's go back to the WordPress admin. Now reloading this page, we can see that there is a new widget area. Now we can drag as many widgets as we want into it. But of course, we're interested in just one of these widgets. Let's look for the plugin widget we just installed, Social Icons. Let's drag and drop the widgets to the new area. And now we can go ahead and configure all the options. Let's do this. First, we don't want any title, because according to our layout, we only want the icons with the respective links, nothing more. Let's use an icon of 32 pixels, medium size, and we're gonna click here to hide the title. If we leave this option unchecked, a text will appear saying follow us, and we don't want this text messing around in the layout, okay? Now to finish out, just specify the addresses for all the social media that we want. I'm gonna fill only with Facebook and LinkedIn. Now I can save. Okay, but of course, it's not just that. It's never that simple. We still need to make some changes to the header.php file, which is where the code that generates this red bar comes from, and call the new widget area there too. Let's open up this file, and we're gonna remove this text here, and instead, let's call the new widget area here. To do this is pretty simple. Let's open the PHP tag here, and write the following. If is active sidebar, and what sidebar? The one that we just created, called social media. Dynamic sidebar, and we pass the name of the sidebar or widget area again to the function. Okay, now we can see the result on the screen. Let's refresh the page. And there we have the social media icons, the ones that we fill in there in our widget. But it's still strange. Look, I don't like it. I think we need a bit of CSS to make it look better. Let's open up our CSS file then. Let's create a new area here. Social widgets. And here we say the following. For the unordered list, let's say there will be no padding and no margin. And for each element of the list, let's do the following. This will cause those bullets to disappear and each icon to be displayed side by side, not one on top of the other as it is at the moment. Let's save. Now let's refresh the page. Et voila! Here it is. We now have our social icons area ready. We have a good space for each icon. And if you want to add more icons, just go back to the widget and fill in with the addresses for another social media, okay? So that's what I had to show in this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it and see you next time. Bye! Hello guys, welcome to one more lesson in this section. Actually, this is gonna be the last lesson. And today, we're gonna install a plugin that will help us display a responsive menu on the screen. Ever since the beginning of this course, we have already done a really cool job using Bootstrap to make our site as responsive as possible. However, one thing that is still not working is the menu. If we enable the Browser Element Inspector on a Mac, Command-Option-I, on a PC, Ctrl-Shift-I, or the F12 button, we'll see that when we get to very small screen resolutions, our menu starts to get weird. There will come a time when it will be totally broken. But we don't want this to happen. To solve that, we're gonna install a very simple, very lightweight plugin called WP Responsive Menu. It's very easy to set up and I always use it in my projects. And you see why. So let's look for this plugin. Install it, and activate it. Once installed, we have a new item here in the dashboard menu. Let's click here on WPR menu. So here we got 6 tabs. The new version of this plugin brings a lot of new functionalities. Many of them are premium features, even though this is still a very good plugin. We'll be concentrating on these 2 first tabs, General and Appearance. So under General, one of the first options here is what menu we want to use as a responsive menu. Remember, we have 2 menus, one at the top of the page and one at the bottom. Let's choose here the top menu. The next setting is very important. We need to specify here what HTML element is gonna be hidden as soon as the responsive menu appears on the screen. Generally, we type here the menu class that we want to become responsive. To figure this out, we have to inspect the code for the menu. Let's go back to the theme, and let's find out what is the CSS class of the main menu. Look here, we found out. Let's copy this class, main menu, and paste it here. Let's type a dot before, since it's a CSS class name. Search input within menu. We can choose whether or not to display a search box in the menu, and below which text will appear inside that box. There are many other options here. For example, you can choose a logo to be displayed in the menu, enable the swipe effect, and a couple of other options you can tweak later if you want, okay? Now under Appearance, There are also a lot of options you can later on change if you want. Let's concentrate here on the main options. You can choose here the menu icon position and direction, also the kind of animation the menu will have. We won't change anything for now. But the most important option is the next one. Here we need to define the width in pixels below which our responsive menu will become visible. Let's set it to 767 pixels. That is, when the screen resolution is less than or equals to 767 pixels, our responsive menu will appear and the regular menu that is not responsive will simply disappear. Below, we get a bunch of other options related to the style of each menu item and also submenus. We're gonna go ahead and accept the suggestions. And also accept the colors suggested by the plugin. Let's save the changes. And after we save, we can see a live preview on the right side of the page, which is very helpful. Anyway, let's jump to our theme, because we need to see how it's behaving on different screen resolutions. Let's refresh the page. And now watch. Slowly going down the resolution. Notice here that we can see the size of the current resolution in pixels. Remember, when we reach 767 pixels, our responsive menu will have to appear. Let's go down, and that's it. We reached 767 pixels and our responsive menu is already here. Nice! Let's see if the menu itself is working. Let's click here to go to the contact page. And we're here on the contact page. Let's open the menu again and return to the home page. Excellent, everything is working, just perfect. You see that with just a few settings, we now have a responsive menu on our theme. Well, but there's still one thing that has not convinced me at all. You may ask me, Marcelo, and if I'm making this theme available for download, how will my user know that he or she needs to install this plugin if they want a responsive menu? This is also a valid question about the social media plugin, the slider plugin, and any other plugin you decide to include in your theme. Well, that's a great question. So let's make a deal. Keep this question right in your heart, okay? We're not going to answer it now, but only at the end of the course, after we've finished out the theme. This will be interesting for those who intend to create themes to make available to other people. For example, people who want to sell items on ThemeForest, which is a well-known marketplace for selling WordPress themes. So, I'll wait for you in the next section of the course. We'll be learning about one of the most interesting WordPress tools called the Theme Customizer. Until then, happy coding! Hello everyone, and welcome back. You're back here for another lesson and for a new section of our course. And today, we're gonna start talking about the Theme Customizer, one of the most interesting development tools for WordPress themes. But before we start talking about it, I just want to show you a couple of simple modifications I made to the theme. As you can see, on the home page, the search form is a little different, as well as the contact form. There are also other areas of the theme that have been modified, but nothing too important. These are only small CSS changes. As you know, you can find them all in our CSS file. You see there all the CSS for the theme in a very well organized file. Also, I decided to change the HTML markup for this middle area here a bit. Before, the sidebar had only 3 columns, and now it has 4 columns. With that, the news div has been reduced to 8 columns. And there's also this heading tag here. And here on archive.php and index.php, I also changed the pagination div tags. Before we had the col MD6 classes, and now we have only col6. That means these two divs here will always have a width of 50% each, regardless of the screen resolution. Okay, back to today's subject. Let's remember that we have some sections on the theme that are not finished yet. So here on the home page, we have this area that will be a place for the logo, the crop right area. All these areas are still unchanged, and you'll be using the theme customizer to deal with them. We could of course do all that manually using only HTML code, PHP, etc. But the point is that if you do that, our theme will get hard to maintain. To make changes to the code, the site owner would have to understand about programming. But of course, this is not a reality that we have to take into consideration, because not everyone knows how to write code. So our task is to build the whole theme in the most dynamic way possible. But before you start creating anything, I'm gonna show you, of course, how this WordPress tool works, especially for those who still don't know it. First, let's go over to the WordPress dashboard, Appearance menu, Customize, or as the site administrator, you also have the possibility to access the same screen via the front end by clicking on this icon here. This tool is very versatile and allows us to make changes to the theme while viewing these changes on the right side of the screen. So this is the great potential we have when we use it. Well, let's explain how it works in more detail. Here on the right side, we have this big rectangular area where we can see the actual theme. This area is highly dynamic. So for example, if I click on this link, I actually can go to a new page. And on the left side, we have several controls that are used to modify specific areas of the theme. Well, let's give names to those things. The controls we see on the left are called sections. Here we have, for example, the site identity section, the color section, the header image section. That is an old acquaintance of us from previous lessons, remember? Within each section, we have the controls. For example, if we click here on site identity, we have all the controls that relate to the site's identity, such as the title, description, and other fields too. These controls can be of different types. They can be text fields, checkboxes, upload buttons, color pickers. There are many possibilities, and with each version, the WordPress theme brings more items to the customizer. Not to mention some custom libraries that add fields that are not yet in the native version of WordPress. Another thing we can do here is also to change the theme that we are viewing. Just click here and choose another theme to customize it. I'm gonna choose, for example, the 2017 theme. This theme also features a few sections, and I can also make modifications and already see the modifications reflected on the right side of the tool. So let's switch themes again. Well, another very interesting thing in this tool is the possibility to see how our layout will be presented in several different devices. So here on the right side, I'm viewing the theme's desktop version. If I click on this button here, I can see how the site is on a tablet-like device. And if we click on this other button here, we can see how the theme behaves on a smartphone. As you can see, with the changes we made in previous lessons, our theme is totally responsive. We even see the responsive menu here at the top of the theme. Well, that's it. Basically, it's what we got within the customizer. This is a very powerful tool, not only for you, the theme developer, but also for your clients. It allows us to make customizations in a very practical and fast way, and without the need for the end user to know how to write code. So what I want you to understand in this lesson is basically how this tool is made up. So remember the following. These left side structures here are called sections, and each section can contain many controls, which can be of various types, from simple text boxes to checkboxes, upload buttons, etc. Okay, so in the next lesson, we're gonna start writing some code for the customizer. Until then, happy coding! Hey guys, how's it going? Are you ready to start creating your first fields in the WordPress theme customizer? I hope so, because today we're gonna learn a lot of new and cool things. Great, in this lesson you see that the customizer tool is very powerful and versatile. Usually my students say that these are the most interesting lessons of the whole course. So without much delay, let's get started. The first field we're gonna be building is this copyright area here. Well, you can see that it is a simple text field. To tell you the truth, there is no great need to make it a customizable field. We could simply create it directly in the code or create a very simple text widget so that the user could edit it. However, I'm gonna teach you how to include it via the theme customizer for learning purposes. As it is just a text field, it serves perfectly for you guys to understand how the customizer works in the least traumatic way possible. To begin with, let's fire up our Sublime text. Let's create a folder called ink. And within that, let's create a new file called customizer.php. We'll be creating all the necessary fields within this file, right? However, since this file is not automatically loaded along with WordPress, we need to require it inside the functions.php file that in turn is automatically loaded. To do this, let's open up the functions file. And using a native PHP function called require, let's include our newly created file. So require. Now to get the path to the theme directory, we use get template directory and concatenate it with the file path. Remember to add this /n, okay? Otherwise, the file will not be found. Okay, ready? Let's save. Now in customizer.php, let's start creating something. First, let's open the PHP tag, but we don't need the closing tag. Let's create a function. The name of this function may be whatever name you want. In my case, I'll call this function learnwp_customizer. The name is not so important, but it's very important that you pass a parameter to it. And this parameter is a variable called WP customize. That's simple. Well, let's recall some basic details that I mentioned in the last lesson. The theme customizer is made up of sections, and inside each section we have one or more controls, right? There are also something called panel, and inside each panel we can have several sections, but I will not use any example that uses panels because they made the code very complex. Let's just stick with the sections which can have different controls. So let's create in this order a first section. Let's make a comment here indicating that this section will be for copyright information. Pay close attention to the structure that I'm going to explain to you now. At first glance, it looks very complicated and it can confuse you a lot. But when you create it once, it can be copied and pasted so you can create the other sections and then the other controls, etc. The first thing we're gonna do is call a variable named WP customize. In fact, technically speaking, this variable is an object of the WP customize manager class that is responsible for handling the execution and control of the customizer itself. Let's add a small arrow with a minus and the greater than sign. And we're gonna pass here a function called add_section. Again, technically speaking, to be more precise, this class object here is calling a class method named addSection. You'll see still in this lesson that each time we'll be calling a different method. When we are building sections, we use add_section, but for controls, we're gonna use add_control and so on. Okay, now inside that add section, we're gonna pass two informations. First, a name or an ID for that section, and then an array argument. First, the section ID. I always use a name that starts with sec underscore something. You'll see in this lesson that this will help a lot not to get lost within the code. So I recommend that you do the same. Now to finish out, we create an array with a few arguments. Let's pass 2 arguments. The first one is going to be title. Let's type here copyright. And the second argument is going to be description. The value of the title argument will be inside the clickable object of the section. When you click on this object, you'll see the controls that it has inside it. Now comes a detail that I didn't explain in the last lesson because it wouldn't make much sense then, but now it makes more sense. Between the section and the controls we have the so-called settings. They are responsible for storing the data entered by the user in each control, sending that data directly to the database. Without these settings, it is not possible to persist any data into the database. A curiosity. WordPress saves all the data inside the WP options table. So if you need to check out how this customizer data is stored into the database, just take a look at this table. Basically, the setting structure is very similar to a section. We start with the object. Now, instead of calling add section, we call another method named add setting. Here we also pass 2 parameters. The first one is the name of the setting, and the second is an array of arguments. For the name of the setting, I generally use something like set underscore something. Now inside the array, we pass the following arguments. The first is type. This argument applies to the type of field that will be stored in the database. We can have 2 types of fields, option and theme modifications, or simply theme underscore mod. To better understand the difference between one and the other, let's see what the WordPress documentation tells us. So here, the documentation states that there are 2 primary types of settings, options and theme modifications. Options are stored directly in the WP options table of the WordPress database and apply to the site regardless of the active theme. Themes should rarely, if ever, add settings of the option type. Theme mods, on the other hand, are specific to a particular theme. So for the first argument, let's set the value as theme mod, okay? The second argument is the default value of the theme we're saving. For example, let's type in here copyright X, all rights reserved. And the last one is sanitize callback. Unfortunately, I've looked a lot, but I haven't found good documentation explaining all the values that can be used in this field. At this point, WordPress documentation is still poor. At least until the recording of this lesson it is, because it doesn't say nothing about this argument sanitize callback. What I found out is that in this field we can specify the name of some field sanitization function used by WordPress, or some data sanitizing function that you can create yourself. This is important because everything the user types for any control will be sent to the database, and before that happens, the data should be sanitized, or in other words, they must be cleaned out. The name of this function will depend on the type of field we intend to create. For example, for text fields, it may be sufficient to pass a function called askAttribute or only ask_attr. This function filters and cleans the data passed to a text field, removing special or invalid characters. For numeric fields, I generally use the appsynth function. But as I just said, there is little documentation on this, so I'm not sure if these are the correct functions to use. As soon as I have more information on this, I will certainly keep you updated. But let's continue. We already have our section created and also our setting. but the control itself is missing. To speed things up, let's copy this structure here. I'm going to rename the methods to add control, and the name of the control is going to be ctrl_copyright. I want to remove these arguments because they will be different. Let's get straight to the arguments then. The first one is label and applies to the name that appears before the field. Then description. Now the last three deserve a little more attention. Section. Here we have to specify the name of the section to which this control is connected to, and the name is sec_copyright. Settings. Here we inform the name of the setting that will save the value passed to this control. In our case, it is set_copyright. Did you notice why I identified the name of the section and settings with its prefixes? It helps me very much not to get lost in the code. And now the last argument, type. This is the kind of control or field we are building. In our case, it's going to be a text type field. It could also be text area, checkbox, select, radio, etc. And now, to finish out this file for today, we're gonna add an action to load this function we just created. So add action, and this function needs to be triggered on a hook called customize_register. And here in the second parameter, we indicate the name of our function, learn WP customizer. Okay, let's save. And we can already see if everything is working. Let's go to the customizer. Here we have the section that we just created, and within it, the field we created with its default value. Well, let's add another value to this field. And save. At this point, the data we entered has been already stored in the WP options table. So with every change I made in the field, the data will be updated in the database. There's only one way to fetch this value from the database and show it on the screen. Let's open up our footer.php file then. Let's delete this text here. And to call the field is very easy. Let's use the getThemeMod function and pass inside it the name of the setting that stores the value of the field. In our case, the setting is called set_copyright. In order for the saved value to be displayed on the screen, we only need to echo it out. Let's save this, and let's see if it's working. First, let's check the theme. Excellent! Now let's reopen the theme customizer and let's make some changes. Look how interesting. The viewing area is refreshing and the field value changes according to what I type. Very cool. We have our first field working in Customizer. What a breakthrough! But we still have a good way to go. We still have our logo, for example, and the map. Yes, the map. You see what we still got for the map. So that's all for now, and see you then in the next lessons. Hi folks, Marcelo here for another lesson. And we are almost coming to the end of this long work. And today we're gonna be creating an area to include the theme logo. First of all, let's head over to the WordPress dashboard, Appearance menu, Customize. And under Site Identity, you realize that we don't have a control to upload the logo to the theme yet. So we have to figure out how to do this. Fortunately, there is a fairly easy way to do this in WordPress. To do so, let's go back to our code. Today we can forget the customizer.php file because we need only the functions file. The changes will be, as you will see, minimal. Let's go ahead and add another theme support. This time, the theme support we want is called custom-logo. This theme support accepts an array of arguments in which we can set both the width and the height of the image. So let's begin the array here. Height is gonna be 110 and width is gonna be 200. This is gonna be enough for our logo image. As you're setting an exact size for this image, you'll notice that WordPress will allow us to crop the image used for the logo. Let's save this here and reload the customizer dashboard. Now, if you access site identity again, you have here an exclusive area to send our logo. Cool, isn't it? Let's upload an image. Look here, as I said before, the customizer suggests that the uploaded image has a dimension of 200 by 110 pixels. I want to choose an image that I have already set aside for the logo. Notice that this image is larger than the suggested size. So when I click select, WordPress asks me to crop the image. Before that, I'm gonna type here an alternative text for the image and also a description. I'm gonna just type the theme name. Okay, I'm going to click on this button here and proceed to crop the image. Okay, great, the image is here in our field. But of course, it's not displaying on the theme yet. Let's save this here for now, and we go ahead and include the logo in our theme. To do this, let's open up the header.php file. Let's remove it all here, and let's call our logo. To do that, it's really very simple. Let's just call the custom logo function. That's it, nothing more. But now you understand the reasons why we created some things at the beginning of the course. For example, we have this text sender class here. And we also have this div tag just below the Bootstrap container called align. The text sender class ensures that the logo will be centered, even when we are at a very small screen resolution, such as a smartphone. And the align class will be used to align both the logo and the menu vertically. Well, before showing you how we're going to align these items, let's see if our logo is already showing up on the screen. Let's open our theme here. Excellent, our logo is already showing on the screen. Look here. However, you can see that it's not aligned with the menu. In fact, we have this space all under the menu. It really seems very, very ugly. To solve this, let's use only 3 CSS commands. Let's go ahead and create a very simple rule for that align class. Let's open up our CSS file. So align, and let's say the following: display, flex, align, items, center, width 100%. Using only this, we can ensure that all items align vertically. So let's see. Well, something went wrong here. We'll have to figure out what happened. Let's go back to our code because I believe the problem is on that align div. Yes, it's here. In fact, this div must be inside the row. not outside. Otherwise, the display flags won't work for the two inner div tags. Let's reorder the code. And let's refresh the page again. And great, it's working. It can't get more perfect than this. So now let's resize the screen. And when we get below 767 pixels, our responsive menu will display. And the logo image is centered thanks to the align class. Well folks, that was it for this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it, and I invite you then to be here with me in the next lesson, which will be our last on the WordPress theme customizer. Until then, happy coding! Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to this lesson, which is gonna be the last one about the theme customizer. In this lesson, as promised, we're gonna make our map more dynamic. You remember that in the lesson in which we created our map, we have included two values manually. For those who don't remember, I'll start by opening the page home.php file again. Here at the end of the file, we have the Google Maps iframe. But notice here that these two values, the API key and the address, were hard-coded into the file. And here comes that question. How the owner of the site, who most of the time doesn't understand anything about programming and is not forced to understand, of course, will manage to edit those values? This is very unlikely to happen. So today, we're going to learn how to create a friendlier alternative to the site owner or to a theme user, okay? At the end of this lesson, we're gonna have two new fields in Customizer, and we'll be able to set both the API key and the address in a very friendly way. Let's start with the customizer.php file. Let's add a new comment here. And down here, we're gonna be creating a new section. To speed up a bit, I'm gonna copy this portion here. And I'm going to change only the necessary values. The section name, which will be sec_map, title, and description. Okay, now we can create the settings and the controls. Let's do this first of all for the API key. Let's copy this setting here. And let's change the name of the setting. In our case, it will be set_map_API key. This setting will be responsible for saving and retrieving the API key value in the WordPress WP options table. The default value will be empty. And as this will also be a common text field, let's keep the same callback. Now let's include the control. Copy again. Let's call this control ctrl_map_API key. We set a label. And here in description, let's do different. Let's give an instruction to the theme user. If they don't have a key yet, let's include the link so that they can generate the key themselves. And now we only need to specify which section and setting this control belongs to. Okay, now let's do the same thing for the address field. Let's copy all of this here, and we only need to replace the values. Let's call the setting set_map_address. Now, as this field will be a text area with multiple lines, the callback needs to be different. Let's pass here ask_text_area. This one is another WordPress function capable of sanitizing the data passed in a text area field. And the corresponding control will be called ctrl_map_address. Let's ask the user not to type special characters in here, okay? In my experience, this field will work even if the user types special characters in, but let's ask them not to do this. Finally, let's set the section, the setting, and the field type will be text area. Okay, let's save, and let's check out our customizer. Now we have a new section here. Let's click here, and we finally have our two new fields. Let's see if we can set any value here. Let's copy the API key we're testing. And let's also specify a different address for a map. Let's save. Nice, we have no errors and the fields are still here, which means they have been saved onto the database. Good, and now, how we are supposed to use these fields? Well, very easy. First, let's go back to the page home.php file. The way to do this, that I consider to be the easiest way, is first create two variables above the iframe. Let's open the PHP tags up here. Let's create a first variable called key. And this variable will get the value of a getThemeMod with a setting that holds the value of the API key, which is called set_map_API key. Now the other variable will be called address, and it will do the same thing, but for the other setting. But a very important detail. When we retrieve the value of the address, it may not be passed with the correct formatting to the map. Depending on how the user enters the address, it will be included in the link with special characters, spaces, commas, line breaks, and this can cause some problems. To prevent this from happening, we're gonna wrap the value returned from the database with a native PHP function called URL encode. According to the PHP manual, this function is convenient when encoding the string to be used in a query part of the URL, as a convenient way to pass variables to the next page. So let's use it here. Now comes the easiest part. Let's replace the fixed values with the variables we just created. Since these values come directly from the database, we ensure that they are always dynamic. First, let's delete the key value. And we echo the variable key out. And we're gonna do the same thing with the address variable. Let's save. And this time, let's make the text directly in the customizer. Let's change the address. And automatically, you'll notice that the map with the new address is rendered in the theme. Wow, that's simply fantastic. It's brilliant. Let's change the address again. And there it is. Very good. Let's save. And everything's ready. That's it. Folks, I really hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I also hope that you will have the chance to use these ideas in real projects. For me, that will be really, really rewarding. Okay, but the course doesn't end here. In the following sections, we're gonna learn the basics about theme internationalization. And we'll also learn a way to package our theme for distribution. So until then, see ya! Hello guys! In the next 3 lessons, we're gonna learn the basics about internationalization of WordPress themes. Generally, in small projects, which will only be used by a single client who don't want their page to be viewed in several languages, I don't worry about internationalization. But this theme is essentially important if you, as a theme developer, want to make your theme available for download, or if you have a client who needs his or her site to be translated into other languages. It is your task as a theme developer to at least make the theme translatable. That's what I'm gonna be teaching you in the next lessons. Let's learn how to make the theme translatable and easily generate the files that will serve as the basis for translators. But before we start, I want to explain a little bit about how the translation flow works on a WordPress theme. First step, for translation to be possible, we first have to use some specific functions. These functions need to be used every time you have some text in the theme that can be possibly translated into another language. For example, we have the term search inside our search box. In a Brazilian site, for example, this term will have to be displayed as pesquisa, not search. But for now, it's impossible for us to translate this term because if you look at the source code, it is hard-coded. For example, let's open up the searchform.php file. And you can see here, as it is now, it's impossible to trigger some translation for this term. The same thing goes for the theme files. For example, the customizer.php file. There are several strings here that cannot be translated, at least the way they are at the moment. They will remain intact in the language in which they were written. In this case, they will remain in English. To solve this, we'll have to rely on a group of functions, which as a whole are known as getText functions. There are several of these functions, but in the next lessons I will focus on the 2 most used in WordPress themes, okay? So second step. Once each theme term is properly wrapped with the getText functions, we can create a file that will have the POT extension, which stands for Portable Object Template. This file will contain a list of all translatable strings, but we won't have any translation yet. As the name suggests, the POT file is just a template. Typically, this file is sent to translators, and from it, the translators generate 2 files, one with a PO extension and another one with the MO extension. These 2 files contain all the translations. The difference between them is that the PO file contains text that can be easily read by humans. On the other hand, the MO contains machine code and can only be read by web servers. My explanation in these lessons will be limited to the creation of the POT file. And the reason for that is very simple. The theme developer doesn't have to translate the theme itself. This task is up to the client or to the translators that he or she may hire, or for your own theme collaborators if you should have a team. Many themes and plugins, especially the best known ones, have the help of several collaborators worldwide. Well, as I said, this translation task is not yours. At least that's my opinion. But it's your duty to make the theme translatable, ready to be translated by others, okay? Well, in this lesson I just wanted to explain this to you. But in the next lesson, we're gonna start with the first step that I explained in today's lesson. That is, let's understand which are the 2 getText functions I mentioned today. And we'll go ahead and find the strings in our theme that can be transformed into translatable terms. So until then, peace out, guys. Hey guys, everything okay? In today's lesson, we began the first step towards internationalization of our theme. Let's learn a bit about the getText functions and translate all the terms we find in our theme. Well, first things first. we have to start by adding a kind of translation support in our theme. To do this, let's open up the functions file. And within the function we created at the beginning of the course, in which we are typing all the functions and commands related to the theme configuration, let's add a few more lines. We want to create a variable and call it text domain. And it will get as a value the name of our theme in lowercase. Now let's include a function called load theme text domain. This function is used to ensure that future translation files created by translators, by our theme collaborators, or by the site's owner are uploaded in a correct way. It requires two parameters. The first is text domain, which in our case will be this variable we just created. And the second parameter is the directory path where these translation files will stay. So let's call the function here. We pass the first parameter. And for the second parameter, we're gonna use the getTemplate directory function, concatenated with the string /languages/. This will get the path of a folder called languages, which of course we have not yet created. So let's create this folder now. Okay, this ensures that whenever there's a translation file, WordPress will try to look for it inside this directory that we just created. But we also have to worry about child themes. Child theme is a subject I didn't work on this course, at least not yet. But it's highly important that your theme can handle them too. To do this, just duplicate this line here. And change this word template by style sheet. Except that this line regarding the child theme has to be placed before the line related to the parent theme, okay? So let's just change the order here. Pretty simple. Another thing we need to do is add a couple more items to our style.css file. Remember, this is our main CSS file and is used also to identify the theme within the WordPress dashboard. Let's add another line here called text domain. And let's type our text domain here. And as we're editing this file, let's take this opportunity to add another important tags. License and license URI. Now we can be sure we have all the required tags if one day we decide to upload this theme to the WordPress repository. Okay, excellent. Now what we have for now is an environment that is almost ready for future translations. We defined the text domain for our theme and also created the directories where in the future the translation files will be placed. Very well. So now we can finally talk about the translation functions that we mentioned already in the last lesson. These functions are all over the WordPress code. For example, let's open the 2016 theme. Let's choose any file, for example, this one, the 404.php. Notice, for example, that we have here two areas with messages in English. Here and here too. But it's surrounded by a function that goes almost unnoticed called _e. Some people don't even realize it's a function. We have another example inside this theme function file. For example, here in the function that registers the menus. Notice that we have here two English texts on menu names. And these strings are wrapped by an even more discrete function called double underscores. That's right, this is a function. And from now on, we'll be addressing these two functions, the _e and the double underscores. If you look carefully, the two functions have a very similar syntax. They basically require 1. The string to be translated, and 2. The theme text domain. The fundamental difference between the two is that the first one, _e, is used to wrap some HTML code, as you see here in the 404.php file. Here, for example, the string is inside an h1 heading tag, and here within a paragraph. Double underscores are used to wrap pure PHP code. In the example of the functions file, these strings are arguments to an array. So, plain PHP code, no HTML. There are several other functions like these too, and they are used by WordPress as well. But unfortunately, it will not be possible to approach all of them here in the course. These two will already be useful for most cases, at least here in our theme. Well, you understand the long task that is ahead of us, don't you? Yes, you have to look for strings that can be translated into another language all over our theme. That's right, all over our theme. Fortunately, despite the amount of files we already have in our theme, these files are not that big, so we can easily find the snippets of code that we should change. I'm going to start just by these two files, 404.php and functions.php, two files that we also have in our theme. I'll show you in detail the first changes I made to these two files, and the rest of the files you'll see me changing, but at faster speed, okay? The idea is to show you the process itself. As it is a very repetitive process, it is not worth it to spend the whole lesson explaining the same thing. So let's start off with the 404.php file. The first string that we can wrap into a translation function is this one that is inside the h1 heading tag. To do this, I'm gonna cut this text here, open the PHP tag here, and I'm gonna use the _e function. The first parameter we pass is the translatable string. So let's put back the text that we just cut. And the second parameter is our theme's text domain, which will always be learn-wp. So this string here is now ready to be translated into any language in the future, okay? Let's do the same thing now for the paragraph just below. But before, a very important tip. Never include HTML tags inside the string, okay? The translator doesn't always know what these tags mean. If you leave HTML code inside the string, you run the risk of having these HTML tags all removed or ignored, or even worse, they can be modified by the translator, which is not good. Let's go on, and we have another text here. And this last text is no longer HTML, but something that is inside the PHP code. In this case, we'll not use the _e function, but this time the double underscore function. So this way. Okay, we don't have anything else here in this file. Let's save it, and it's already a translatable file. Let's do the same thing now for the functions file and for the other files too. I'll speed up the video, okay? I believe that you'll not have any problems to understand since you see the same thing being repeated many times. It's the very same process we've just seen on the 404.php file. So without further ado, let's get started. And finally, we get to the last file. It was a bit hard work, but our whole theme is now fully translatable. One tip I can give you is the following. Try to make your theme translatable since the beginning, okay? Try to translate all the strings little by little. Do it slowly as you create each file. I mean, never leave translations to the end as I did here. I just left everything to the end for learning purposes. But you don't have to do it like I did, okay? So, what's the next step now? Well, now that our theme is translatable, let's create our translation template, the file that will serve as a basis for other people to translate your theme. But that will be for the next lesson. Until then, peace! Hello guys, we're reaching the end of the internationalization process. We already have a fully translatable theme at hand. And in today's lesson, we're gonna create a file whose purpose is to save as a template for anyone who wants to translate our theme in any language. The first thing we need for this lesson is to download an application called PoEdit. PoEdit is one of the most used software for internationalization of the most diverse applications. It's free and it's cross-platform, which means you'll be able to use it regardless of the operating system you have. So what I show here on my computer, which uses the macOS system, you'll also be able to do it in Windows or Linux. So as each operating system has its own way of installing applications, I will not show here how to install it, okay? But if you still don't have the software installed, just visit the project page, which is on poedit.net, and go ahead and download and install the application. So let's fire up PoEdit. And when you open it, we have this option below. Translate WordPress theme or plugin. But unfortunately, this is a premium feature. If you click here, you'll end up realizing that it's a feature available only in the Pro version of the application. Even so, we can still go ahead and create our translation template files, but we need to take some shortcuts. So, follow me. From the top menu of PoEdit, head over to File, New. Let's choose the language of the translation. Let's start with English, okay? Okay. Now we need to navigate to File, Save, and we can save the translation file inside our themes language folder. The software will save our file as en_us.po file, and we'll also generate another file called en_us.mo. Let's go to our language folder because we need to remove one of these files and rename the other one. Well, here are the files. So the file with the mo extension is not useful for us at the moment. So I'm going to delete this file. With the leftover file, I'm going to rename it to learnwp and its extension to .pot. You can go ahead and do this without any worries, even if you see some warning popping up on the screen, since it's just a plain text file. So don't worry. Now back to the main software page, we see this message here. It says that there are no translations yet. Click here in Extract from Sources, and PoEdit will take you to the Catalog Properties window. Now we click on the Source Path tab, and here we got the path to our file and these two areas where we can include and exclude more paths. We click on this first plus sign, and now we need to select our themes folder. Pay attention because it's the theme folder, okay? Not the translations folder. Okay? And note here that this little dot is displaying. Now to finish out, we're gonna click the next tab. And the purpose here is just to do according to what is saying up here. Use these keywords, function names, to recognize translatable strings in source files. Let's include here the two functions we used in our theme files. And we're gonna also include 3 other functions we came across in other template files, as we were including the translation functions that was in the last lesson. For example, here in searchform.php, we found these 2 other functions, ask_x and _x. Those functions were already in this file because remember, this file here had been copied from the 2016 themes folder. And what I did was only replace the text domain here from 2016 to learn WP. So we need to add them in our list too. Click the plus sign. The first function used was the _e function. Let's add it to the list. And we do the same thing to add the other translation function we used. Now, as soon as I click OK, our POT file will be populated automatically with all the translation strings that PoEdit can find inside the theme files. And look how cool it is! All of those strings that have been wrapped by those translation functions, _e, double underscores, _x, _nx, and ask_x, were brought here automatically. We can now have a translation template file ready to be delivered to anyone. So for example, if you have a list of collaborators to your theme, you can send them a copy of this file and they can translate your theme into any language. Finally, let's go to the file menu and save our work. We can go back to the language folder. And as you can see, our file is here, but still with the PO extension. Let's just rename the file to POT. And if you open this file in Sublime, we see that it's only a translation file, but without the translations. PoEdit automatically adds the name of the file where the string was found, along with this line number. This makes translation quite easy, especially when the translator doesn't understand the context of each individual sentence. Based on this file here, anyone can generate the PO and MO files using PoEdit itself. Your task as the theme developer: whenever you come across a theme project that needs to be internationalized, localized, for one reason or another, these are the steps that you need to follow, right? Well, I hope you have enjoyed it, that you have understood, or that at least you have acquired a totally new knowledge with these lessons. I'll wait you then in the next section, which finally will be the last one in this course. Until then, bye! Hi there! We are almost coming to the end of this course, and we're ready to go on with another lesson. Remember that at the end of the plugins installation section, we had an unanswered question? I asked you the following question. Let's suppose I want to distribute my theme. How can I do to also make plugins available to download along with my theme? Is there a way to bundle the necessary plugins along with the theme? Let's think for a moment. When I create a WordPress theme, I can easily make all the theme files available. I just need to compress all the files that are inside the themes folder. Basically, it is what the theme authors do to make their themes available in WordPress.org or in ThemeForest, for example. But what about the plugins? We have 2 problems with them. First, most of the time they are third-party creations. So your theme users would need to download each plugin if they want to use them. The second issue is that all the information in these plugins is not stored in files. For example, you cannot make the plugin data available through this themes folder here. This data is stored in the database. So we are in dire straits. The theme we created needs certain plugins to work, but we are unable to deliver these plugins along with the theme. So what can I do to fix that? Fortunately, there is a very interesting library used extensively by theme developers that can help us solve this dilemma. Its name is TGM Plugin Activation, and I'm going to teach you how to use its basic features from now on, okay? To start off, let's head over to the library website. And here on the site, let's click on the download link. And the first question you have to answer is where you use the TGM plugin activation. Let's say here, we want to use it in a theme. Let's also say that we will distribute the theme in WordPress.org. And next, let's inform the text domain of our theme. The text domain has been defined in our lessons about theme internationalization. In our case, it's called LearnWP. Okay, with all the required fields set, we're gonna generate the library files. Let's save it here onto the computer. And when we open the folder, we have a bunch of files. But in fact, we'll basically need two of these files here. One of them is the class TGM plugin activation.php file, and the other is this sample file here that we will rename later. First thing, let's copy these two files and paste them inside our themes Inc. folder. It doesn't have to be exactly in this folder, okay? But I'm going to put the two files here just for organization purposes. And now I'm going to rename this file named example.php to required plugins.php. Later on, you understand why I'm doing this. Now inside the sample file, let's see what we got. Well, the first thing we notice is that it's a very big file with a lot of code, and a lot of it is commented out. But don't be intimidated by this, because it's very simple to deal with this file. The first practical thing we're going to do is find a way to include this class file in our theme. In fact, this is the true working mechanism of this TGM library. Here above, you can see that this is the first instruction that we have to follow. We must use a require once PHP command to include this class file. Here we have an example of how to do this using a parent theme, which is our case, or a child theme, which is not our case at the moment. So let's do this. Let's comment out this line down here. And we're going to copy the require one example to a parent theme. And we're going to paste this line in our functions file. It's always the functions file. So let's open this file and let's paste the line we have just copied here. We just have to change the path in order to match the actual file. Let's delete this content here and type in inc instead. Now let's copy this line here and also call the example file that we rename to required plugins.php. So we need to require these two files here. If you want, you could copy this function here to your functions file instead, but I prefer to require this whole file. I think it's easier. By doing this, when WordPress loads the function file, it will also automatically call the TGM library main class file. Well, these lessons will be divided into 3, okay? I think this way it will be easier to understand. So that's all we have for today's lesson. And I'll wait for you then in the next one. See ya! Hi there, how's it going? Continuing our lesson on the TGM plugin activation, in this lesson we're gonna finish out the library configuration and learn how to request the installation of plugins that we are using in our theme. So continuing where we left off, let's go back to the required plugins.php file and let's clean up the file a bit. Let's get rid of this bunch of comments and other snippets of code that don't interest us at the moment. But if you take a close look, in fact, this whole code is very interesting. The amount of code here also shows that there are several usage scenarios for the TGM. But if you focus on explaining everything here, we will never reach our goal. So let's just stick with the essential. If you wish, you can go ahead and download the file and study it more carefully, okay? What interests us here is inside this function that ends with register required plugins. Within this variable called plugins, we have this main array and other arrays inside this main one. This version of the library brings 5 arrays. Each one of them is for a given usage. We have a usage example for when you have plugins bundled with a theme. When we want to include the plugin files within your theme, and many other examples. We're going to use this 4th example here, because we want to include a plugin from the WordPress plugin repository. So here, we're going to point out which plugins will be marked as required after the user downloads and activates our theme. So here, it includes a usage example. We have here an example when your theme uses the BuddyPress plugin. And having this an example, we can go ahead and create our own examples. First, let's remove all the usage examples we don't need. There's too much code here. We don't need all of this here. What we need to specify are just 3 things. The first one is the name of the plugin, then its slug, and finally, if the installation of the plugin will be required or not after our theme is activated. If this last value is set to false, the plugin will appear only as recommended, not required. So let's start off with our social media plugin. Well, the first complicated question to answer is, how do I find out this slug of each plugin? In fact, that's very easy. To set this field, we head over to the dashboard, click on Plugins, Installed Plugins. Let's find our social media plugin, click on Details, and here in this window we have the link to the plugin page in WordPress.org. Okay, now all you have to do is copy the last section of the URL, which corresponds to the slug of the plugin. So with that done, let's start setting up our fields. Name, social, icons, widget, slug, and as this theme that we are building here can't work without this plugin, I'm gonna make it required. Now to include the next plugin, we're gonna copy this entire array and we're gonna repeat the process. The next one will be the slider plugin. Let's go to the plugins page, close this. I'm gonna click on View Details, copy the page link, and name WordPress Slider, slug, and this one will also be required. The next one will be the Contact Form 7 plugin. I'm gonna leave the plugin name already set here, and I'll go ahead and get the slug. Okay, ready? And now the last plugin, the responsive menu. I'm gonna just repeat the same process, okay? And there it is. Let's save this file, and we're good to go. We just have to test it now, but we're going to do that only in the next lesson. So, see you there. Hi everyone, we are back to the last lesson about the TGM plugin activation. In this lesson, we are going to test out the changes we made in the last 2 lessons. Let's see if the library actually works as expected. In order to test this out, we need a new installation of WordPress. Really? But why? Well, the fact is that we need to simulate a very specific scenario. We need to make believe a user, a customer for example, is installing our theme in a brand new WordPress website. We cannot do this in the installation we are working on since it's already in use. with all the plugins installed, and on top of that, the theme is already installed and activated. So that's why we need a brand new instance of WordPress. So for this lesson, I have installed WordPress in a new folder. It's not a big deal, just an empty installation of WordPress that I installed in a new folder called Test. Another thing I did was to zip my theme folder. To do that, I just entered WP Content, Themes, and added the Learn WP folder to a zip file. It is all you need to do. Okay, I'm logged in now on the new website, and I'm gonna install the theme here. I'll go ahead and head over to Appearance, Themes, and upload the compressed theme file. Okay, the theme was successfully installed. Now I can click here and activate it. And watch what happens when I do this. Look at this. Now I have this warning showing here on the screen. And it's saying that we have a list of plugins that require the installation, which are in fact those plugins we have included in the TGM plugin activation file, remember? I'm gonna click here on Begin Installing Plugin. And the TGM plugin activation engine will show me a table with all the plugins that are necessary to the theme. And I can check all the items in the table at once and do a batch install. That's what I'm going to do now. Now I can return to the plugin list and also activate them all at once. So let's go ahead and activate them here. Okay, ready? Now the table is empty and we'll no longer have any plugins to install. I can click here and go back to the dashboard. And you'll notice now that we have the menu links for all the plugins we need in the theme. Of course, if you look at the front end now, you'll see that it still seems quite incomplete. Listen to me now. It's your task as a theme developer to write all the documentation and teach your user how to play with your theme. You need to teach the user to add the menus, to set the theme's homepage, and of course, to set the necessary plugins to make your theme work, or at least provide the user with some source of information about it. Some theme developers prefer to offer this documentation as video tutorials. Other developers use other options, like the Git book, for example. You see also that some plugins allow you to export the data saved in the database to XML files. If it's the case of your plugin, you can offer an XML file with the initial settings of the plugin along with your theme files. Well, that's what we have for this lesson. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I hope you feel like you learned something new during these lessons and you can use this new knowledge in your next projects. So, see you in the next lesson, which will be finally the last one on this course. Until then, happy coding! Hello guys! As we go through the next lessons, I will be explaining everything you need to know in order to get your theme ready to Gutenberg. This new tool yet to be officially launched by WordPress, named after the great German inventor of the printing press. By the time I record this video, Gutenberg is still being developed. The official release is expected for the year 2018, along with WordPress version 5.0. So maybe if you're watching this video by the end of 2018 or later, you don't even need to wonder what Gutenberg is. But right now, that's a question I need to answer here. Basically, Gutenberg is the new WordPress editor. Its main goal remains the same of the old editor. Under the hood, content created in the editor is still sent to the same WordPress post table and still retrieved by the content function within the same loops. But it would be unfair to say that it's just a redesign of the old editor. The WordPress team is really expecting to see Gutenberg as a watershed in content creation. It's a new way of thinking about the content, and is reaching us as a whole new alternative for rich content creation for pages, posts, and custom post types within the CMS. WordPress promises that creating content with this new tool will become much faster, easier, and without mysteries. That is why we're having so much buzz around its official release. Well, if it is going to be easier or not, only time will tell. For now, like everything new, Gutenberg has been causing a bit of controversy, mainly because, let's be real, it's really annoying and complicated to deal with changes. That's part of being human. If you look at the WordPress plugins repository, where Gutenberg is already available as a plugin, before the official release, of course, which will then bring it into the core, look, most people don't feel satisfied. Bugs are still crucial for the project, as you'll see as we go through the lessons, but we're still at the beginning. Gutenberg is still evolving. Over the next lessons, my goal will be to explain how Gutenberg works. We'll understand its basic functions, only the main ones, okay, since reason number 1, as the tool is still evolving, new features will be incorporated with time, and reason number 2, this course is more focused on developers, so we're going to limit ourselves here to explaining what will change from the developer's point of view, not the end user's point of view, right? But anyway, the basic features I'm going to show you will already help you stand on your own 2 feet as Gutenberg evolves. The main strategy here will be that we'll grab the theme that we are developing in this course, and we'll see what more we need to add to say in the end that the theme is Gutenberg ready. You see that it's not so difficult, and you'll be able to offer a theme, whether for your client or anywhere else. You can say it's ready for Gutenberg. As I said before, this is an evolving tool. Then possibly new lessons will be added to the course if there's any other functionality that impacts your work as a theme developer. So stay tuned. Well, I talked too much, but I didn't show anything to you until now. In this first lesson then, I'll start by installing and enabling Gutenberg in our WordPress installation. By the time I record this video, WordPress version 4.9.8 has just been released. So this version is showing this invitation right here on the dashboard, inviting users to get to know the new publishing tool. So you can be sure that your client will want to know what this little thing here is. So soon your theme will need to comply with the latest requirement, let's say. But there's no reason to panic right now. You have the options to install Gutenberg here by clicking this button which says Install Gutenberg. Or you can also download it directly from the plugin repository, which means also going to Plugins, Add New, search for Gutenberg, and it's gonna be here. If you're already using WordPress 5.0, there's no need to do this, since Gutenberg will be included by default in WordPress. However, if we go back here to the home page, you see that we can continue using the classic editor, which still uses the tiny MCE extension. I believe that from version 5.0 onwards, there should also be a way to choose whether or not to use Gutenberg. No one knows exactly at the moment. Well, let's start off. First, it's always recommended to back up your installation, okay? You never know. I'm going to click here to install Gutenberg. And as soon as I click activate, this demo page appears. And this is Gutenberg, our new editor. And here's an interesting thing. If you compare this new look and the classic editor, it's not that the editor has been only redesigned. It's been totally revisited. Gutenberg is totally different from the classic tiny MCE editor. And if we scroll down to see the content, we'll see a lot of things that we couldn't get before using the old classic editor. For example, image galleries like this one, or a full-size image like this, or a full-size video. Indeed, a lot of fantastic stuff when compared to the old editor. In fact, those things were possible, but it was more difficult to achieve all this. We needed to rely on shortcodes, but then we could only see the code in the editor, but not its result inside the editor screen as you can now. Or we needed to use plugins. Gutenberg is coming to change that, making things more clear, like video embedding, for example. A lot of people used unnecessary plugins for this. Now the process is more clear. Just add a block and you're done. In a way, the editor looks a lot like those page builders like Divi Builder, Elementor, Visual Composer, and others. Gutenberg is not going to replace page builders, even because it's not coming to put anyone out of business, as the WordPress theme has already stated. And it's quite the opposite. It's coming to evolve WordPress, so there's more business to be had in the future for everyone. So it won't replace page builders, but in a way it will bring a similar experience for the user. But before, your theme needs to be prepared to use all this in the best possible way. That's what we'll start learning in the next lessons. Well, I'll see you then in the next lesson. Until then. Hello guys, I'm back to continue talking about Gutenberg. In the last lesson, I made an introduction about this new tool. We installed Gutenberg and explained a little about this new editing experience in WordPress. As I told you, it looks a little like most page builders such as Divi, Visual Composer, and so on. But there's still some hard work to do. While the WordPress team works hard to improve Gutenberg, I'm going to show you all that's available at the moment and especially show you what your theme can do to get the most out of Gutenberg. In this lesson, I'm gonna spend some time explaining to you some of the basic features of the new Gutenberg editor. As I said in previous lessons, the goal is not to explain everything about all of the tools available, even because Gutenberg is a project that is still evolving. Many things are yet to come, but as my students were very curious and eager to learn more about it, and rightly so, let's explore what we got until now. Let's first take a look at the layout. As I said before, it has nothing to do with the classic editor, the tiny MCE editor. In fact, Gutenberg revolves around a basic element, which is the so-called block. Everything in the layout revolves around these blocks. So if you hover over the document, you see that every little element here is a block. We have an image block, paragraph blocks, headers, lists, and they can all be identified by these little tooltips that show when we mouse over each of them. Look. One interesting thing is that they are highly interactive. So here you can move a block up and down, just a click of the mouse. Drag and drop to rearrange blocks will also be available, but not now, maybe in the near future, which will make Gutenberg even more dynamic. And maybe when you're watching this video, this function is already in place. For now, what we got is a functionality called the inserter. The inserter is this plus button that you can see right here, just below each block, for example here, or here in this toolbar at the top. The main goal is to facilitate as much as possible the insertion of any block in the editing area. So by clicking this plus button, you have access to all the blocks. And these blocks can be of various types, from simple chunks of texts, paragraphs, to elements that until now were hidden in WordPress. For example, did you know that you could embed a YouTube or a Vimeo video or any media content from all of these other services without any plugin? Yeah, a lot of people have no idea. Now with the blocks, the whole thing became much clearer. And the whole idea is that any kind of content that can be added to the editor area will be available as a block in the future. So the user will never need to use short codes anymore or any piece of HTML code. They will only need to choose a block and place the content wherever they want. Cool, isn't it? Well, then you may ask me, but Marcelo, what will happen to the content like posts and pages, content that I already have on my WordPress installation? What will become of them? Will I need to recreate everything from scratch? Well, to answer this, we're gonna leave this demo content behind for a moment, and we're gonna open one of the posts that is already saved in our WordPress site. Let's open up this one here. Well, look, as you can see, it seems like everything's still in place. What happens when you activate the editor is that WordPress moves everything inside this single block, which is called the classic block. Basically, the classic block, which you can find also through the inserter, look, it's the old editor TinyMCE. That is, if you want to continue using the TinyMCE inside Gutenberg, you can. It's possible. If you want, you can also convert everything into blocks. Here on the right side you have some actions related to the block, which will of course vary from block to block. In this example, I can convert this classic content into a block by clicking here in Convert to Blocks. In this case, I end up with 2 paragraphs. If I'm not satisfied with the changes I made, I just click here on this little arrow. I can go back here and ask to duplicate or remove the block. You can get the idea. Let's turn this content back into blocks. Okay. So I have 2 paragraphs again here. So let me show you something else. Each block has its own settings, and this varies from block to block. For example, here for the paragraph block, I have some basic formatting options: bold, italic, alignment, and here on the side I have more options related only to the block selected. This box here is called the block inspector. Here I can, as an example, change the font size. I can use these buttons or the slider. I can toggle to show a larger initial letter. Here under color settings, I can choose the font color and also background color. By default, I have these colors here, but I can also choose another colors. Later on, we're gonna learn how to make the color palette for your theme available too. So if you want the client to be restricted to only a few colors, for example, you can do it. And for most blocks, you can also add a special CSS class that can be very useful if you want to customize them. Pretty much like what we got in most page builders out there. This other tab called Document gives you access to all settings related to the post as a whole. Pretty much like we already had in the old editor as meta boxes, only the layout is a bit different. One of the advantages of this tool is that even if your theme hasn't yet added any support to Gutenberg, it allows you to have a very consistent look, both here in the editor and in the front end. So both versions can look quite the same. Yet, you can always take a look at how the front end looks like by clicking here on this preview button. As we have already tweaked the post a little, we can have a look at how it's getting. Let's click here in preview, and the front end opens in a new tab. Sometimes you'll notice a boring bug here as you try to preview the post. You see that if you click on the update button before previewing the results, the button will be endlessly processing. To view the page, you have to reload the editor and then click preview again. Then the page will load. Also, sometimes you see some errors displaying saying that the update has failed, as we saw at the beginning of this lesson. I hope that in the future they can correct that. Let's try some more. Let's suppose I want to insert an image gallery here between these two paragraphs. For me, this gallery block, which is a native Gutenberg block, is one of the most incredible blocks. It simply works out of the box. So to create a new gallery, let's go ahead and use the inserter. It may be this one here or this one here too. The difference is that when you choose to use this one at the top, you need to reposition the block later because it's going to be placed at the end of the post. So I'm gonna use this one here. And to call a block, I have a couple of different options. I can choose a block here, where some of the recently used blocks will show. I can click here on this plus icon and look for the block here, or use the search box. Or I can do it the easiest way. I'm gonna type a slash and then write the name of the block I want. For example, /gallery. And I don't even have to write the full name of the block. Look, for example, /u. It's already showing me the YouTube block, and so on. Just hit enter, and I can set up some options for my block. In this case, I'm gonna choose a couple of images that I already have in this WordPress installation. I can upload some new images too, if I wish. I'm gonna select these 3 images, and that's it. And the gallery is already in place. In this case, it's a 3-column gallery. And if you wish, you can come here and choose only 2 columns. Let's see what happens. Look how cool. So let's see if it's showing up right on the front end. And there you have it. Perfect. Now the whole thing don't stop here. Gutenberg has brought to us 2 new types of alignment. Those alignments will affect blocks such as images, image galleries, videos, etc. You can choose between an alignment called wide and a second one called full. In the next lesson, I'm gonna show you how to enable these 2 alignments in the theme because by default they are not enabled. We only get these 3 kinds of alignments up here. Another thing you can do with the blocks is turn them into something else. For example, a gallery block can be converted into a single image block. Just click here on the first button of this area here, which by the way has a name. It's called the floating menu bar. And it will show you a list of blocks you can convert it into. This of course varies from block to block. And of course not all blocks will have this feature here. In this case, we can transform the gallery into individual image blocks. Look. And of course, if you want to revert this action, you can always click here. Or if you have already closed the post editor, we can revert it back to the older version by clicking this revision button. Later on this course, we'll talk about other features, but that's enough for now. I believe you had an interesting idea of how Gutenberg works. For those who want to learn more, of course, I will leave a link of a great tutorial that explains in detail how other blocks work inside Gutenberg, and this link will be available in the extra materials for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're gonna start working with the theme files, so let's first see how to add support for those 2 special alignments that I mentioned today, and we'll begin to understand the connections between our theme and the Gutenberg editor. So until then, see ya! Hey guys, Marcelo here with you for another lesson. And today we'll continue on our overview on how to get your theme ready for Gutenberg, this new content creation experience in WordPress. In today's lesson, we'll start making some changes to our theme files. You'll begin to understand the connections between your theme and Gutenberg and what you need to do if you want your theme to get the most out of the new editor. So let's begin! The first cool thing we're gonna do today is to enable new Gutenberg feature. This feature is called wide images and allows you to add 2 more types of image alignments to some of the blocks. Not all of them, but some important ones. And those 2 alignments are called respectively align wide and align full. For you to have a visual idea of what I'm talking about, we're gonna grab a test WordPress installation. This is not the one we'll be working with today. And I'll be showing these little details in practice. So here we got an image block. If I click this block, you see here that besides the 3 more common alignments, I have 2 more. If I choose here the first one that says wide width, you see that the image becomes a little bigger, so it overrides the size of the main container. Do you see? Now if I click the other button, full width, you see that the image spans to the end of the page. Well, this very cool feature can currently be applied to 9 block types. You see on the screen the name of all of the blocks that at the moment accept wide and full alignment. Possibly that number will increase with time. And it may also be the case that some block generated by some plugin also can make use of them. Anyway, it makes no sense at all for me to show a list here because it will surely be outdated. Now I said earlier that we need to add support for this feature if I want to use it. In fact, it's an opt-in feature. That's where your theme comes in. Do you remember that add theme support function that we used extensively in the course? Well, in order to have those wide images enabled, as well as other more advanced features in Gutenberg, your theme has to add support first. For this, let's go ahead and open up the functions.php file. And here inside the function learn WP config, here at the end of it, we're gonna add another support. So add theme support, and we want to pass a kind of support called align-wide. Let's save this now and reload the editor. Let's go back to the previous page and close this one here because this is just a test. We have a lot of work to do today with this theme here. And here in the gallery block, look, we already got the 2 alignment buttons. If we click them, look, they can already change the appearance of the gallery here in the editor. However, if I try to preview the changes I made, look. Where are all of the changes? I just can see them. So that means there's something we still have to do. If we inspect this image gallery block, we see that what happens here is that WordPress automatically adds here in the UL element a couple of CSS classes. Some of them, such as this WP block gallery, are already implemented by default. If you take a closer look, you see that most of the CSS for the blocks are already implemented within this file here. That's why most native blocks work out of the box, as I mentioned before. In this case, as you see here, they are coming from the Gutenberg plugin folder. I believe that after WordPress 5.0, they will come from somewhere else. So that's the case for all of the native features. But those other more advanced features, the ones that you need to add support to, they will always require you to add extra CSS in your theme so they can work. At least for now. Maybe in the future that will change. Who knows? But the good news is that a lot of people have been working to implement this. And I found some good examples of themes and tutorials about the subject. In short, all we need to do is to add the CSS for those 2 classes, align wide and align full, in our theme CSS file. So let's go ahead, open file, which is here inside the themes folder. Learn WP, CSS, template.css. And here below, I'm gonna paste the CSS just to speed things up a bit. and I'll be explaining to you what's going on here. First, we need to make sure that this code here will only be applied when the viewport is at least 1140 pixels. 1140 pixels is the width size of the container class of our theme. You can go on and set also another values here later and see which makes more sense to you, okay? Here for the two classes, we set a margin button, so nothing special here. Now, to center each of the two classes, there is a handful of different solutions. Some developers prefer to use negative margins, for example, but I prefer the solution here, which uses CSS transforms to center content. With that, it's enough that for each class you set the width relative to the viewport using the VW unit. For the wide alignment, I set a value of 75 VW, which will correspond to 75% of the rendering area of the screen, which we call viewport. And for the full width, the value is 100 VW, of course, 100%. Just an update. Some students have been complaining that this CSS code I indicate here is not working any longer. However, according to the tests I did, the code still works perfectly. But just in case, I'm leaving here an alternative solution. You can see it on the screen. In case the first solution doesn't work for you, pause the video and use this other solution, okay? That's all. Let's save and do some testing. Just reload the page. Now we can see that the gallery is occupying 100% of the screen. But if you resize the screen, look. If the width is smaller than 1140 pixels, as we defined, it's not so big. The same thing for the wide width. We can test that directly here in the element inspector if you wish. Set here to wide. And now, as you can see, the width is only slightly larger than the container. But only when the viewport is at least 1140 pixels. Awesome! But there's only one strange thing happening, and maybe that's a Gutenberg bug. If I try to do the same thing for a video, it won't work. Let's add a YouTube video block, for example. And let's set it as a full width block. Well, here in Gutenberg, it looks nice. But look what happens when we preview. Look at that. That sucks. To solve that for now, we're gonna need some tricks. But that will do for the next lesson. See you then. Hey, what's up? Picking up where we left off in the last lesson, today we'll see how to correct that little problem we got when we tried to set wide and full alignment for the video blocks. As you remember, our video that was supposed to span the entire width of the screen simply can't do that. To solve this, we'll need some additional work. This idea was taken from a theme that is already available in the WordPress repository, one of the few Gutenberg-ready themes there. The theme is called Atomic Blocks, this one here, and they solve the video problem using a very simple solution called Fit Vids. For us to implement this solution is indeed very easy. First, let's go to the website of the project. That's fitvidsjs.com. Click here to download. And all I need from here is a copy of this file, jquery.fitvids.js. To speed things up, I'm gonna copy all this code here. Create a new folder inside our Learn WP directory. Create a new file inside this JS folder of our theme. I'm gonna save it with whatever name I want. For example, feedfits.js. Of course, it needs to have the JS extension. Now we have only two important things to do. First, let's include this new file. Let's take advantage of this function that we already have here in the functions.php file. And once again, call the wp-enqueue script function inside of it. The first parameter, the file handle. We pass it as an identifier for the file. We then type the path to the file, using first this getTemplate directory URI function, and concatenate it with the folder and the file. Don't forget this training slash before the name of the folder or the file, okay? The third parameter is important because we need to pass jQuery as a dependency to this file here. Fortunately, WordPress already comes with jQuery, as you know, so we just pass an array setting jQuery as the value. For the version, I won't pass anything, just type here no. And I'm gonna tell WordPress that I want the link with the script at the bottom of the page. Very simple, just add true here as the last parameter. And now the second thing we need to do is to call the script. Let's go back to the GitHub page. And we're gonna copy this code snippet here only. Now it's up to you where you want to use it. You can do the same thing I did here and paste this code inside a separate file, or paste it right here in our footer.php file. This is what I'm going to do. Let's open up the footer.php file here, and right at the end, before the button closing tag, I'm gonna paste the code that we just copied. But I only need to make some changes here. First, I'm gonna use an alternative syntax for the document ready portion. If I leave that way, it will conflict with WordPress. So I'm gonna replace the alias with jQuery and move the alias inside the parentheses of the anonymous function. Another thing I need to do is to define which element will be the target for the script. Let's go back to the front end. Inspect the video element. And we got these classes here. I suggest we use this isTypeVideo class because it will always be present regardless of what kind of media you have here. It will work for a YouTube video, Vimeo, Dailymotion, etc. Let's pass the class here then. Save. And we want to reload the front page to see if it works. And look, now the video has the right size, look. Much better now. I'm gonna test directly here passing the align white class. And it's working too. Look, the result is very, very good. So it's working, and I hope you enjoyed. And I wait for you then in the next lesson. Bye. Hey, what's up? Welcome to one more lesson. As you know, we're learning to make our theme ready for Gutenberg. We already know what Gutenberg is. You've been introduced to this new amazing tool. We enabled some cool features. We fixed some bugs, etc. In today's lesson, we'll continue to add support to some other advanced features. This time we'll learn how to add our own custom colors to the Gutenberg color palette. And what's this for? Well, by now you've seen that your users can do almost everything they want when they are editing posts and pages. But let's suppose you want the end user to be able to create an element that uses only the colors you have already defined in your theme color palette. Well, you have the biggest job of all, choosing the colors, testing them, combining them, and you don't want the user to turn his or her website into a rainbow. Oh my goodness, surely you don't want that. So with Gutenberg, you can determine that the user will only be able to choose the colors that you want throughout the site. This will be true for every element that can let you choose different background and text colors. For example, blocks such as the paragraph or the button block. By default, Gutenberg already comes with a default color palette set. So if you create a paragraph block, here on the block inspector, under color settings, you already have these colors defined. Also, the user can choose other colors here, but let's put an end to this mess and define our own colors. First, let's add some more support in functions.php. The name of this new feature is editor-color-palette. For it to work, we first open an array here, and inside it will have another array. And now we're gonna pass some arguments. The first one is name. Let's call the getTextTranslation function. I'll name this color Blood Red. It's just a name, okay? The hex color won't be exactly blood red, but it will do for the moment. The next argument is the color slug. This is very important because it will help us define the color via CSS. Let's set its value as blood-red. And the last one is color. Here we pass the hex color code. In our case, it is the red color we use in our theme. Not exactly the blood red color, as I said, but it doesn't matter. To set a second color, just copy this array here and change the values. Let's create an option for the white color, for example. This will only help us show two little color circles in the block inspector. If we save and reload Gutenberg, now we click to select the paragraph again, color settings, and look, here are our colors. I can use this white color to set the font color, and the red color will be the background of our paragraph. I can do the same thing for a button. For example, let's add a block with a button. But the problem is that if you look at the front end, nothing will appear with the color that we choose. As I told you earlier, we need some customization before using most of the features we enable via Add Theme Support. The reason is quite simple. If we look at the HTML code for the block here in Gutenberg, we'll see that WordPress creates a special class that starts with has hyphen. Then we have the string for the slug argument and a context of use. In this case, that red color that was used for the background color and that white color set for the font color. In order for them to be available in the front end, we have to add the corresponding CSS to the theme's CSS file. But it will be like a piece of cake. Let's open the CSS file again. First, let's set the red color to the background and the font. The name of the selector will always start with a has hyphen. Afterwards, we need the color slug, blood hyphen red, and then the context. For the background, we use background hyphen color. Now just pass the color hex code to the background color property. Now for the font color, let's pass has hyphen blood hyphen red and color as the context of use, and pass the hex code here to the color property. And that's it. Now just do the same thing for the white color. Alright, just save our changes. And now let's go back to the front end. Let's reload the page using Ctrl-Shift-R to clear the browser cache. We don't want to load our CSS file from the cache. And there you have it. The button and the paragraph, everything with the color we defined. And one last tip. Let's assume you don't want the user to choose different colors at all on the site. You can even disable the color picker. For this, you need to add some more support. This one is called Disable Custom Colors. So add theme support, disable hyphen custom hyphen colors. And from now on, the user will only be able to choose the colors that you defined earlier. That's great. One cool thing is that Gutenberg gives you some tips when the color combination is inconsistent. This can prevent the user from choosing color combinations with very low contrast, for example. But the final word is yours as the theme developer. You're gonna define the extent to which your theme will restrict or extend Gutenberg's functionalities. It's in your hands. And the same concept also applies for font sizes. Here in the paragraph block, under text settings, you can set different values for these buttons. For example, change the S, M, L, and XL labels, and also the font sizes associated with each of them. The process is very similar to the one I explained in this lesson. I'll leave you a link to the WordPress documentation explaining which codes you have to use to customize text. As the process is very similar to the one we've just seen, I won't go over it, okay? You can take that as an exercise if you want to implement it, but I'm gonna stick with what we got. Well, I hope you like it, and I'll wait for you then in the next lesson. Happy coding! Hello students, I'm back, and in today's lesson we're gonna move to a little more advanced approach to integrate our theme and Gutenberg, so stay tuned. So far we already know how to basically use the tool, we know how to add support to some advanced features, but there's still something missing. Well, don't you agree with me that it would be perfect if everything we see in Gutenberg is exactly the same we got in the front end? Or at least if both Gutenberg and the front end had a look which would be as close as possible. For example, I see that the fonts used here in Gutenberg are not the same fonts my theme is using. Is that possible? Yes, it is. In fact, that's one of the goals of Gutenberg. The idea is that theme developers can also, if they wish of course, style each block and also Gutenberg's own editing area so that what we see here can be as close as possible to the theme's front end. But that's optional according to the WordPress documentation. Theme creators can, if they wish, use blocks as they are without any additional style. Overriding the default styles could bring a really cool experience to the end user, but of course, this can also mean more things to be done and considered by the developer. Taking as an example the Atomic Blocks theme that I mentioned earlier in one of our lessons, they only needed 2 CSS files with a few lines each to modify Gutenberg in a way that it would look like the expected result in the front end. The purpose of this lesson is not to do the same thing here in our theme. I'll just show you the best way. And from then on, if you think you want that in your project, you already know where to go, okay? So let's get started. The first thing we need to do is to create a separate style sheet. That CSS file will be used only in the WordPress admin area. So here inside the CSS folder, we're going to create a file called style-editor.css. Now to call this file is really very simple. First, we add one more support called editor styles. This theme support is required for most actions you need to perform in the backend. Now we just need to call a function named addEditorStyle. And we're going to pass the name of the CSS file we've just created. Don't forget to add the name of the folder, CSS. Now we can write all the CSS that will control the appearance of the editor. Let's try to make it similar to the front end. And we start by defining 3 things. First, the size of the container where the text part of our post is, which is this area here. Then the size for the blocks that have wide alignment. And finally, the size for the blocks that have full alignment. To define these 3 things, we don't need much work. Gutenberg's documentation has all the code we need. We just go there and copy what we want, right? And of course, I'll make this link available to you, okay? The first section with the selector WP block is used to define the total size for each of the Gutenberg blocks. You can set the values you want here in pixels. Let me increase this value a little, for example, 800 pixels. The next lines are for you to define the size of the blocks of the wide and full width type. Here for the wide blocks, you can set the value you want to. Test that out and see what value can give you the best results. In my theme, 1080 was a great pixel value. And we may already see some minor changes. Here, for example, you see that the size of the container is 800 pixels and it's already coming from the file that we created. And let's change this gallery to wide. And if you inspect it, you can also see that the size is 1080 pixels. You can do your test typing the values directly here. And look at the results in the front end until you get what we want. Another thing we can do is make the fonts look also closer to what we got in the front end. At this moment, the font used here in the editor screen is totally different from what we got in the front end. To change that, we have to know what fonts are used in the front end and apply the same fonts to the right elements in Gutenberg. That, of course, will depend on your theme. I'm gonna give an example of how I did on my theme so you understand what to do, okay? First, these are the 2 fonts I used in my theme. Lato for paragraphs and Oswald for the heading tags. First, let's see what classes we'll have to change in Gutenberg. To speed things up, I'm gonna paste here some CSS again. These are the classes and roles that we need. Up here, I'm targeting the whole editor area with special attention for the paragraphs. As I've already added support for the editor styles in the theme, I can omit this piece here if I want, okay? In fact, I'm gonna get rid of it because WordPress will append this selector automatically in the backend for all of the elements, classes, and ideas that I want to add to the file. And I'm saying that the font is going to be Lato with these margin values. It's the same rule I have in the front-end style sheet, the template.css file, with the addition of these margins. And this one down here is the CSS that controls the post title. Look how interesting. Even the post title can be modified within the editor. And this one uses a different font type. Great, now if we reload Gutenberg. Oh, wonderful! Our text is already very similar to the one in the front end. If we inspect the two elements, you see that they are already styled according to the admin CSS file using the two fonts and margins we defined. And here you can see the class editor styles wrapper, which has been automatically appended. Very cool, right? So that's the idea, folks. Basically, we'll inspect Gutenberg. You'll find the element or block you want to style and add a rule here that target that element in the backend CSS. Your aim is to tweak the backend until it gets as close to the front end as possible. You just need to remember that it's optional, right? If you don't want to implement this, for example, for your client site, you don't really need. However, if you want to make your theme available for download, I recommend you to do at least the basics changes taught here. Some marketplaces such as Envato's Theme Forest require you to ensure that all WordPress core blocks are styled to match the design of the theme or demos. Another requirement is that web fonts are also enqueued. While in my tests, I didn't need to enqueue my two Google fonts, Lato and Oswald, in order for them to display in Gutenberg. Maybe that was due to the browser cache. To really ensure that they will indeed display, go back to functions.php. Let's create a new function. The point here is that this function needs to be fired on a special hook called enqueue block editor assets. And here we're going to enqueue the two fonts in a very simplified way. We call WP enqueue style. We pass the font handle, for example, Lato font. And then the path to the style sheet file, which we already have here in the CSS file. Let me just copy this here. And now we do the same thing for the Oswald font. A hint: you can add Google fonts using functions as well. Most premium themes do that. I'll leave you, of course, the link with a great tutorial in this lesson too, if you want to delve into it. One more interesting thing you can do is to add a support called WP block styles. What it does, it can make the appearance of the block, of the native blocks you have here in Gutenberg, looks the same when you see them in the front end. It's only valid for the WordPress native blocks, okay? For example, let's add a quote here. So as you can see, you have this formatting here. But if you take a look at the front end, you see that it's quite different. But now, if you add that support, let's do it. Now reloading the page. Now you see that the block here looks quite the same as the one we have in Gutenberg. Once more, this is only valid for the WordPress native blocks, okay? Another hint I can give you is that you take a look carefully here at this official documentation, because they are always adding new things, new features, new resources. and you as a developer will learn a lot from them. Well, in the next lesson, we'll close the series with some final considerations. I'll show you some interesting features that I have not talked about yet. So, until next time. Hey guys, everything okay? Marcelo here again. This is our last lesson about Gutenberg. Over the last lesson, you learned the basics about this new WordPress tool, which will gradually replace the editor used so far, the Tiny MCE. WordPress promises that will bring a whole new world to the CMS. So much so, they dare to name it after the inventor of the printing press, Gutenberg. From what you've seen, Gutenberg is really a very powerful tool, and it looks like it's coming to stay. Despite the fact that while I record this video, Gutenberg still has some bugs and hasn't been yet officially released. We hope that the WordPress versions after 5.0 show that the effort was worth it. There are great expectations, and new features are still to be developed over time. For the students of this course, my promise is that if any of the new features impact theme development, I will certainly talk about them. But as I told you earlier, functionalities that have to do and affect only the end user won't be the focus of this course, okay? But just for you to have another taste, I'll show you some more cool features that we have here in Gutenberg. First, here in this toolbar, we have this little menu. And clicking here shows you a number of interesting actions related to the document. For example, you can switch between the visual editor and the HTML editor. This can be very useful for you, the developer. It's also a good way to learn a little more about how the blocks are controlled inside the editor. Here we have, for example, a comment that identifies the block itself. And we got values in JSON format, which are used to save the values for the settings that you pass to each block. Let's go back to the visual editor. Another very interesting thing you can do is create reusable blocks. Let's assume that the user wants to apply the same settings on all buttons that he or she creates in posts and pages. They can create the first button, access this block action menu, and click on Add to Reusable Blocks. Type a name. And now the next time the user adds a button block, he or she can only choose this reusable block from here. Or if you're using the inserter, come here. And under reusable, choose the template created. Cool, isn't it? And this is the same for several elements. Another interesting thing is this information button. You have here a statistic about the document, words, paragraphs, and here below, if we, for example, add a new heading here, you see the semantic structure of the document. Quite interesting for the ones who care so much about SEO. Well, what's your next step from here? I believe that start doing some tests with your theme. Make a backup of your installation, which is always good, and then install and test Gutenberg on your theme before finally offering it to your client. But just do it, right? Gutenberg is coming to stay, and soon your client will start asking about it. Another interesting thing you could also learn is how to create your own blocks for Gutenberg. I won't discuss the subject on this course, right? Because it has more to do with plugin development, and this course is not about plugin development. But you may also be interested in the subject and create your own blocks, just like many developers today that create plugins for their own themes. The official Gutenberg handbook has a very complete documentation on the subject, and I'll leave the link for you to find out more about it, of course. Well, folks, that's it. I hope you enjoyed these lessons. It was really cool for me to talk about this new WordPress tool. Depending on when you're watching this video, it is not so new, but I'm sure that the lessons should have helped you a lot. Well, until then, and I see you next time. Hi everyone! This is a very short lesson, quite simple. And the goal here is to teach, for those who still don't know, how to send the site created on the local server to a remote server of your choice. I want to leave aside the issue of which is the best hosting company for WordPress, even because currently I am not affiliated with any of these companies. By the way, if you want to know my honest opinion, the best type of hosting currently are the so-called virtual private servers, or VPS. However, I'm not going to give you many details of how this type of server works, even though this is something I'm still learning. Currently, there are a lot of people running away from shared servers and migrating their websites to some sort of VPS. But for this lesson, I'm going to use a shared hosting service that I have purchased in any hosting company. Here I have access to a cPanel, which greatly helps the installation of WordPress. One important detail: I'm gonna teach you how to migrate a website using a plugin called WP Clone. There is a way to migrate the whole site manually as well, but lately I've been preferring to use plugins to do this. It is much faster, and so I always spare a few minutes more of my day every time I need to perform this type of task. This plugin works great if your website is not too big. It will be perfect for migrating this website we created during this course. On top of that, lately I've been using this plugin as a backup solution for my sites as well. So let's get started. To start off, we need to access the hosting company control panel. And we're going to create a database to install WordPress. Let's head over to databases. We click on MySQL databases. What we'll need in order to install WordPress? We'll need a user with the respective password and a database. First of all, let's create an empty database by clicking here where it says Create New Database. Click here in Create Database. Write down the name of your database or copy its name to any Notepad application. The fact is that we need to know the name of this database during the WordPress installation, so keep it saved somehow. Now to create the database user, let's scroll down a little where it says MySQL users. Add new user. I'm gonna type a name to this user and I want to generate a password here. Click on Create User, and I'm gonna also save this username and password somewhere. Well, now with these two information, I have to add the created user to the database. A lot of people forget to do this, and in the end, they don't understand why the WordPress installation doesn't work. The fact is that the created user needs to have all the privileges of creating, changing tables, and other privileges within the database. Otherwise, this user will not be able to do anything inside the database, which include installing WordPress. Let's go to where it says Add User to Database. Choose our user and our database, and click on Add. In the next screen, we check all privileges, make changes, and that's it. The whole process is finished. We already have a user and a database configured. Now we can go ahead and send the WordPress installation file to the server. If you know how to use an FTP client, go ahead and submit the WordPress installation file via FTP. But for this tutorial, I'm going to use the cPanel's file manager. Let's go back to the cPanel dashboard. Head over to File Manager. I'm gonna choose to open the public HTML directory. And here's the folder where you'll be saving all the files from the WordPress installation. If this is the first time you access this folder, you'll probably see some files like these ones here. And you can safely remove these files. So I'm gonna select these files and click this button here. Okay. Now I'm going to send the WordPress installation file to the server. You can download this file directly from the wordpress.org page, okay? I have already downloaded, so I just click here to upload it. And in this new screen, I'm gonna click on Select File. I'm gonna choose my compressed file and wait for the upload to finish. Okay, I can go back here to my folder. I'm gonna select this file and click on Extract. Okay, ready? Now I can delete this installer. And the WordPress installation files are inside this folder called WordPress. But I don't recommend you to start off the installation through this folder. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna enter this folder, choose all the files, click and drag to the public HTML directory. So the installation of WordPress will have at its starting point the root directory of the server, not this WordPress folder here. It is much better this way, trust me. And also I can remove this folder, which at the moment is empty. Now we have everything ready to make a brand new installation of WordPress on the remote server. Later on this lesson, you understand why we're installing WordPress from scratch, okay? Now we can access the website address. And if everything is okay, we'll see the WordPress installation page. You already know this whole process here from the first lesson of the course, so I'm gonna speed up the recording a bit. Okay, now we have a new installation of WordPress. And what we're gonna do with it? Let's install a new plugin here called WP Clone. So the whole thing will work as follows. We are going to install this plugin in both the WordPress instance we just created and the one we have on the local server. In the local installation, we'll be creating a file, and that file will be used to restore a full site backup on the remote server. Well, let's show you how this will happen in practice. Let's install the plugin here on the remote server. And this is all for now. We don't need to do any configuration right away in this plugin. Let's leave this window for a moment. And let's open our local installation of WordPress. Now let's do the same thing we did on the remote server. Let's install the WP Clone plugin here too. Well, now we have the plugin installed in both locations. On the local installation, we need to head over to the main page of the plugin, clicking here on WP Clone. This is the plugin configuration screen, but as I told you, it works great even without touching any specific settings. But if you want to know what settings are available, you can go ahead and click here in Advanced Settings. For now, what we are going to do here is to click on this large blue button and create a backup of the local installation of WordPress. When we do this, the plugin will create a backup file, which we can restore later on the remote server. Let's click here then, and wait a while until the process finishes. Okay, once the backup is complete, we have the screen here. We have this link, which we could use to restore the backup. But this link works best when we need to transfer a site that is already online to a local server or to a new remote server. But in our case, this link will be useless. However, there is a shortcut. We're gonna send this file, which is inside the WP content folder, uploads, WP clone, directly to the same folder on our remote server. To do this, let's go back to the cPanel file manager. And what you see here at the moment is my remote server, okay? Let's head over to WP content, uploads, WP clone. Let's upload the file that is on the local server, in the same folder, but on our computer. I mean, on the hard drive. And now we have this same file also on my remote server. Now let's head over to the main screen of WP clone. Remember, I'm still on my remote server, okay? And here, as you can see, we got the file we've just uploaded to the remote server. If you can't see this file here in the list, you see this button here that says scan and repopulate the backup list. Just click on it and you have this list updated. What you're going to do next? Let's click this button here, and down here another button will appear saying restore backup. But before clicking this button, we have to read this warning carefully. It asks you if you're really sure what you want to do, because the database will be totally overridden with the backup information coming from your local server. Since what we have here is just an empty installation of WordPress, there is no problem. Let's then proceed without worrying too much. Check here and click the orange button. Now we wait for a while. And it's ready. On some occasions, you're likely to see some errors popping up here. Generally, these errors are generated as a result of some limitations of your server or some misconfiguration on your server itself. If this is your case, you can try contacting your hosting company or try to perform the manual migration of WordPress. You can check the extra materials of this lecture. You see a link with a very good article about how to manually migrate a WordPress website, but I hope you don't need to read it, right? The link is here on the left side. Click the blue button and you can have access to it, right? Now, just to finish the process, the plugin asks you to save the WordPress permalinks again. Go ahead and click on this link. And here there's no secret. Just click here and resave this data. Now we can browse our site. And it should be exactly the same as the installation we have on the local server. Okay, nice! I hope you also managed to migrate your website without any major problems. That's excellent! And I also want to congratulate you for coming so far. And I really hope I have contributed to your knowledge of this interesting tool, so versatile, that is WordPress. Throughout these more than 50 lessons, I have been with you, teaching a little bit of what I have learned in recent years. I tried to make it easier for you to learn something that was very difficult for me to learn at the beginning. And I hope I have achieved that goal. If you think I've been able to contribute anything to your career, or simply that the course was worth it, please don't forget to leave your review here at Udemy. This will help other students who are interested in this course to know that it's really worth it. So I remain at your disposal here at Udemy, answering your questions, your doubts, and I'm also available on social media. A big hug to everyone, and I'll see you in another opportunity. Bye, take care, and Peace. This is the homepage of the theme already finished. Here I have the header, a slideshow, the sections, a list of posts from the blog, a map, and the theme's footer. And here I have the admin of my WordPress installation. So how do I define what will appear on my WordPress homepage? Well, there are several ways. You can choose any of them, but basically what controls it is a WordPress setup that is here under Settings, Reading. Here under Your Homepage Displays, WordPress allows you to configure the homepage in two ways. First, display your latest posts, or display a static page. And here in the second option, you have the possibility to choose between two types of static pages. One that will serve as the basis for the homepage of the site, and another one for the posts page, the site's blog. By the way, for those who don't know what a static page is, let's say in a very brief way that those are the pages you create using the Pages menu, Add New. So everything here is a static page, right? So here you can choose one of the pages to be used as the home page and another for the posts page, okay? In my case, on my sites, I always create a blank page called Home. Let me open up this page for you to see it. So do you see it? It's a blank page, okay? All right, going back here. And here for the post page, I choose a page called Blog, which is also blank. Okay, with that in mind, let's play a little with these options here. What happens when I say I want the home page to show my latest posts? Let's see it. So refreshing the home page. Well, now we have a very different look. Basically, the home page became a list of posts. Why does that happen? And how does WordPress decide what will appear on the homepage? Well, to help us understand this, I'm going to install a very useful plugin called Show Current Template. What this plugin does is it points out on the front end which template files are being used to create the look of some WordPress theme page. So let's do that. Now refreshing the home page, the plugin indicates here that the index.php file is the main template file that is being used to design this page. But how does WordPress know it has to load this index.php? And another question, at the beginning of this video I said that there are other files that cause confusion in people's heads. The homepage.php, the frontpage.php, page.php, and so on. What are these other files for? And why did WordPress choose index.php over these other files? Well, this has to do with a little thing called template hierarchy. This is nothing more than the internal order that WordPress establishes to load any file in any moment of execution of any page. When I tell WordPress that the home page shows the latest posts, the loading order is as follows. First, among the theme files, WordPress looks for a file called front-page.php. If it doesn't exist, it looks for one called home.php. Finally, if none of these exist, the last option is to call a file named index.php. Look how interesting. In a common HTML page, the index is the main file. But in WordPress, we say that it's a fallback file. It's not the main option, but it's an important file. That's why it's wrong to create a WordPress theme without an index.php file. WordPress will always need this file at some point. Well, let's see this hierarchy working in practice. As you've noticed, the file being loaded here is index.php. It means that WordPress couldn't find any of the other files to load. That's because they don't exist in my theme. If I open the theme files here in my editor, you realize that I don't have a file called front-page.php, which will be the first one on the list in the hierarchy. and neither home.php, which is the second one on the list. But I do have this index.php. So let's do the following. Let's create a file called home.php here. So we're gonna start from the opposite order of the hierarchy. And I'll be writing anything in here. Now reloading the page. Have a look. Now the one controlling the page is home.php. However, if there is a file called front-page.php, as it is the highest in the hierarchy, it will control the page instead. So let's see it. Look at that. The interesting thing is that now, for example, I can create the whole structure of the file that will control the page look. For example, let me paste the contents of the index.php in here. Do you get it? The frontpage.php is now in charge. And what defines everything that will appear on the page is the file content. In this case, we got some function calls, a loop, a bit of HTML. Okay, with that in mind, let's go back to the reading settings. And I'll choose the static pages I want to be displayed on the home page. And I'll also delete the files I have created earlier. Well, now what defines the look of the page is a file from my theme called page-home.php. What is the order followed by WordPress here? Here it depends on whether or not you've selected an item, because you can select only one of them if you want, right? You just can't do it like this. If you leave them unselected, WordPress automatically returns to the previous default option above. So if you save it now, see it? Now this one here is selected. If you select a static page to use as your home page, the order to follow is this. First, WordPress looks for the frontpage.php file. If it doesn't exist, it looks for a file that starts with page hyphen followed by the slug of the chosen static page. Later I'll explain this more clearly. If it doesn't exist, it looks for a file called page.php. And lastly, if none is found, it loads the index.php. Well, with the practical example I used before, you must have already understood how this order works. So I won't be creating the files again. I could have chosen any of these options. In my case, what I like to do is choose the second option, which is to create a file called page hyphen followed by the slug of the static page I choose here. It works like this. Let's suppose I want the home page to be this home page here. So I create a file called page-home.php. That's because if I look at the page table, the page slug is home. For example, if I had chosen the contact page, the file would have to be called page-contact.php, right? If I check the page-home.php file, this is where I call everything I get on the home page. The header, the slideshow, the service section, the loops that create the post list, and everything else I have on the page. Well, then you could ask me, but what if I want to add content to the home page, which now is just a blank page, just to display this content on the home page? I don't want to depend on writing code. I want to create content visually. Well, my answer is that then you don't have to do everything I've done here. Just a very simple loop will do. For example, let me simplify this file's content. I'm gonna leave only a very basic loop here. Now I can call the content that is inside the editor, and it will show up on the home page. Got it? That's how, for example, you're going to work with a page builder plugin. Let's suppose you want to install Elementor to design the homepage. You just need something like that code, alright? I've already tested and it works. Now to wrap up, post page. The loading order here is we get first the home.php file. If it doesn't exist, the index.php file is loaded. In my case, my index.php file is always reserved to show the blog page. Index.php is what WordPress also calls the default template. You can see this if I open one of the pages for editing. So let's go. Here under page attributes, template. This default template here means index.php. Did you know it? Now you know it. You can create all the templates if you want, including a template to be controlling the homepage if you want. If you're watching this video inside my course, you can take a look at one of the lectures at the beginning of section number 3, in which I talk about how to use page templates. So that's it, and that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed the explanation. See you next time.